To hike or not to hike? That is the question. Let's find out what Jerome Powell thinks today. Live trading with Benzinga.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, let's bring on the boys. And like I said, to hike or not to hike?
In real life, I don't go hiking, so whatever he wants to do, he can do.
In real life, I'd kill to go on a hike. Hiking is massively fun, and I haven't been on one for some time, and I would love to do that. So thanks for bringing that up, Zunaid.
Tears. I miss my 16ers, you know. I'd like to be 6,000 feet up in the sky. Oh, well, not a lot of people get to.
16ers is.
You see? That's you
just
put it this way.
You have to be from Colorado.
Yeah, you got to be from the good old Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, see, if I said I like 16ers, I'd get in trouble. But anyway, moving on.
You see? Okay. I can say it. Let's go. Zunaid, you know him. He's going to always bring the fire. Let's go ahead and bring the fire with Meta.
Yeah, Meta, this was an interesting trade yesterday with the whole possible TikTok ban conversation. This got a nice little lift. We had beautiful shorts.
Banning?
Yeah, we had.
That would never happen.
Yeah, I had no idea, but we had beautiful shorts here on on Meta off of the $95 level, which we went in and took some profits in the morning, but I'm not really focused on this one because I don't know how clean the 95 level will be for a stop loss, for resistance. So I'm going to go ahead and take Meta off of the list for today. Neo, this was a great short off of the $10 level, continuously gave you scalps, and then eventually it went ahead and flushed. And what did I tell you? It's going to test the previous close in the afternoon session, and that's exactly what it ended up doing there. But Neo, I don't know if it's going to come back to the $10 or not, but if it does want to come down, where'd it go? I thought I had an alert there. Yes, I do. If it does want to come down to like the 950s, I'd be interested. So I've got a fire alarm set here. If it triggers that, I'd be interested in coming down and purchasing some 950s and see if we get a bounce on Neo. So for now, though, I'll leave it up there. SONN, I don't think I traded this, but I believe Ryan kicked some ass with this one here. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and get in the ball game. I've got some orders to purchase this at 201, 196. Stop losses are 188. Looking to take profits around 214s. And the simple reason is because you can see it had a little bit of support here around $2 yesterday at the open. And I'm hoping that $2 hold number will come into play again. We're still ways away from it, right? The stock's currently at 244. My order's at 201. We're about 43 cents off from purchase price, but I do have my orders set and ready to go. UBX, this is one that we did go ahead and get a chance to play yesterday, and we're going to see if we can go ahead and do it again. Same kind of theory, except this time it's going to be 252 and 254 for the purchase price. Stop loss is going to be 247, so it's a tight 6 to 10 cent stop loss for me. Looking to take profits around 58 and also 64. I've already got those orders ready to go. The stock currently at 266, so we're about 14 cents away from getting filled on that one. Apple, this one was just having a lot of fun around 50 and 51. Here you can see the consolidation. I went ahead and tried to play this. Some of the scalps I made money on, some of them I lost money on, but that VWAP short right there worked out really well. So now 150 is going to end up being the focus point for me, but we're still ways away from it. We're about a couple bucks away, so I don't really have anything except my lovely fire alarm there. So if it goes off, we'll see if we can go ahead and get a little bit of a scalp off of the 150 level and see how that wants to work out. Uber. This was a trade that we took yesterday in the morning session. Right now, it looks like the 29 is where the support is. So we'll see for it to come down to 29.03 with a stop loss of about 20 cents, 28.83, and looking to take profits at about 29.40. So it's almost a 2-to-1. I think it's more like a 1.9-to-1 trade. But that's what we're looking to do on Uber, ticker UBER. 29.03 is the fill price to the long side. On Netflix, remember, we always talk about support turning into resistance, this, that, the other. This one is not as clean, but you can see you've got the 289.49 as support, and then it comes out and becomes resistance, but it comes kind of sloppy. It's just chopping in and out. But then eventually that's exactly where it kind of rejects. So I'm interested in going short Netflix around 289.40, 289.30. Wait, is that 38? That might be a little too high. I don't even like that. Nope, we're going to move that up a little bit. There we go. Around 289.79s, and then stop loss going to be the crack of 290s, and then I'm looking to take profits in the 288s. So that'll be another 2-to-1 trade in our favor if the market wants to go ahead and come down after we go ahead and get filled on that side. AMD is the one last one that I have on my side. You have they reported earnings, I believe it was yesterday, and it went ahead and had a top wick of around $64. So we're going to look to go short 63.81, 63.94, 63.98, and then our stop loss is going to be about 64.12s in that area. We're going to look to take profits around 63.67, 63.60s, and then one last little piece at 63.07. And that'll give us like a 1-to-1 trade. Actually, no, it'll be 2-to-1 and 1-to-1 if we decide to go ahead and keep the stop loss at 64.55. On the SPY, we can take a look, but I actually do have a trade set up on SPY. You saw the bounce here yesterday around the 380, 350s level. I'm going to see if we can go ahead and be in Chop City and kind of bounce around there. Powell is at 2 o'clock in terms of the minutes release, and then the conference should be at 2:30. There we go. 283.53 is where I'm looking to get my fill with a stop loss of about 280, 289. I might look to try to get some more fills here if I can, but I've already got so many orders out there. I don't think I'm enough buying power for all that nonsense. But that's kind of pretty much all I have. What's up with you?
Well, we got some stuff from the Movers tool. As you were saying, Zunaid, the Fed meeting today is going to be, or the statement comes out at 2. The meeting starts at 2:30. That's going to be the big event of the day. So some of the stuff that I'm going to be trading here leading up to that print is going to be some of the smaller stuff. I'll probably pass on AMD, which actually had really good earnings yesterday. Same with Mondelez, for example. So I'll probably stick to the smaller names today prior to the actual event, and then might try to trade some of the ETFs that mirror the different indices on that decision for potential day trades. As far as the actual decision goes, I think that we're on pace here for a 75 bips hike. I saw a tweet from Christian Fromhertz that I agree with wholeheartedly. One of the things that he was saying is that there's actually 2 CPI prints between today and the next meeting on December 14th. So I don't know that we're going to get any type of clarity. You might get hints and people are going to be parsing the conference and all of that, but I don't think that you're going to get him to say what's going to happen at the next meeting. The point that Christian Fromhertz was making was that if they're going to be data dependent and there's still 2 more data prints between this meeting and the next meeting, why would they say something today without waiting for that data to come in? And I think that that makes a lot of sense. So as far as today, I would be expecting 75. We talked yesterday on Happy Hour about there being some whisper rumors about a potential 50 bips hike. I don't think we're going to see that, but if we do see that, look for this market to absolutely rip. Again, my prediction is that it's going to be 75. So that takes care of the larger macro stuff for today. Let's dive into the movers tool. First one you're going to see here is BNFT. No trade on this. This company is being acquired for $10.50 a share, currently at $10.33. So it's just the ARB guys in there now. Moving on, the next one that might potentially be tradable for us is Forza. And if you recall, we've actually traded this before. This was a relative volume scanner play. I feel like at this point, it's got to be a couple of months ago. In any case, we do have a catalyst here. They received a 50 electric boat reservation in the last 90 days. It says this potentially resulting in 8.5 million in revenue. So we're going to get some numbers there, but remember, this is potential. This hasn't actually been fulfilled. Nonetheless, the market really likes that. We've actually traded up today. We actually broke the pre-market high when I first drew these lines here. We've actually set a new high here. That high is going to be 236. So one of the things I'm going to be looking for here is a pullback to the 220 area. That's going to line up really well with the support level that we've identified, as well as the VWAP. That would be ideal for the trade here today. If it can pull back to that level and hold and maybe reverse, we can probably put a long on for that and try to test this 236. Yes, Zunaid, I traded San yesterday. We did it right between 2 levels that we identified on the chart. I'm hoping for the exact same type of performance today on Forza. But again, we never know what the stocks are going to do until they start putting in those moves. If the stock runs right here out of the gate, I'm going to wait for it to set up. I'm going to not chase and try to keep myself in a better position. Next here we have SNOA. This is also gapping up. This is Sonoma Pharmaceuticals. They actually carved out a pretty decent range here. Pre-market high of 335, come all the way back down to that 275 level that has acted as support. This 275 levels right in between the two intraday highs that were made yesterday when this thing started to ramp. So we'll see if this level holds. A move back through 3 here and a move across the VWAP on volume would be a really nice entry trigger for SNOA. So we'll see if that sets up here. Next, we have RLX, and this was on the list from yesterday. Rather disappointing performance yesterday. We did start to trade back up towards the pre-market high at the end of the pre-market session. We got yanked immediately as the market opened, and then the stock just kind of hung around here in a 10-cent range. So we really didn't get a good opportunity to trade this. Unsure if we'll get that opportunity today, although we are gapping up here. I didn't see any news for this particular stock, so this might just be, technical action. I want to keep it on the back burner, but this is not my primary target here today. Next is going to be LI, and this is a Chinese automotive company. This one also gapping up here. Boy, it would be helpful if I clicked on it. This one also gapping up here this morning. I didn't see any news for this earlier. Let's see if we have it now. This is, I think, a article that pertains to multiple companies. Yeah, and didn't see really any company-specific news here to account for this move. Maybe this is just kind of trading up with the rest of the market. If any of you out there have anything on Lee, let me know. Quantum, I see you're mentioning Lee and Baba. I actually haven't checked Baba today. Maybe that's up, and some of these Chinese names are up together. Looks like that might be the case. Baba has a very, very similar type of chart. To be honest, this is not my top pick of the day, but I did identify some levels here in case this starts to move. Realistically, it looks like from looking at this chart that we kind of want to trend back down here and test this 1507 level, 1505, 1507, maybe even down to 15. So we'll see if this gets any type of movement here today. I'm going to keep it on the back burner, but again, not my primary target. All right, and then AMD, right? We had earnings yesterday. AMD traded higher. First move out of earnings was actually down, and they traded higher. They're actually holding that here today. Is for AMD to really kind of run and have a tradable position here today. I'd love to see it take out that 63.90. We could even just call that 64 if you wanted, and then maybe we can take the next leg up here. One of the things that it's important to keep in mind on AMD, on really a lot of these stocks that have been pretty beaten down, if they bounce, they like to bounce pretty ferociously. So maybe we will get a tradable opportunity here in AMD. But remember, this stock is definitely going to move when we get that FOMC decision. So factor that into your trading plan here today. Zunaid, that's all I got for you.
Sweet. Let's go ahead and see if there are any other stocks that the chat wants to kind of take a look at.
MTCH is being suggested here by Becca. KWeb is being suggested by Dan. HDK is being suggested by Wissing, and Netflix is being suggested by Jay.
Whoever went ahead and mentioned MTCH, you and I are a match because I'm loving
that. That
this.
would be Becca.
All right, Becca. Well, I hope you're ready to go on this trade date, if you will, at $50 because that whole number should go ahead and hold. You can see in the afternoon, in the after hours, it went ahead and tried to hit 50. Resistance popped right back above. Here we went ahead and held 50. So let's actually see if we can go ahead and take some shares. Let's see what our stop loss would be. We'll give it about 49.79 and see if we can take some profits. This one does seem like it likes to move, so we'll see if we can get about 50. UAP is right there. Well, we'll see if we can get a little greedy with this one. Let's get a little greedy with this one. 2-to-1 is what we'll go ahead and have. Do I have enough funds? Yes, I do. Lovely. Definitely thought I was broke there. But yeah, I like the 50. Let's see how it's done in the past. Ow, ow. I got a cramp. Ow, ow. Okay, we're good. Gotta love when you get a cramp while sitting. Yeah, I was trying to move my feet. I was trying to move my feet, and I got a cramp. It's always fun to show how unathletic you are. But anyway, one little worry for me might be if it comes down and drops 50 cents, right? That's always a concern for me. But I like my risk reward to be around 1-to-1 or 2-to-1, and whatnot. So I'm okay with it. Maybe I should drop it down a little bit. Now we're gonna keep it here. We're gonna keep it here on Match.com. I actually don't even know how popular Match is, especially when you have sites like Bumble, Hinge, and all of that, all that stuff. Let's see what else we got. What else? So we got ESPR. I feel like this is a stock I saw yesterday. Nope, it's not. I don't know what's going on with this one, and it looks kind of liquid, but not too liquid. Looks like $8 is your best bet in terms of support. The closer you get it to 8, the better. Stop loss would be below 780s on ESPR. Not a stock that I've traded in the past at all. So, and again, I don't even see that much volume here there whatsoever. Let's see what else we got.
Oh, cramp could be low potassium.
I do need to get a physical, so I need to figure out, because I'm sure I got a lot of low things. Iron deficiency, this, that, the other. I don't think I'll take a look at Amazon, so let's go ahead and take a look at Amazon.
Real quick before you start with Amazon, Shelly, why is he said Mitch up? I think she means match or MTCH. It's up on earnings today.
Yeah, what he said.
I don't know if you covered that, Zunaid. I was typing away over here.
Covered the stock, not the news. This is why we're a good team. You got 96 that held us support yesterday, but I am more interested in purchasing it at 95 for Amazon for a little bit of bounce. Drink more milk. You know, I would love some milk and cookies. I'm lactose intolerant, though. Yes, there are other types of milks I can get, but
does that Fairlife milk work for you? That ultra filtered milk?
I have no idea. I haven't had milk in months.
It's supposed to be better for people that are lactose intolerant. So I'm just wondering if you had experience with it.
If you guys in the chat take, what's it called? Lactate? Is that the pill that people take, I believe? If you guys take that and if it works, type a 1 in the chat. If you take it and it doesn't work, type a 2. But anyway, 95 is an area that I have of interest here on Amazon. Now, look, we got a lot of orders. You're going to hear a lot of dings. So I'm going to go to mute my noise here. And we're less than a minute away from losing money ASAP. When the market opens here. I'm excited. Should be a 1. All right, I got a 1. I got a 3 because Shelly's a jokester. 1. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at it. Because that's my biggest thing is I don't like putting things in my body that I have no idea what they're going to do in terms of like medicine and things like that. Because, yeah. 1. Okay, cool.
Good luck, folks. We are open.
Yes, we are. Look at that. Dings are going off all the way, and you've got Neo. That's a little bit closer. Did the market just randomly come up?
AMD calls right out of the gate here.
I'm going to look to go ahead and go short Apple at 179.94 if it wants to come all the way up here.
Amazon moved to the highs here. Someone was asking earlier if Amazon can recover. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Yeah, I would imagine that at some point Amazon will recover. One of the things that we're probably going to see here is headlines about the consumer strength going into the holiday season. And I suspect that Amazon is going to be susceptible to those headlines either way. So keep that in mind. Overall, I don't really think Amazon is going anywhere. And remember, aren't they doing a football game on Black Friday for the first time? Pretty sure that's on the books, and I would be shocked if they rolled that back. I think after this Black Friday this year, I don't think there will be another one without the NFL going forward.
Becca, I don't know if you and I are meant to be, because this one almost went ahead and gave us a nice profitable fill at 50.69 on match, and then it came right back down. We missed our profits. But again, this is a 2-to-1 trade, so it makes sense. But we missed our profits by maybe about 10 cents. We're about to get stopped out of here. Becca, you and I have to break up. I'm sorry. Match taking an L as it breaks to the downside. We'll see if this 59.50 ends up holding up. No, it doesn't. See, I'm so happy that I tried to just go the 2-to-1 trade because that puppy is now at 59.
Your first stop is your best stop, isn't it, Zunaid?
Amen to look at that. We're just going to the downside. And let's see, Apple, did I win or did I lose? I went ahead and took an L on Apple as well. Of course, the previous close is there. I totally didn't see that whatsoever. So yeah, taking quick L's here. I'm about to go over.
Yeah, I was
in less than a minute.
I was going to say, be careful, because remember, Becca was the one that sent O'Reilly's going crazy. Remember, she got her car fixed, and the next day it gapped and spiked. So let's, keep Today, Z had my hopes.
You know,
they
it's
just out
okay.
here breaking hearts today.
It's okay. It's okay, Becca. We'll try again. Let's take some space. Let's work on ourselves, and let's see if we can go ahead and do this thing one more time. There is a SPY bouncing off of this 383 level. Let's see if we can come on back up here. What's interesting is a SPY made a move down, but Apple said, screw you, I'm going to go up. And then it came right back down. I should have, that's on me. I should have paid attention to the previous close. That is on me. And here's match. Now I'm curious if this 50 ends up being resistance or not. What are you going to do, match? I don't know.
Okay. SNOA broke that pre-market high. It's trying to do its VWAP here right at 3. This was the level that we were talking about. Would love to see it move here through 3.
All right. Stops are hitting
Might
left
try
and
a
right.
little here on SNOA 299. See if we can get a pop above 302. I'm going to keep a fairly tight stop here. 289. It looks, let's see. 290. Let's see if we can move through 3 here on SNOA.
Oh, come on. Yeah, let me see if I can go a little bit to January on this Apple trade for a second.
Here we go on SNOA through 3
Came
again.
to join the party.
Taking out 302.
Who wants the party?
Just give me a push to 310 here, SNOA. Come on. Then we can have this party Mitch is yearning for.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm walking at the big boys. There's some volatility in Microsoft right now.
Here we go.
That's a movement right there.
SNOA. Come on. Just fill me. I don't want to take it right here. Just fill me for my initial trade plan. Don't Zunaid me and leave me 1 penny short.
Damn.
Nothing in the green from the open. Just a heads up.
It was on it. There we go. All right. So
Nice
SNOA
trade.
right out of the gate here, right according to plan, right? We crossed through that $3 mark. The VWAP was a little bit higher. Actually, front ran it by a penny, and we're out here at 310 on this next push up. This is entering the resistance level here about 313. We'll see if we can clear out this formation. 328 would be the next spot, and then 335 after that. Okay.
Let's see.
Starting 1 for 1 today. I'm going to go to the washroom. I'll be right back, folks.
Sounds good, pal. Drink more water. Oh, I've got, I need to start, but I've got I did go ahead and drink a gallon yesterday, so we're going to look to do the same exact thing today. I'm trying 75 hard with a few buddies of mine. So far, we've been kicking ass. I'm happy with the progress we've made. Let's see what the market wants to do here. I'm tempted again to go ahead and go short and test my luck.
I hear you. I can't blame you. Just looking at the market overall. What are we going to do today? Games.
Come on. Come back and test VWAP, buddy. Come back and test VWAP, Apple.
Apple pretty strong after being pretty weak here since about 8 p.m. last night.
Boom, 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 boom.
Get your water.
Boom, boom, boom. All right. Might be down 200 on the day, and I am down 200 on the day to start things off. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, get her done. Looking for XOM to bounce there today, but no bounce there so far in oil. You can look at drip for a VWAP bounce type of trade. That's oil to the downside. We talked about that yesterday. Eventually, you started seeing some of them breaking. It looks like they're breaking today. I'm going to be looking for some pullback in drip to see if I can get in it, but definitely they're getting hit today. Chevron, let's see if this can come back to VWAP. That one's setting up not too bad. Oxy. Yeah, that would be interesting for a fade. Looks like oil coming down today. SPY staying weak here. Technology weak. The weakest sector is real estate, and then consumer cyclical, followed by energy. So I'm staying on the downside with the stocks that are down the most. I'm going to be trying to short into those areas. Financial services is just slightly in the red. If there's anyone that looks like it's trying to get into the green, could it be financial services? Of course, we're referring from the open. JPM has been a strong stock in financials. You guys can see JPM's above the VWAP right now, trying to do that same thing we're talking about, trying to get into the green, but we'll see if it's able to hold there or not. Basic materials, let me see if there's anything up there. It look like chemicals are up, but pulling back fast here. So that was LTHM. I think that was up in the pre-market. Now that's pulling back fast though. Oh no, LTHM got hit hard. Looks like these are getting hit right now. Yeah, lithium stocks getting pounded on to the downside. Be careful with those right now.
Uber bounced from 29.50s and not 29. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel this trade. Match to the downside.
Kano trading up here out of the open. We've traded that one before. PDD bouncing with some of those other China names as well.
Walmart still selling off here.
Chegg good earnings up today.
Did Lucid get to $10 yet? Might short it right now.
Let's see what we got here. You're at the 1, you're at the 5. Oh, that's way below.
Chegg new highs here today. Chegg strong after those earnings.
All right, SPY's making a pretty much bottoming attempt here at 382. I would say about 85. And so it's made a couple of attempts down there. Looks like we could get a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see what happens. How strong of a bounce do we get? Or is it a flush down through that level? Liking a VWAP fade on Lucid right now. All right, I'm going on it. I'm short here on Lucid, 1352. Lucid. Also looking for a pullback in drip. Talked about that, but no pullback yet.
Forza, we talked about the plan here for Forza. Forza just ran away from us. It's holding its gains, which is good. So I suspect that this might set up. Pull back to the VWAP or one of these support levels, or better yet, if they converge at some point today, that would be ideal for another attempt here. Forza, we didn't take it. I wanted it to come back in a little bit. It ran right out of the gate here.
All right, getting that bounce in the market right now. Let's see if it actually holds or not. Put the SPY on the left-hand side here. SPY. You can see here that pattern right now.
52-week high.
For a solar high? All right.
52-week high, yep.
There you go. For solar continuing. Maybe look for some of the solar stocks to catch up today. Lucid getting a little bit of a spike on me right now. I'm going to look to try to get out if it gets to 68 right here. There it is, 70. I'm going to go ahead and just get out of this name. There's no need. This is kind of more of my already approach. There's a little bit of a bias trade that I have on Lucid, getting caught on it. See if it can come back here in respect to 1368s. And on the trigger right now.
Kind of watching Forza here.
SPY just chopping around right now. It's trying to make its decision on uptrend or downtrend. In a pennant right now. Kind of working the pennant right now. It's done like a down one, up one, down two, up two. Could even be chopping around here for the next 10 minutes. To get to 945, it's going to be interesting. Do we get a reversal of this action, or are we going to get the takedown?
SNOA, nice bounce off its VWAP right to that 318 resistance level that we outlined. So SNOA trying to give us another trade here through 318. I'm not in it this time.
All
Nice
right,
little yank there. Ooh, big yank right back down to the VWAP here. Let's see if VWAP holds here at SNOA.
Out of lucid there. I'm just going to take the small loss now. I'm not going to keep battling a stock for no reason. Just take the small loss here. Get focused. Let's get into stocks that we're supposed to be trading. Drip is one thing I like, but it's not just pulling back here. There's a SPY that's stuck in this pattern right here. Let me try to zoom in on it. Zoom on these charts suck. All right, there it is. All right, the SPY is just chopping around here. I'm going to actually even look for the bounce here. You see it just bounces right off of that. Kind of in a down one, up one, down two, up two, down three. And now we got to see, are we going to get that up or are we going to get that down through? Could be a wick though. Let's see if it closes on that.
Jay Wild says band, missed this one. I saw band on the scanner earlier, but I was looking at a different stock here. Ooh, yeah, that was a nice move out of the gate, Jay. Bandwidth shares are trading after company reported better than expected Q3 sales results. Company also issued guidance above estimates. There you go on band. That's your reason today. I think pullbacks to the VWAP here might be something to try, Jay. A little bit of a resistance between 1950 and 20, it looks like, on this move up.
On UBX, we had a buy order ready to go at 254, and the stock hit 254, but they did not fill us, and then it went right to VWAP. So the idea was right. Unfortunately, we didn't get filled, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel these orders here on UBX.
Bring Bacon saying Forza bear trap. I see what you mean here. Forza yanked all the way back, yanked on volume, by the way, all the way back to the VWAP. And then pretty much right back, really looks like it wants to try this 268 area here on Forza. I have no position right now, but definitely watching that. Chris, I'm seeing the same thing. Semis are strong today. I'm wondering, is that just because of the AMD print? Does somebody know something?
No, it's just AMD print.
Just the AMD print?
Yeah,
China
of course.
stocks have been strong the past 2 days too, so.
That helps, right? But yeah, NVIDIA and AMD, they're so highly correlated, right? You can see it in their charts. Super highly correlated. And AMD's actually not doing bad at all. There's the SPY. To PU. It did the up and then the down.
SMCI, didn't they have a really amazing quarter? They reported earnings last night, didn't they? Let's see.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Some super microcomputer shares are trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. This was aftermarket yesterday. Revenue beat by 130 million. EPS beat. Sales beat. Yeah, I mean, this looks really good. So this just looks like a post earnings mover here on SMCI. See if we can figure out some levels for SMCI. Looks like we got a blue sky breakout here right above 75. So here, let's go. This, not the greatest example, but this could potentially set up for a swing trade. So we've talked a little bit about the floating island. I've been asked quite a bit about it. Honestly, I'd like to see more of a gap than just these, 4 points, 75 to 72, 3 points. I'd like for this gap to be a little bit bigger to actually trade the floating island, but we'll give it a shot here. We'll watch SMCI and see if we get an opportunity. I'm going to ignore it today for the most part. What I would like to do is over the next several days, I'd like to see the price come back in and hold the bottom of this candle. So about 75. This price can come back down to 75, hold and trade sideways, even if we break a little bit below to 74. If we can kind of hold that area and trade sideways, I would expect this stock to trade back up and resolve to the upside from this candle. So let's mark some of these levels off right here, and we'll keep an eye on it. First one here is going to be 75. I'll go ahead and adjust that. Bottom of this candle here was 74.15. Let me go ahead and adjust that. 74.15. Okay, and then this one we're going to make 75. And now the top of this candle, what is the exact number? High is 80.81. So let me go ahead and fix that. So here's basically the trade setup, right? Over the next several days, and we might go higher than this today. Let's see what SMCI does here today. If we do go higher, I will have to remark the high of today's candle near the end of the day or after the market closes. But what I would like to see is for it over the next several days to trade around in this range and then start to curl back up to the upside. If it does that, that could be a potential swing long. First profit target would be if it tests this level. If it breaks it, I would shave part of your position off and then let the remainder run. You could probably do this with options or stock, although I don't know how liquid these contracts are.
Starter
Not
on
very
drip.
liquid at all. I would stick with stock. Well, maybe. No, you could get some options here. Sorry, Mitch.
No, you're good, dude. Starter on drip. Of course, a drip is a day trading vehicle for oil to the downside. Oil stocks, XOM, still kind of in this bearish trend. Seeing it kind of hold to the downside of the pattern. SPY looking still weak here. Still hasn't really wanted to reverse. It's done a couple of wicks, but we'll see what happens if it really keeps taking the next leg lower. Got a 1234 here. Going to see if it can get through that 1248. Of course, I want to add to this position, but it's going to have to come underneath the VWAP for me to add. But I wanted to start getting a position in here close to the VWAP.
Just looking around here, folks. Sorry for the dead air.
Yeah. Just looking around, trying to find some good trades out there. I can take a look if there's anything getting in, sneaking into the green. Financial services wanted to try to get into the green. They turned back down. Now they're down about 0.12%. There's really not a sector into the green. Now I can look at industries and then technology, of course, semiconductors, you guys are right, are into the green, 1.53%. NVIDIA, TSM, ABGO are names that are up. AMD, 6%. NVIDIA up almost 4%. Marvell up 4.3%. And so those are the kind of three that I would tell you are really holding that technology. But if those turn, of course, you'll see some drag down. What's getting hit here in defensives? A lot of kind of farm products getting hit today. Those look weak. Value names turning around. We talked about this, that we would look to see if value names turned around, would the market turn around? Of course, because the leadership is already going down, and it looks like some value names starting to turn here. Coal down, leading the downside on basic materials. So definitely not a good day there for coal. BTU down about 2.5%. Bunch of VWAP fades on this. That's what I love about BTU. You're going to get a lot of kind of fades to kind of go ahead and you can, this VWAP's a little bit off. On my other charting platform, VWAP is right above towards 2380s. So you can see it touches right up through these wicks here. And so that was a nice little VWAP to short on BTU. But we'll see what happens there. AMR also weak there. CEIX. Kind of weak there. Coal stocks getting hit. Healthcare turning around. These have been some of the strongest stocks getting hit today. Even the drug manufacturers, the big boys, have been holding on. Today, there are some that are up, some that are down. Pfizer came down here right out the gates. We'll see if it does a VWAP fade. Good little push here in drip now for me. I only got the starter position, so I'm letting it work. If it just wants to keep going through the 1250s, just keep taking some profits. Haven't taken anything out yet, but wanted to get through that 1250 at least. And then we can look to see if we get an expansion on the next leg down on XOM.
Crow added Son at 230. I actually really like this trade, Crow. Looking at a lot of these lines, remember a lot of these are from yesterday as well. 228 looked to be that support. You added at 230. That could be considered the support too. And really, I think what this is trying to do is clear out all of this area here. So a break above 239, I think puts 245 on deck for sure. And if we have continued momentum, 255 is possible here. So really like the setup there. The one thing I'd like to know, Crow, what is your stop? My guess would be 222. Just a guess. Maybe 218. Anyway, I like the setup here on Son. I'm not in it, Crow. This is a nice spot here.
On a couple of trades here on my end. So I've got this one. I've got options here, but on Apple, I'm short via options. Waiting for this. This 150 just hasn't been clean. I haven't played this one well at all. But waiting for this to go ahead and flush. I did go ahead and go short AMD. You guys know we already had these triggers set. Unfortunately, it didn't give me all the fills that I wanted. So it only gave me short 50 shares instead of the 250 that I wanted. And of course, you guys know my luck with the wicks. It comes down to the profit taking to the penny, and it doesn't fill my short. So now at this point, I'm just annoyed, and I'm just being patient to see if this wants to go ahead and test VWAP, because if it does, I will go ahead and get filled on my cover and make money on that one. And then, of course, Apple is now continuing to go to the downside as it rejected the VWAP. And now it's still this 5-minute candle needs to close below this EMA. And maybe we can have ourselves a slight small trend to the downside. Maybe we test this previous close. Let me go to my options here and close them out, because I know that's going to be a good idea for me to do, especially if we get Chop City. Let me go ahead and close 2 of them out. The options that I'm in are the 145 puts expiring January 20th. My initial fill was 648. I just sold some for 665. And we'll see if we can get a move down to maybe the 148.50 will be my next sell area. And then maybe 148 or so. And then I do have a couple of lottos here as well on Apple. The 149 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 211 when it was breaking VWAP. I'm going to hold on to this one until and unless it closes a 5-minute candle above 150s. And that's what I've got. MTCH coming back down. It's just kind of in this zone now. 49 to 47 areas where it's at. I would love to go short 50, but that's where VWAP was. It's not there anymore, so I'd be a little bit hesitant. But keep an eye on that $50 level and see if it rejects or not.
And real quickly, SNOA here, we did pop above that 318 level that we've identified, went right to the middle of the resistance area that we had also identified and pulled back here. So a nice little opportunity there. Was not a huge trade, but at least gave you something. And again, we're still looking pretty good here. So as long as you get these types of volume sticks, I guess we could call them volume outliers. As long as you see this volume expanded, I think I like this more to the upside. Looks like we're about to test 328 here, 335 next on SNOA. There we go. Right through.
And then you've also got AMD that went ahead and gave me profits here as it did go ahead and test VWAP and it rejected. I'm going to go ahead and cancel out these trades because I don't know how well a second knock would go ahead and perform. But that's on me for trying to scale in. It didn't give me the whole share size. And again, the reason I got in at 64 short is simply because that's what the pre-market high was, or excuse me, after hours high was after they went ahead and reported. Now you've got Apple coming right back down as well. Still hasn't made low a day. And let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is kind of in this range. No surprise whatsoever. Can't seem to get above VWAP. So if you like the long and you believe in Chop City for us to maybe go ahead and test VWAP or the previous close, it's not a bad area to try and go long. Matter of fact, let's see if we can have a little bit of fun. At this point, I'm just in tilt mode, but...
Tilted.
Yes, I definitely am tilted. And I will be even more if I lose this crisp $20
SPY looks like
deals.
it's trying to go down here. Let's see if it can close below the 382.50s.
What's interesting is that we're trying to scalp SPY to the long side, but we also have short Apples. So either way, we're going to make money, but maybe we should just not be bipolar with our positions. But those lottos that we took are now up 20%. We got them at 211. Now they're trading for about 250.
Nice move here in drip. We're going to get maybe above the 1255 as we get towards the 1260s. Going to take majority of it off here and just leave a little runner.
Hey, buddy, come here. Shelly wants to say hi.
Hello.
He's going to the big stretch, claw up the carpet real fast. Okay, are you going to come up here and say hi? I guess he's just thinking about it. Shelly, I'm trying. Come here.
Put her out to cover majority of it here. Boom. Got it. Into the green. Let's go.
There we go, Shelly. Buddy came to say hi to you.
All right. Drip now through 1257. Hit 1257. We got that from 1234. Still got a little runner on here. Just going to let it try to run. If not, I'll cut it at like 1247. Just going to put a stop there. Let's see if it can run. If not, I'll cut it.
All right, all the lottos that I had on Apple for the 149 puts expiring this week, I am all out at 252. Now they're at 256, so you'll get a better price. But looks like my SPY is going to get cut here in a moment as well. But we still are holding on to our Januaries for now.
Para, interesting. Trying to come back to VWAP. If you're looking for a stock that's going against the market.
Johan asking a question here. Silly question. No questions are silly. We're going to try to raise the awareness of everybody. Silly question. Who performs buybacks behalf of companies like Apple? Apple is AAPL, by the way. And do they technically use them as part of trading? So when a company buys back its stock, the company is actually buying its stock back and then holding it. And the effect that this had is this lowers the amount of outstanding shares available for the public to trade. So the theory here is that it's making the stock more exclusive, right? They're removing tradable shares from the market because the company is buying them and holding them. And then obviously if the company buys their stock at, let's say, $100, they would want the price to go up to 150. So if they needed to do an offering or something of that nature, but it's basically the company buying them back. They don't trade them. It's more of a buy and hold.
CVS looking really good on the day, guys. If you're looking for a stock that's going against the market action into the green, CVS. Trying to look for you guys that are bulls out there, some plays, even though the market's breaking down. There's usually some plays that are going completely against the market. You guys can try to find these. And of course, if you guys see a stock, throw it up. Hendrix is here. Might have to set up a Hendrix cam.
I love when our chat throws stocks out. It gives us more stuff to look at.
Hell yeah. And I'm trying to do it for you guys also. You know, that's one thing that we definitely do here is try to help each other find the good plays that are moving. CVS, of course, they had earnings today. That's doing well. It's up about 3.57. And from the open, it's about 1.7. So just to give perspective there. Here's Drip now through 1260. My little runner trying to make me a little extra cash. Let's let it keep running. And one thing to note, though, on that oil, there's big oil numbers going to be released at 10:30. I'm going to be out of the trade by then. But just be careful because 10:30 comes really quickly.
I think it's funny because you tried to say hello there, but it was used improperly and you bailed on it midway through. That was
yeah, you saw that?
I saw that. That was funny.
I was like, yeah, let me just bail.
I love it.
Bail. CVS has a longer term 15-minute chart that looks interesting.
Don't really see much on the Twitter streets here today. Keep my eye open though.
JPM going to the highs, showing us that financials want to hang on here. So I'd be looking at something like a Bank of America. That's looking really interesting right now. It's already pushing there. You see how quickly these moves happen? You got to almost have like the charts able to your ability to go right into the trade. But I'll show you guys JPM. It's a little takeoff. And then right after that, you see Bank of America, nice little takeoff. So you can look to see the leader laggard style trade here. JPM, nice little push. Boom, right here in the middle. Then you see CVS, not CVS, Bank of America. Just take off. Boom. And it was already here at 36.20s when I started talking about it. Now it's towards 36.25. But I'll always look for those pullbacks to VWAP. I don't like to get in on the highs. But if it would have been close here, like let's say 36.16, I wouldn't have felt bad risking off the VWAP about 3 cents for the little push. And it's already a 10-cent gain for 3-cent risk. Not a bad little play there. Bank of America. Let's look to see if we find any other ones that are lagging here. Citigroup also gave a little push. That shows me more that it's a sector move and industry move than just one stock. You see how Citi went from the VWAP underneath 3 times the break, held the bottom, then got above the VWAP and held. That's the one thing that I always look for. That push above it, held the pullback here. Now starting to take off. Citigroup looking strong.
Goldman Sachs,
Financial
similar
services.
story there, Mitch.
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs, similar.
Yeah. So that just goes to show. That's why I like looking at sectors and industries, because this, you can tell it's more of an industry move than just, let's say, is this moving off of a catalyst? Well, if they're all moving together, that helps us. That helps us get some diversification also, where we don't have to put all our money in one name, right? We could essentially separate in the sector, in the industry, and give some diversification.
And real quick here, if one of you wouldn't mind going over Tesla. Olivia was asking about Tesla. I think we missed this a couple of minutes ago when she threw this out here, but we analyzed Lulu for her yesterday. Let's take a look at Tesla as well.
Tesla's all about right now, at least long-term story. I'm going to be really closely watching the semi deliveries that are supposed to happen, I think, in the first week or two in December for Pepsi. That's going to be a good catalyst if they're able to deliver and successfully have them working on the road, right? That would be a big driver. Just putting story out there for you. Now let's take a look at the chart. I'll go to the daily chart first here. We're going to go into a bigger time frame, bigger chart here for you guys so you can see it. You can see how we've been on this decline, right? We looked like we were finally getting for a big breakout, and that was right in this area. Then we rejected, came back all the way to the support. And so this support has been holding on here. It's really around the 207 level. I'm sorry for my horrible drawing skills, and I'll be smart so Ryan doesn't kill me here. Here you go. Here's the actual trend line here. So I know how to use it. Alt-T, also a good little hotkey for it. But you can see there, it's around 207, and we've been bouncing and bouncing off of that, right? And so I start looking at kind of like the rule of 3 coming into play to this also. So would that mean that I'd be starting to look into kind of the bounces up, down 1, up 1, down 2, up 2, down 3, up 3. So if we start seeing this act as true resistance, that's where we got to start being a little bit careful here, because it could actually act as true resistance, complete the pattern, and it start making its way back towards the downside break. A move back above, let's say towards 250, would get the worries away from breaking down this bearish pattern that you have on the daily right now. But you also need to see an actual close up there, not like you see here where you get a wick towards a high of 237, but it kind of closes right above, right towards this kind of body close here. Or it could have been the open. Yeah, it's the open here, 233.94, and that's acting as support right there. So now we're going to at resistance right there. So now we're going to see if it can reject towards the downside or break out above it. Now let's go into the intraday. That's going to be probably more what you're looking at. 15-minute has it bouncing off the support right here. Big wicks. Big wicks show me what? There's some buying pressure there, and there's some tricks to the downside right now. It looks like it's trying to pop here and hold. It hasn't really come back to the VWAP, so that's one thing that I would say is I'd be looking for some pullback here, and then we'll see if it can kind of really go. I think that's a pullback towards around 226.50. If I just had to give a level just off of my eyes here, and that's right around the VWAP on the 5. So I see why I see it on the 15 and the 5. I'd be a pullback here towards support, create another level of support, then take off through the 228s. We'll see what happens there on Tesla.
Nice job, Mitch. That was
I'll try to go quickly there too, because I'm seeing drip push. I'm trying to make some other trades too.
all right. Well, real quick, while you're setting up there, let's cover 2 of the trades that we actually had outlined here today. So first of all, Forza, we were talking about this 268. We did break it. We broke it on volume, and it immediately got yanked back down here to the bottom end of this range. Now, the fact that it's holding this range, definitely a good thing. We are below VWAP, so I'd like to see this build above VWAP and then maybe get another expansion of volume here to take us through the 268. I'm bringing this up to remind you that if you're in one of these day trades, if you're doing some of the scalping, do not be afraid to take your gains, because again, this pull happened fast and it was nasty. And if we take a look at the other trade the other ticker that we've been looking at here today, SNOA, just moments after did the exact same thing, right? Took out 328, went up towards 335, yanked all the way back, and now here we are sitting at VWAP. So remember this pattern. Don't get trapped in these sudden movements. Try to trade around these movements if possible.
My best trade today was that AMD short off of the 64 level. As you can see right there, took short at 63.81s. Then we went ahead and covered it there. Then we went short again after it tried to test VWAP, but couldn't quite get over it. And then we covered here again. Unfortunately, everything else I've kind of sucked at trading at. Apple, I was happy with my thought process, but one mistake I did make is I didn't see this previous close that high. But I haven't traded this one well. And so now I'm honestly trigger shy to trade anything on Apple. So besides the puts that we've been trading on the equity side, I'm definitely a little nervous because now I don't trust this 150 level to be resistance, because we poked above it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at least. And I just have trust issues on this one. But if this wants to close below VWAP, we can maybe go ahead and try to go short on it. But again, trust issues, not going to get back into that relationship. Speaking of which, you've got the SPY still kind of holding this downtrend for the
short
moment.
Meta.
And
go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So it's kind of rejecting VWAP there. So that's kind of continuing to the downside. And then let's go ahead and take a look at Meta since you just went short there.
Actually, already going to cover some right now.
All right. What were your fills?
Boom. I'll tell you right now. I got you. It was 93.58, and I just took off half there at 93.34. So not a bad little smackdown. It already smacked down, so I just took some profit into that smackdown because the SPY really hasn't washed out, but I saw Tesla pulling back there. Now I'll give Meta a chance to come down towards the 93.10s area, and then I'll take it all off right there. Be a nice little home run for us.
Speaking of not trusting levels, we talked about this $95 level. You can see from my arrows, we traded it short 3 times, made money all 3 times on it, and then it held at support when it moved up. I said at the beginning of the show that I didn't quite know how the 95 was going to react since it already had traded so many times around it. Clearly, I should have trusted the levels, especially if the previous close is right there as well, because it went straight to 95 and had a straight smackdown for 2 points on ticker META. And there's more downside on AMD continuing to come down. Now, I do expect it to possibly bounce around 61.50s, but I'm not looking to trade this until and unless we get to around the 60s is where I'd look for a bounce. But we may not even get there because of the FOMC later on. It might just be straight up consolidation till then. But let's see what we've got on anything else. Match.com. It's moving up slowly but surely. We'll see which way it goes, but so far the VWAP has rejected quite a few times on this one. You can see it once, twice perfectly right there, and then we'll see which way it wants to go. But for now, I'm curious if I should see this will go. All right, I'm a degenerate. Why not? I'll go ahead and just try some here. I swear they make it so easy to lose money.
Moving up my stop for drip. It's looking great here. It could get into the 80s, and I might just take the 80s. So I'm going to put in here 70, 60. We'll put 69 on the pullback. I don't think it's going to crack here. I think it's going to keep riding. Just moving up the stop just in case it comes back. I can take the profit. Got to keep eyes on Meta now.
I'll let you guys know if I make money or lose money on this one. Possibly looking like I'm going to lose money on that. But we'll see if he wants to come back and test VWAP. And you've got about a 60-cent risk if you're going to try to go short Meta here with about maybe a stop above 94. But of course, it depends on what your risk parameters are. And there is my stop that was hit way too quick. And that's a quick $70 that I just lost on Match.com.
There's a nice move on Meta. I'm going to take another half off into this move. Come on. It was right there. I was about to get through 93.25s, and I was going to take half off. Come on, get through it. There it is. Can I get it? Ooh, no fill. Pulled back right there. I'm canceling it for a second. Got it. Hendrix. Yo, he
Chop.
turned my whole monitor.
Yeah, Buddy does that too. He marks it, he rubs his face on it, and it turns the monitor.
It's like, I'm trying to sleep here, dude.
If Shop wants to come back to this 35.50 level, I'd be interested in going long. You can clearly see resistance at 36, right? So what you can do, let me back up. What I would do is I would wait for a pop above 36, then wait for a retest, and then I would go long on the retest itself, or you can try going long on the VWAP test of 35.50 because you see it's already held as support here. It may hold again, especially if you've got the VWAP support right there. So if you're going to play the breakout, wait for the retest. If you're going to wait for the dip, wait for 35.50s on this one.
SNOA trying to move back through the VWAP on SNOA.
With the SPY weak, I'm okay with staying short on Meta. So unless I see the SPY turn around strong, I'm going to ride these last little shares out. Break even on the rest, 58 on the rest. It did get a little bounce there, so just got to be careful. Definitely not going to let it get back above VWAP. I got to adjust my VWAPs here with the, I think it's the charts from TradingView, or the VWAP for mine on TC is a little bit different than it is for these charts.
I've discovered that some brokers and some charting softwares, the VWAP will be out by a little bit. But again, this is the key point there is remember that support and resistance are not fixed points. That's the same mechanism is at play when Zunaid marks a spot on the chart for support and then it gets within 1 cent of it. It still went to that support level, even though it didn't go to that exact penny. The support and resistance are going to be areas. It's
out the drip
to trade, no doubt, but
out the drip there, and I'm really close to getting out on Meta here. It's right on my limit, my break even, but I'm not going to let it get through 93.65. It just rejected to get through the VWAP, so I'm just looking to see if the SPY can reject here. Don't want to see the SPY through 383 because that would definitely get me out. Hands on the trigger. There's no reason to lose the gains that we already got here, so if I need to get out, I don't mind it. Rejecting there, 93.60s. Let's go. Now let's get that move back towards the 93.30s. We're going to be looking good. All right, hand off the trigger. Boom, looking good. SPY coming down. Let's go. Take that down. What you trading, Zunaid?
Just trying to see if I want to. Yeah, just trying to see if I want to go ahead and try some AMD from the bottom.
I got you. No worries. I'm just putting the chart up at least.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Here, I'll put the 5 there. SPY trying to break through that 32.40s. Meta coming down towards the 93.20s. That's looking good for me here. Come on, Meta, pay me. Ooh, that little bounce off the looks like the 15s there. Put an order out at 12 on the next down move.
through VWAP here.
SNOA. All right.
From this morning. Yep.
There you go.
Nice little curl back through VWAP here. So 318 would be the next spot to confirm this trade. Maybe we can move up to 328. Dan was in earlier saying that SNOA could not hold above 325. That's this level here. And he's right about it. Every time that it gets there, it gets yanked back down. So 325, we'll have to wait and see what the action is when we get up there, if we do. Like to see it build above VWAP here. That'd be great. Even a back test of that line.
So I'll be able to describe the VWAP fake out fade a little bit later today on Meta. I'm gonna have to use my other charting, but I'll do that a little later for you guys to show you guys that move. All right, here's that move that I wanted to look for. The 93.15s putting out 93.12s now. Come on, get me that little pop fill. Went to 93.13. Just pop down, fill me. Ooh, no fill there. Was off by 2 pennies. I might be getting a little greedy here. Sometimes I just jump off on the offer, just get out. Giving it a second here, see if it can cut. Really, the SPY bounce is what kind of hurt the little takedown there for Meta. It's bouncing. Come on. Yeah, the little crack. I cancel my order and put it out in a second. Okay. Canceling. It's not wanting to go through it. Sometimes everybody lines up orders right where everybody's seeing. Yep. And then the next thing you know, it's not getting through a level. So I will actually cancel like I just did. Now it's 93.13 on the bid. I'm just going to let it go there. Now I put it out. You can see 93.12 is rejected again. It tried to get through there. It was kind of funny. It went right to the penny on the bid. And I think everybody's looking at that level. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to go 93.14. And I'm willing to take 93.14 on the next little down move here. Order out there. 93.16. Come on, give me that nice little fill. All right, here's the spot lower. Oh, I was about to cancel, but I got it. I got it filled there. 93.14.
Sean saying Q's about to puke. Q's at the lows here. Looking for a break beneath here. I have a low print of 273.45. So Q's looking to move lower here. Take the next leg lower. Good shot.
I say that is a
boom shakalaka.
Good trade, buddy. Nice trade.
It never gets old for me, man.
Money.
It's a gas.
If y'all have kids watching, I highly suggest you turn the volume down.
Yeah,
because
always.
This is so frustrating, bro. I am so tired of my wicks and just being like a penny off here and there. So I went short. I almost said I went short Mitch. I went short match because you see this trend line. I lost money here to the long side, came back, tested it, and then I went short right here at 47.08 with a stop loss right above. And I'm looking for like a little more than a 1-to-1 trade. And here it is. My take profit is 46.08, and the wicks just go to, what is it? What is this low here? 46.10. So I missed it by 2 pennies. And I'm just like, bro, it is so frustrating. Like, because then you know what? It's frustrating because one, I'm already down on the day, right? Here, I'm down $300. But it's frustrating because then I'm like, oh snap. Do I just go ahead and cover here? It's bouncing up. Do I just cover it? Am I going to lose money on this, that, the other? It's just so frustrating. Now I am going to move my stop loss here though, because I'm not going to take not a big loss, but I'm not going to take the full loss on this one if it doesn't come down. But I'm hoping this 30-minute is going to reject and it'll come down and test. And the reason I picked, let's make education out of this rant. The reason I went ahead and picked this level is because if we go ahead and look left, you see that they had resistance here. So I expected it to hold as support, but it's like, bro, I even picked a few cents above it. Like, what more do you want from me? So anyway, I don't know if we have a graphic or a video for stream or for, rant of the day or not, but if we did,
a rant of the day asset would be good.
I agree.
Like that idea.
I agree. I'm sure I'd use that more than anybody. But look, now it's bouncing up. So instead of making $50, I'm probably going to lose $5. That's a $55 swing. Thank you.
So, Zunaid,
Becca, where are you?
I love how you're trying to blame Becca for that. Tell me again why indicators that go exactly to the penny are important given this.
Oh,
good question. They're not. That's the
I was about to say. Yeah, you tricked me. I was like,
sorry.
They're not. What?
Yeah, I like how your brain was like, is Ryan trying to trick question?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know how to save him from this one. I don't know. The answer is no. But yeah, that's why it's an area, not freak it, whatever, bro.
No.
Anyway, we'll see if we get stopped out or not.
Another thing is understanding the ordering and the market depth, right? If you guys can get a little bit more advanced on that, then I think that can help you there, Zunaid.
You're talking about the level 2, or is there something else?
Even further than the level 2. So you need full market depth knowledge so that you can see how the order and the demand is working there. I think that's what you're missing towards your tools that will give you a little bit advantage at that slight moment of execution. You'll notice that there's amount of shares that are building there and that you can be slightly ahead of them. This is why Ryan uses that little tool on Thinkorswim, the ladder, and because a lot of times if you can see a lot of volume,
like orders.
Let's say they're at 1250. Why not put your order at 1252?
Yeah,
you get what I mean. That's
and
what
I think
you need
the
to be
thing
looking
is,
there.
yeah. And if I was trading it, just that one stock, I would, right? Check out where the levels are, things like that. I think my thing is like I'm trading 7 different stocks. Like, let's see how many orders I've already placed today. You know what I mean? Like, here are all my orders that we've already placed today, and it's barely an hour into the market, if even that. So it's kind of like, hey, I'm just relying on my limits to just deal with it. But Becca,
Now you know why people have 7
one...
screens.
Yeah, but clearly having 4 isn't enough for me here.
But now you know why. Exactly that, Zunaid. Exactly that, because they're trying to have everything up with everything. What's
Becca,
the name of the
you
TOS
are
ladder tool?
hilarious.
I think it's just called the ladder tool. But what do they call it, Ryan, on Thinkorswim?
The active trader tab.
Active trader tab. There you go.
The amount the joking around here from our community is tops. Zunaid,
You got him blushing. Look at him. Look at him. He's red.
I've got a caramel
He's
skin
red
to it.
there.
I've got caramel skin to it.
got
Making
him.
me blush.
You clowns out there.
Oh my goodness. Y'all are
You guys got him good.
Y'all are great.
Stop it.
Stop
Get
it.
some help.
Get some help.
Oh,
my
Michael.
goodness.
Michael.
You know what? If this is the entertainment I get, I'll lose $300.
It's okay. Just dance a little bit for me, man.
That's okay. You don't want to see me dance. I can promise you that. Oh man, come on,
Mitch
Matt.
just trying. Mitch is literally taking a page out of Shelley's troll book and like, I'm gonna run this to a T here today.
You know it,
man.
Shelly. We'll do it well. All right, let's see what's going out there, guys. It's 10:23. Those oil numbers are going to be coming, and I'm looking at drip right now. I want to get it on the VWAP again, but I'm going to relax this time because of the numbers coming out. And this could actually change up the market. So just be watching, guys. It's going to be fun in the next 7 minutes. See what happens.
Jay, I agree with you here, right? It's probably a good thing the SPOOs aren't ripping into the Fed announcement. I would agree with that wholeheartedly because my suspicion is that after the announcement, the market may rally. And if we rally into that, then that pretty much lowers the chance of that happening. So yes, I'm on exactly on your page here. It is definitely, I would say it's definitely a good thing that SPOOs isn't ripping into the announcement.
Mark, hey, appreciate the shout out. Definitely.
Yep.
In level 2 understanding of the order books is so important and can give you a big advantage. I would say, especially if you're a true active trader and you care about the pennies or twos, then you're going to have to be really understanding about how order execution works. I know that even Dennis Dick did a whole webinar on order execution, and he talked about all the different types of orders that he uses to get an advantage, all the data that he pays to. And so this is why it's important sometimes to pay for data. I said it, guys. You have to actually pay for stuff to have an advantage over others. So I think it's an important thing, whether you're getting NASDAQ full market depth. You can do the ARCA book. I've used ARCA and NASDAQ. Those are the two that I've used, but definitely you want to have access to data if you can get it.
And Sean bringing up a good point here. Sean saying, I don't trust level 2. I prefer watching the tape. Sean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think what you mean by that is you like watching the time and sales, right? You like watching the transactions that have actually crossed the tape as opposed to the orders that are lining up in the order book. One of the things that I would say is I try to use both, frankly. It's another data point. I try to factor that into my decision.
It's
yep, Sean confirms that's what he's doing. Great.
It's like seeing the actual orders go through, right? That's what you want to see. And also you want to be seeing how they're being filled, right? One thing on the time and sales that you're going to be able to see and distinguish is between, is it algorithmic volume that's trading a bunch in this stock? Are you seeing those 100 shares just keep flowing through? That's the algorithmic volume, right? Or are you seeing big shares, big lots, 6,000, 10,000, 15,000, 30,000 shares traded? That's going to show you a little bit more that traders are trading this than the computers. The computers don't buy by 60,000.
And someone, this is absolutely a possibility here. A dip at 2 p.m. following the announcement, followed by a rally at 2:30 p.m. when Powell starts his speech or when he speaks. Later, with each new question asked, about 5 minutes each time, it waves up. So that's basically what you're saying is you think the initial move from the announcement might be down, and then as Powell starts to talk, you're going to have multiple legs up that you should be able to trade. I wouldn't be shocked if that's exactly what we got here.
I think you're going to get an initial move up, followed by the takedown in the conference. But I mean, this is kind of like just being literally like, this is like going, this is like going to the fortune teller though. This doesn't have any value. I'll tell you that, because, you know, up, down. It's just like, kind of like, I mean, then we're like kind of calling the sun, right? Like calling the way that the moon is going to line up and everything. I would say, you know, we leave all that kind of wishing. But one thing that we need to look for is, right, what are the words that are important to listen to? I think that's an important thing that can give you edge. That's what the algos are looking for. They're looking for specific word choice, right? And I think it's an important thing there to look. And today, what do we hear about? Is there weakening, or is the economy still strong? Labor markets, are they still strong? Do they still expect to see unemployment rise? Those kind of questions are going to give you 10 times more of an advantage when you're getting in that conference. That's what I like to focus on, those focus words. Those are going to give you that reaction and definitely give you the lift or the takedown.
And so real quick here, KB asking, can someone take a look at RYAM, R-Y-A-M? That's, of course, Ryanair Advanced Materials. Ryanair, and I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, I'm sorry. Ryanair Advanced Materials shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. So we are getting a pop here. Nice little move. Seems fairly orderly. Volume isn't crazy, although it is elevated here. And as far as actual levels, we're trading up into this resistance area. So what I would love to see here for another move higher would be a break of this $7 level. And to be honest with you, KB, I think that it would probably want to trade into this area and then kind of trade sideways for a little bit and, you know, kind of build up some of that pressure before we end up popping here. This is just what I'm seeing here from a technical level. We pretty much went right down to this former support that's now acting as resistance. So we're going to need to clear that out and move to 7 to clear out all of these people in this area. So that's where we're at here. I'm not sure that I expect this to really take another leg higher today. Of course, anything's possible. A lot of it's going to be dependent on volume. But what I would really like to see here is maybe some sideways trading or a slow curl up towards that $7 level we just identified.
Roadblocks in a nice symmetrical triangle today. Could get broken here. Going to keep an eye on it to see which way does it break. It's a nice symmetrical triangle. We'll see if it breaks onto the upside or the downside. You guys can definitely see it in a 3-minute. I got to adjust my chart and add a 3-minute. I have like 5 here, but 5 will give us the same outlook here. You can see it kind of uptrending, downtrend. It's really tight here. It tried to do the breakout at 44.75. That's the rejection of the fourth move. Now I'd be actually looking for it to break through the 44.50 on the downside, then start breaking through the VWAP. We'll see what happens there on Roblox.
Becca, you and I,
Sean, you were front running that. You were shouting that. Sorry, Zunaid, didn't mean to run you over there.
You're fine. I was just gonna say, Becca, you and I are in a true relationship of just bipolarness here, because this is, I mean, look at this, right? I'll go ahead and put up the 1 minute. You saw me almost go ahead and take profits, right? But I missed it by a penny. Then almost went ahead and stopped us out. We almost broke up. We're like, nope, we're gonna try to work this out. And then again, I miss it by a penny. Like, is this real life right now? Like at this point, I could have look in a, you know, if we weren't actually live right now, I would go ahead and just take profits and take my $40, right? But like this is just hilarious. This is just comedy at this point.
Crude numbers coming in, guys. Sorry. Crude numbers coming in here. So the oil stocks are going to be moving on this. So crude oil inventories draw of 3.1 million versus the build of 367,000 expected. That's a pretty big build up there. So taking a look at some other oil news, there's going to be a lot coming in here. You guys can be keeping up with this, of course, using the calendar. You just go to the economics calendar and you guys can find all this news and know what's coming, right? That's the important thing. A bunch of numbers coming out now. I'm finding it on our news tab here as it's coming in. You can see USO crushing crude oil inventories build of 1.267 million versus the build of 667,000 prior. Let's take a look how these are affecting the actual oil stocks. Let's go to XOM.
While you're pulling that up, Mitch, another pro tip here: turn on your squawk tool, because Charlie shouts these numbers a lot of the times faster than they're going to appear in the news feed. So
yeah, Some people like the Squawk tool. Some people find it valuable. You know, Squawk is going to be able to walk you through it. I personally don't like Squawk just because I'm always looking for these numbers anyways, but that's just to each his own, right?
But you know what, the Squawk might help, Mitch, especially for newer traders that aren't in the same routine that you have of looking for these numbers. It might start to help build that routine. And
Definitely.
Once you get into that routine, then you're already doing the right thing, right? Because you're looking for the data that's causing these stocks to move. That's a best practice, frankly.
I agree. And I definitely agree that Charlie is one of the quickest to get to the numbers too. He's sometimes quicker than you'll see sometimes quicker than even the number coming out. You'll be like, how did Charlie get that? Well, I definitely agree that if you're a new trader or you like to have that noise in the background, right? One thing is I have you guys also. And so it'd be kind of like 3 or 4 people speaking in my ear. But if it's just one person, it doesn't sound too bad, especially when they're giving you the numbers. Sabrina saying VLO, Sydney, you guys have been taking a look at that one. Of course, that one's with diesel. How's that getting affected with this? Was having a good day yesterday, pulling back today. They're in kind of these bear flags right now. I'm looking to see if XOM is going to get out of the bear flag. I'll draw it up here for us here on the 5 minutes. A down one, up one move, down 2, up 2 move, down 3. We could get that up 3 and then we could either break out of it or we could just go right there and then just reject towards the downside. So that's why I'm just waiting to see what area are we going to break out on XOM here. It's just battling right now. Let's see if it can actually pick a direction. Roadblocks rejecting the breakout to the upside. I can show you guys that on the right-hand side here. I'm keeping a close eye here to see if it's starting to break down because it doesn't look like a bad chart if it breaks down to get into it. So you can see here how this is kind of that symmetrical triangle look. You want to either look to see if you get up in this area or you're going to start breaking down towards the downside. This is just a symmetrical pattern. It is towards the upside at least because this is the flag pattern, right? Now you're just going to see, are you going towards the up or the down? That's why it's sometimes good to just be flexible. Just say, I'm going to go where the chart tells me, not versus where I expect stocks to go. Similar pattern in VLO. You're getting a kind of bear flag there. I'll go to the 1 minute to show you a little bit more of it. Actually, this one looks a little bit more like an inverse head and shoulders in the 1 minute. Let's go towards the 15 to help us out a little bit, decipher more what we're seeing. So what I'm seeing here on the 15 is a reversal pattern here from around the 125.65 level. Let's go to the 5 minute and see if we're going to break through that level or we're going to just start reversing to the upside. Another thing would be to go to the deeper time frame, see if you're seeing support there, and you are seeing support in the 1 hour action. Let's go to the 4 hour, kind of clean it up for us. And you can see here, nice support around here that we just went through and now starting to recover. So 126 has been a good support on hourly levels to watch. Now you're starting to reverse from 126. XLM starting to go to the upside. We could see reversal in oil today.
Ryan, what should I do here, Ryan?
What are your choices?
Honestly, I have not moved away from this ticker because now it's just entertaining for me. It's like, do I take my profits or do I wait?
I would say trust in Becca and wait for your level.
All right. Well,
that's what I would say. How are we going to go against our community? Trust in Becca. She called that. She said you're going to have to be patient with her. The stock's
2 pennies
all over the place. Let's wait for it. Let's
wait
for it to materialize, and we'll see.
Becca,
what did I just say? Trust in Becca. Come on,
I've never been more happy to lose money overall on a day.
Let's go.
Way to go. Way to go. All right. On a serious note, now let's go ahead and see. So this
long
50
trip again.
I'll turn it to you in a second here, but we saw the 46, right? So you see, this is a level. This is why I wanted to go and take my profits here, because ideally I'd love to go for the 45 or even the previous close, but I saw this support here, which is why I had to take profits. Now let's see if this actually truly holds as support, and then we can come back and maybe test the 46.50s or maybe even the 47. So let's see if we go ahead and get that support. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it. Way too volatile of a relationship for me to get back in this trade today. I need to breathe a little bit, but you said you have drip, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it to your
drip.
Damn, you got a crayon drawing.
drip. I'm crayon drawing, bro.
Zunaid.
Like, bro, use a ruler.
Bro.
Oh gosh.
I was definitely not that kid that stayed inside the lines. You know that one. Come on, bro.
Buzz says my wife's name is Becca. Can't go wrong listening to Becca. Is she over your shoulder right now? Is that what's happening, pal?
Hell.
Tell us the truth, right?
WWBD. What would Becca do?
So
Bear down, Jacob.
I'm taking the VWAP bounce off of the 5 minute on drip. I got the 1253 there, but not a big order. Remember, we made money on drip already. So I'm going for it more off of seeing what happens on XOM. I don't want to miss it if it does the breakdown on the pattern by the time it's already up there towards 1270. So I'm taking my shot here, and I can cut it really quickly at the VWAP, lose maybe 6 cents, but then really try to get the next move in oil, which I think it's to the downside right now. That's why I'm going on drip. But of course, I'm leaning into it. I'm almost front running it right now. Let's see what happens.
And real quick, while we're waiting for that trade to materialize, Sydney has called down the thunder. It's 8-ball time. Here we go. Let's go full screen for this 8-ball. The question is, now that the match trade is done, will Zunaid be Becca's Indian prince? Will Zunaid be Becca's Indian prince? Let's see what the 8-ball says for us, folks.
What's it say? What's it say?
I
We
have
can't
to get
see
it
it.
visible here first. Come on, 8-ball. You
gotta shake it a little
See?
bit.
No one knows. This is more entertaining than The Bachelorette, The Bachelor, and what is he? The Netflix show,
Oh,
Love at First
oh
Sight or
God.
something.
It
What
says
is it?
ask again later.
Oh, it said,
No
I
one
don't
knows.
know.
It says ask again later. Jury's still out on the Indian prince. Sorry. Was hoping to get some clarity there, but
This is why women can't be trusted.
oh man. Sometimes having fun in the
Sleazy.
morning is the way.
Sleazy. Oh man. All right, let me go ahead and take a look at other stocks like normal people, as Shirley put it. Or excuse me, Shelly put it. Now she's gonna come at me. Now she's gonna come at me. I'm just gonna leave. I'm out. I'm just gonna leave. How do I get this thing back on? There we go. Apple, it's gonna possibly test this VWAP here at the 149.50 level. This trend line is no longer valid, so I'm gonna go to remove that one. Did AMD go? Ooh, AMD actually broke low day. My theory was that it was gonna bounce from low a day and kind of get a little bit of a 50-cent move, but I was wrong. Glad I didn't take that trade because I was too focused on match. But now let's see what happens here. If you want to go short 62.50, could be an area.
Looking good right now in drip, and for oil to come down, we'll see what happens here.
UBX has like no volume right now. Yeah, this is just ugly. We wanted to go long 250s, but 255 is where it bounced. I went in and canceled the trade there. I'm not looking to go long over there at all. I wanted to go longer on the 280s on Netflix, but that went ahead and bounced $1 above. So this is not worthy. You've got a request, Mitch. Thoughts on HUDI?
All right. Just trying to see 1 second to hear what happened to Roblox. If you were gonna get that nice push, but you guys can keep an eye on it. Let me know.
Breaking out of that. You're breaking out of that trend area that you have.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to keep an eye on it right now. It's like a trade that I'm keeping a close eye, but we'll see if we get that push towards the 70s or not. Just keep a close eye there. Interesting stock there for sure. Drip, we're looking for that nice push that's on the left chart, but let's go towards your chart. HUDI here being mentioned, and this one looks like a very thin stock. I don't even know if I have volume in it. Maybe I just kind of deleted my volume on this right chart. But yeah, I just have it.
There is some volume today, Mitch, but it's pretty low.
Yeah,
and on average,
a little low.
On average, this stock trades 62,000 shares just about per day. So this is
not a stock for me, my friend. Not a stock for me. I am listening. I'd look for a minimum of 1 million shares traded.
Yep, me too.
At minimum. Like that's like a just the first cutoff. This would get cut off. So I'm not going to give opinions in this because this is going to be too much of a stock that could be manipulated. And so in my eyes, I stay away from those. VLO, going to look for that oil trade to start working out here. And so that would be a push back here to the downside on VLO, downside on oil. Let's see what happens here on drip. I'm already towards the 1260. I could take profit here, but there's really not much. It's 4 that moved towards the 1275. We'll see if we get that. XOM is still hanging in there right now. See what happens here. How's the SPY? I haven't even looked at the SPY in a little while because I'm just focused on oil trades right now. But it looks like the SPY hasn't done anything. Just on a slow leak down. And it's been like that since yesterday. It's going to be fun to see the fireworks today.
Yeah, for sure.
LOL, Voodoo. LOL.
What do you say? What do you say?
At
Talking
my
shit?
age, the only requirement is they got to be breathing. LOL.
Wow, is very nice.
On that note, I've got an interview to get ready for, so I'm going to get out of there.
It's funny how that happens, huh?
Yep. We do have an interview coming up. The ticker BUZI at 11:05. We had a great interview yesterday. I was very happy with the conversation that we had. So stick around for that. We'll see. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. But one last thing for me here is that Match.com, and in all seriousness, all jokes aside, the support did end up coming in, right? We talked about it possibly getting a 50-cent bounce, and it did right off of the 56th level. So you saw that 60-cent bounce, actually, because of that 30-minute opening range breakout. It went ahead and tested it, and now it's coming down. If it goes ahead and breaks this 46, the thing with Match is the fact that it's a little spready, right? So you can't exactly get the best fills, and you can't have a tighter stop loss like you can with, say, an Apple or a Shopify or an Uber or something like that. So you have to be careful with it. Make sure you take the proper sizing if you're going to go short here, because my first target, if you're going to go short 46 break, would be 45, and then the 44, because it could go ahead and test the previous close of 43.90. But as you guys have learned from mistakes, please go ahead and have your stops a little bit, or your profit taking a little bit higher than that, because support and resistance is an area and not an exact number of a science, if you will. SONN, if I didn't have an interview coming up, I'd be tempted to go long on this one, just to see if we can get a $2 bounce. But even the volume's just kind of drying up here. There's not a lot going on SONN. It already bounced a few times at 203s, it looks like. So the $2 is kind of like, it could be cool. But we'll see what happens on that one. And then lastly, Netflix, it was in this range. I wanted to go short here, but honestly, this is where, psychology comes in, because I'm already down on the day, right? It's kind of like, oh man, I'm more hesitant to get into trades, even though if I was just starting the day, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to go ahead and do this and this. Because to me, it's all about risk management. It's also like my limit is to lose about $500 to $1,000 a day, right? For me, though, I know the FOMC is coming up, and that's where I really want to go ahead and play. So I'm kind of like taking it easy, just kind of relaxing. And then when we get because I don't want to get chopped up and screwed, right? You guys saw me get chopped up here in Apple so many times today. This is where probably majority of my losses have come from, half of them, if not more. So I want to kind of save some profits or save some money to go ahead and gamble with later on. Obviously, I don't mean gamble, but you get the point, It's like, why bet on the 7th game of the season when you can go ahead and play the Super Bowl? You know what I mean, Ryan?
Kind of. I mean, I think so. I bet on all the games, though, but that's degen activity. Now, to get back to your interview here, Zunaid, with Vuzi, couple of things. This is Vuzi is an augmented reality, like a virtual reality company. They make wearables, right? So I'm assuming you're going to have several questions about the metaverse, what they see, time frames, things of that nature. I'm sure you probably don't need me to tell you those questions. You're going to ask those anyway.
Tell me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What is the outlook on the metaverse? What kind of things what's the value effectively for it? What do they see as the value? And then the other thing that I would ask them is, didn't we get a PR recently from them about
in September they had something.
There was another one, though. There was one that had to do, here. Vuzix smart glasses selected to support Nissan's seamless situational awareness solution for the Department of Defense and first responders. So along those lines, see what
date is that?
I'm sorry?
What date is that headline?
That happened, that PR was from October 6th of this year, Thursday, Oct. 6, 2022. So the question that I would have is, what do they see for future potential government contracts. We've seen government contracts be large, long-lasting, and can often move stocks. So I would be curious to know is if they're going to try to get any more government contracts, and then how fruitful they think those contracts might be. Some of that they might not be able to talk about because it's defense related,
Right.
the whole national security thing and all that. But I'd like to just kind of get an idea if any of those contracts are down the road. That to me would be a bullish thing. So
yeah,
you can add that.
Definitely. Well, and I agree with the metaverse. Mitch has brought up a great point multiple times on the show where it's like, one, I personally, me as an individual, don't believe in the metaverse. Two, Mitch brought up a great point in the fact that it's not exactly inexpensive to get into the metaverse, right? So if people have to buy this and they have to buy that, does it get easy for the common American to kind of consume in the technology and to have those experiences? Or is it just kind of like, when the new fancy things first come out, it takes a while for it to become more affordable for the average person, if you will?
That's a good point, and that might be another question, right? What does he see in terms of his hardware? I shouldn't say their hardware,
right?
The price coming down. What do they see as that point of critical mass where so many people are going to be willing or driven to buying some of this new hardware? I, for one, I love technology. I cannot imagine wearing goggles for an extended period of time that are showing me a fake universe. So I mean, I might be the boomer here. I might be the one that doesn't quite get it, but those are all pretty good questions to ask. Yeah. And then, of course, the most important question is there dating in the metaverse? Becca wants to know.
Ryan's lined up.
I'm lined up.
I signed you up, my friend.
Oh, here we go. I love, that's my favorite, when you sign up your friends for dating websites and all of a sudden,
I can't believe I just got dumped on the show. Like this is just bad. This is bad. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and drink away my sorrows in the form of water, so that I can chug in this.
So I'll hear you yelling in the background.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and. By the way, there's a crack of 46 on match. I'm out. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Take care, Zunaid. Good luck on your interview.
Appreciate it.
I feel good. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I knew that I would.
Dave, you can help us out, though. Definitely not Dave. I just called you Dave. Your name's definitely not Dave. So obviously your name's Dave.
I guess you're a Dave now, bro.
I admit I'm an avid VR user. Tell me about some of the applications that you use VR and why you really like that over, I don't know, more traditional forms of entertainment. Maybe you're not using it for entertainment. Maybe you're using it for something else. Draw me the map here on what you use this for and why you really like it.
All right. Well, man, I had some other questions too. One thing is also do they make hardware or do they make software? Right. I mean, you're probably going to see.
It's hardware.
It's hardware. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And so
it's like here. Let me get you maybe it is software. Vuzix Corp is a supplier of smart glasses and augmented reality technologies and products for the consumer and enterprise markets. The company's products includes personal display and wearable computing devices that offer users a portable viewing experience, provide solutions for mobility, wearable displays, and augmented reality.
All right. So does it have eye tracking? What kind of chips do they use? What's the thing behind the thing? Right? Yeah. Always got to ask that question, especially for our company. We love that saying that came from, of course, Jason Raznick. Some people call that the underlining asset or the picks and shovels, But let's take a look here. I'm keeping a close eye on this oil trade. It's looking like we're starting to get a reversal to the upside out of the bear flag. And I can see Valero trying to get through the VWAP here. Now, I do have a stop out already set there for me at 1240 on drip. I could get out just here, but what I'm trying to do is just have a play in a direction, get out on a small risk, and then look for the re-entry for the actual move towards the later part of the day. So we'll see what happens here. Valero, XOM, drip. But let's take a look also at the overall market. Overall market seems like it is rejected from the VWAP. It tried to go back up there, couldn't even get towards the VWAP, and just already back down. Just a weakness today. can't turn around. If there's two sectors into the green from the open, that's utilities and communication services. Communication services, you're looking at stocks like T-Mobile, Verizon and AT&T are getting some lift right now. If you're looking at those, why would those be getting lift? Probably income plays. But there you guys see ExxonMobil trying to make its move up. I'm going to see if it actually closes towards really 110.70s, and that could really start getting the pattern to break through. Right now, I'm still in drip, but looking like we're going to get stopped out. But it's all going to be determined on what happens here in oil. And not Netflix oil. Sorry about that, guys. All right, catching up with the chat. What are you guys talking about there? Looks like XLU turning green. Yeah, XLU, utilities. There you go, Daroma. So you could see those plays. But, of course, I think that would be kind of more renting those types of plays. Imagine all your charts floating in front of you, trading without screens, AR. Yeah, the big thing is like we talked about, it's going to be AR, VR adoption. How long does that take? That's what it's all about. If it's going to be that it's going to be in, let's say, 2024, all right, the metaverse is looking great. But if it's going to take all the way until 2028 or 2030 for us to really, truly adopt VR and AR, well, it's going to take a little while then. AT&T trying to make a new high there, 1846, continuing that push. So it looks like those stocks are continuing the strength there. And what's the weakest stocks? Technology and basic materials, followed by energy.
And real quick, I'm going to head out here, but I want to give you a preview of what I'm looking at for the rest of the day. First of all, with SNOA, we did make one trade on this, but looking for a second trade here. See how many times it's butting up against this 328, 330 level? In fact, I'm actually going to move this to 330 just for my own mental sake. This 330 is clearly a spot here. So as long as SNOA can hold up here, a move through 330, the more we test this 330 line to the upside, the more likely it is to break later on in the day. It's not a guarantee, of course, but we'll be watching that. More importantly than SNOA, we're going to be watching how the market reacts to the Fed decision here at 2, and then as well as the Powell's press conference at 2:30. So those are going to be the things that I'm watching for the rest of this hump day. We will see you tomorrow. Mitch, have a great day. We'll be right back at this again.
All right, I'm going to keep going here. Sorry, guys, just taking a look at some other talk out there. Need to do something right quick, and I'll be right with you guys. Just looking at this oil, still in the drip, and I'm still looking at that oil. And so what happened is we got a bunch of inventory news. I did see in the chat someone wanted to talk about what news hit tape. Well, it was that. It was some oil news. So stick around, team. We still got a lot more going on today. Hendricks, come on. All right, trying to set up here. Hendricks is definitely in the way. You guys can see him down here. He's just sticking his little head, wants to get into the keyboard. You guys see his little head right there? Hey, look at those little ears go down. All right, let's get into the stocks and see what kind of moves we got out there. Of course, we've been having some good trading today. I've had one red trade, Lucid, good trade in Drip, really nice trade there in Meta also. And so we've had a great day. Willing to take another trade too. I'm still in this Drip, looking to see what's going to go on in oil. It's trying to get out of the kind of the bear flag, but really can't break through it yet. I've been looking for a close towards 110.70s there on XOM. Haven't seen a close there on the 5-minute towards that 110.70s. So just hanging in there right now. We'll see what else goes on. Hendricks, come on, man. He's hitting all type of keys. Just got to get him out of here. There we go. Spin him around. All right, let's go ahead. Looks like someone's asking a question here. Hey, Mitch, I learned one thing. If dollar is ripping, oil will tank. Is it true? Not necessarily. And that's just like if you're looking at maybe like WTI. Yeah, I know, Zen. If you're looking at WTI, like let's say the oil futures, sometimes we see oil futures coming down, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the oil stocks have to come down. Remember, these stocks move a lot based on the asset price of the commodity, like oil. And I just got stopped out there in drip. So it looks like oil is going to try to make that up move here. We'll see what happens. I could try to make a bet on upside oil. That would be grabbing Gush now to play towards the upside. But since I'm just speaking to you guys and by myself, I don't want to see you guys. I don't want myself just staring at the screen trying to trade. So I'm here for you guys. I'll take a look at some stocks in a little bit. Vuzi will be coming on at 11:05 and Cal. So stick around. That's going to be around at 11:05. We should be getting into the interview. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at some other stocks. If you guys got some, you can definitely let me know. If not, I'm going to try to take a look at what is strong today and what isn't. AT&T, really nice push there, continuing now. I'll show you guys that push. I was talking about it earlier, but look at that nice little push up there. I'm sure Verizon getting a little bit of a lift. And of course, we'll start putting the overall market here on the right-hand side to keep a close eye as you're starting to get a reversal in the markets. Let's see what happens on the big boys like Apple. Will that kind of get back into the green? That could really start showing you a little bit of a rally here. And you guys can see Apple came right back down there towards support, has popped before, trying to get back above today. We'll see what happens there on Apple. Looks like we're right about the VWAP right now. And so look to see if you get above that 149.50. You could get a little bit of a push there in Apple towards the 150 mark. I could see that being a trade. Let's keep looking. Let's look at Microsoft. How's that? The big boys, right? It's so important to see these kind of turn around. They've been really bearish. Will some of these turn around is an important thing to look for. Other stocks that are important that were strong earlier in the day, they got weak. AMD, right? AMD got weak after that last big push, came down to a new low, could push right back up. So keep your eyes on stocks like this. If this stays weak, though, of course, you'll probably continue seeing the semiconductors be weak and will probably come right back down. That's why I'm keeping a close eye on stocks like these. All right, let's keep going. I see you guys in the chat bringing up some stocks. Crypto dude, hysterical. What are you guys talking about in the chat? I know you guys. When will Vuzi's interview begin? At 11:05. 11:05. Stick around. We're almost there. Actually, I'm going to actually just put a banner because you guys keep asking for it. So I got you guys. All right, there you go. You guys here. Boom, there you go. Just scrolling at the bottom there for you. So you guys know exactly when it's coming. Looks like Microsoft trying to head right back down there. Let's see if the oils heads right back down. Been just seeing weakness. And it's just because I think the FOMC meeting, but definitely some weakness in the markets. Look at the SPY right back down there. Would expect to see Apple reject off the VWAP here and come right back down. Definitely looks like we're just not getting the strength that we're expecting today. Meta still looking weak, looking like it's about to crack another leg down here. Show you guys that chart here. Meta here, you guys can take a look here as it's down towards the lows. We were looking for that move before towards 93.10s. It eventually got there. Just took a little while and it never made its way back towards the VWAP. We'll see if this can keep breaking down, and that's Meta Platforms. NRGD, I got you, son. Sorry that I didn't catch it a little earlier. I know you put it up. Let me take a look there. NRGD. All right, let me take a look there. Oh, I put B. NR. There you go. Micro sectors, US big oil index. 3 times leveraged. All right. Is this leverage to the upside or leverage? Oh, inverse. All right. So we're kind of bearish oil here. Micro sector oil. Let me look it up actually on my other charting service here. Just want to see what's in this. So a lot of times I like to look at what's in the stock, right? What's in this. So NRGD, big oil index, coming back down right now. One thing is important is are you going to see kind of a VWAP rejection here from XOM? That'd be coming up towards that 111 and then a move back down. That's what you want to see if you're kind of bullish on the NRGD. It's definitely starting to break the pattern that it had. It's going towards the next layer, could even come back all the way towards around 30.60, then try to find some support. Really needed to kind of see a change in oil unless you're looking for this to actually break down. That's where it looks like it's heading right now. A lot of that because oil is starting to come back up. Inventory news came out in between this mess, and then we finally broke through. And remember what I was saying earlier, was to me, it was at 70. Once we got into here, we broke out of this kind of range. And I was like, okay, now we're looking like we're trying to make an upside move out of the pattern. See what happens there. NRGD. I have the VWAP on my other charting service at like 3070. And this VWAP is at 3071. So not bad. In that area, we'll see if we get a bounce there and a rejection on XOM from the 111 area. We'll see what happens. All right, let's keep going. What other ones are being talked about? Had average at 2881 sold, but re-entry is my thought. Thank you. Hey, not a bad little trade there. The big thing for me there would be if you see kind of XOM pull back to the downside and really kind of holds resistance here, and you're seeing other kind of oil plays also kind of do a very similar kind of trend. Another thing to be would be a peak at WTI. You want to see definitely oil coming down with the inventory news and coming down significantly. And you can see Oxy's deep into the red still. Hasn't really turned around on Oxy. So XOM kind of leading this little push back. VLO was another one that I was looking at, which was Valero, to see if it was going to pop off of the VWAP. That's around the 127. Did get a little bounce, but not a big run. Will it kind of come right back down? That would be what your outlook would be on NRGD. We'll see what happens today. Tesla being brought up in the chat. Not a bad one to think about. Let's take a look at the Tesla. The Tesla, we talked about it earlier in the day. It was looking like it just wanted to come back here. It was a little pop back towards the kind of opening price. Held resistance, now coming right back down there to 224. It's just going with the overall market, I feel like. And I feel like this was definitely a resistance that it was going to try to get through. Talked about how 2040 is the area you want to see when you really start closing towards 2050. That's a bullish break. But right now, it looks like it's trying to come back down below the 220s on the day. We'll see if it makes its way towards the 220s today. Of course, there's support underneath it towards that level. We'll see if it gets there. First level to look for is 222.50s. All right, that's ExxonMobil is still kind of fighting towards that 111. Can't really hold there. Taking a look at some other stocks out there. Then Meta get that break. Meta's bouncing a little bit. SPY bouncing a little bit. It's right off of the VWAP right there. So it's trying to battle its way back. Has already come down here, so we could start seeing a reversal. We see that reversal around 10:30 today. So let's see if it actually starts holding and starts making its way. What you want to see, I would look for on the 5-minute. Do we start actually closing above the 383s? Looks like there's a couple of wicks there to take a look at on the SPY 5-minute. You can see it here, these wicks. We want to actually close above that 383. They got a body at 383.04, so we'll call it 383.10s. A close above 383.10s, we could start seeing that uptrend. If not, it's looking like it wants to come right back down. We'll see what happens here in the overall market. And of course, like always, traders, is what we're here to do for you guys is be support, right? That's what we're here. Build a community of traders that are all trying to get better and build on their skills. EQT says easy. EQT has been a good one. I got caught in it earlier this week, but it's been a good trade. Let's take a look here at it. He is getting a little bit of a bounce there. Oil did catch a bounce, so we'll see if that is able to hold on the day. All right, basic materials still leading on the downside, and technology still down big today. And so you are getting a little bit of a bounce here in these sectors. Technology is still weak. Let's see how AMD is doing, because that was a reversal there. AMD was looking good for a little while there, and then all of a sudden, quick reversal.
Yeah,
and
we've got our guests ready to go as well.
Yeah, sounds good, my friend. I got you in here. I'll go ahead and I'll wrap up. So I'm going to get you out of here, guys, and let you guys get started on your interview. Like always, we're going to keep building on live trading. Up next, you guys get an interview, of course, with Zunaid. So I'll go ahead and get to the background.
Well, I didn't kick him, I promise. I think he did it himself. But anyway, you guys know I love having these conversations straight from the executive, the CEOs, just to kind of see what is going on with their company. We had a great interview yesterday, and we've got another good one today as well. So let me go ahead and introduce Paul. Paul, how's it going?
Going great, man. No complaints. Thanks for having me on board too.
Absolutely. And of course, Paul is the CEO of Vuzix. I'm hearing a little bit of background noise. I don't know if that's from me or from you, but we can see if we'll get that taken care of. Are you hearing background noise? Or is that just me?
I'm not actually.
Well, you know, sometimes I just have extra people talking to me, I guess. That might be a me problem. But no, CEO Paul, appreciate you hopping on. Of course, the ticker is VUZI. Make sure you guys go ahead and check him out. But Paul, my favorite question to start things off, explain it to me like I'm 5. What is it that your company does?
We make a product called smart glasses. These are augmented reality glasses that are used in enterprise, from warehouse picking to operations in operating theaters to picking and packing, all over the place they're used these days. And in fact, it's a growing sector. It's all part of this augmented reality kind of discussion that's going on the West Coast all over the place. I mean, it's the future of computing, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. And it definitely seems that way. You know, we had this question earlier, and I wanted to kind of have the answer straight from you. You guys clearly make hardware, right? I see the cool glasses behind you. Do you guys also deal with software, or do you use someone else's software? Or how does that kind of work?
Yeah, we have like 100 ISVs that work on our platform. You know, these are computers, right? So when you put software on them, they do things. So we have companies like TeamViewer, made up of Upskill and UEMax. We work with Microsoft Teams. We work with Zoom. In fact, I could join this call with some software that we wrote that allows a Zoom connection through our glasses. So I could be walking around our facility here with these guys on right here, and I could be giving you a walking tour of the facility, or we could be working on a piece of equipment, fixing it together. That said, we also have our own software group, and we just acquired a company called Movient that's focused on warehouse picking around the SAP application, which is one of the larger ERP, MRP systems that are out there today. And it allows not just our glasses, but handheld scanners and those kinds of things to pick in an offline sense and in a more efficient way in some aspects.
Yeah, that's I'm glad we got a chance to hear that straight from you. Now, I want to kind of dive into it. I'm actually going to have a variety of different questions, but I want to dive into the Blade 2 if we can, right? You guys went ahead and announced in August that in September you'd be selling the Blade 2 for about $12.99. Are you able to give us any insight at all on how those sales have been going? And if not, which I understand, when can we get information on how well the Blade 2 is performing?
Well, we report next week on the 9th, I think. So anybody that wants to listen in, it's Vuzix. We send out our standard conference call, press release about a week ago. So you can look that up on Vuzix.com and our investor portion of our website. I will say that it's off to a pretty good start. I mean, this is our 3rd generation of this particular product. And as such, it's gone through a lot of improvements over time. The 2nd generation of this, the 1.5, we added audio and a bunch of other features. This guy is a complete upgrade to the whole product set. It's got a brand new processor in it. It's running Android 11, all the latest security updates in it, the latest versions of Wi-Fi. I mean, it's really taken a step forward for deployment purposes. The 1.5 version had an older operating system on it. Most of the IT departments were like, we really like this device, but you got to make these upgrades in order for us to be able to make deployments. Even the mobile device management aspects of it now have been upgraded because this new OS supports all the latest MDMs.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the Blade 2, of course, we'll get the more information, as you mentioned, when you guys go and report earnings later on this month. This was a question from the chat. It was John who went ahead and said, Vuzix deals mainly in enterprise AR use cases. When will enterprise begin large-scale adoption? And as for the consumer, well, let me ask you that question, and then I'll get to the consumer part of things. So are we correct in assuming that it's mainly a B2B? And if so,
yes.
What's the scale look like?
Yeah, the Blade is designed for B2B. And in fact, all of the glasses you see behind me are really enterprise-based glasses. And we're starting to see bigger deployments happen, especially in the warehousing space. In the medical space, I don't think there's an hour of the day that goes by where our glasses aren't being used.
Yeah.
In some operating theater around the planet today. That said, the momentum, especially in warehouse picking and pick and pack out and, those kinds of environments, that I think you're going to see some great momentum here for Vuzix in 2023 in that space. We work with companies like Amazon and a bunch of other very large, well-known brand names that are using them in their warehouses right now, that are getting into second and third deployments in those warehouses. They're being successful. We have 3 different smaller firms like TeamViewer, the Oxes of the world and the like, but all of them are making great progress in the warehousing and supply chain channels. It's a problem, supply chain today, right? I mean, if you don't have enough people to work, you got to be able to pick faster, more efficiently, and the glasses allow that to happen. So on the enterprise side, I think you're going to see Vuzix's business continue to grow. What's happening though is, we make these really cool optics that are in these waveguide optics. And in March or so, we announced an OEM group at Vuzix where we were making those optics available and the display engines that run in them on an OEM sense. And so for the broader markets, which I think might be your next question, what happens in the consumer broader market?
Yeah.
Right? Because that's going to basically be the replacement for the phone. These optics that we have today can make glasses that look strikingly like a pair of Oakley style sunglasses. And we have some new stuff that we'll be showing at CES that should be pretty darn exciting for the world to see. I said a lot of it's focused around our OEM business, on the defense side of that business, where we supply these optics to the rest of the world. And on the defense side of our business, it's amazing to me. Just in the last couple of weeks, there's been 3 new large defense companies coming to Vuzix to buy these waveguides in volume. And then in the broader markets, because we're making these waveguides available and we can produce them in volume, we're being approached by these guys to supply to them in volume for the broader markets. And we'll be announcing, I think even tomorrow, some cool stuff about some expansion that we're going through on our waveguide manufacturing side of the house.
Yeah, and I'm glad you kind of let us know about that, because we'll definitely be paying attention to tomorrow if you guys have a release. I believe you went and had a defense contract just a short time ago. Is that correct?
That's right. L3Harris, one of the larger defense suppliers today. They make enhanced night vision goggles and all of the radios that everybody uses and the likes. And we are working with them to supply custom waveguides and custom display engines. And you might imagine them using them in a lot of their current programs and upgrading those, and also some new projects that they're working on. There's actually 3 different areas that we're working with these guys.
Am I allowed to ask you, and are you allowed to answer, if you're working on any other defense style contracts that you'll be announcing, let's say by the end of the year?
I don't know if I can say it by the end of the year, but there's no doubt that, we probably got 12 or 13 companies now on the defense side of the house since we've hung up our shingle. 615 this year, we had an exclusive with another defense supplier, and that exclusive went away on 615, which was a 10-year exclusive. So we haven't really been able to play in the defense space.
I understand.
On this, there's a big need for U.S. suppliers of waveguides.
Yeah.
The information access on the battlefield is a huge deal. That's what Microsoft's IVAS program was all about. And it's going through its challenges and struggles, and the need that it generated, that they were trying to fill, is not gone. And so all of these defense companies are looking for ways to solve their problems for heads-up and head-mounted display systems. And Vuzix is a U.S. supplier, which, you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, no, definitely can, especially in terms of quality and different things like that. Now, we talked a little bit about the consumer, right, Paul? So in terms of, hopefully kind of get a little bit of integration there. The metaverse has been the conversation for so many individuals. Obviously, Meta has been investing in metaverse, and unfortunately, they've been losing money on it for quite some time now. What will make Vuzix different in that department? Because you also had Snapchat that had glasses. You had Google that had glasses. So there are folks that have kind of tried something similar to this, but they just haven't been successful. Why do you believe it'll be your company that will be successful in the B2B and continue to scale? Especially, you already have Amazon. That's obviously huge, but also in the B2C as well.
Look, the whole idea of wearable displays is not going away. Meta's thrust is, if you listen to the king over there, he even tells you augmented reality is going to be the bigger space for it. The optically see-through systems, glasses that look like everybody will want to wear them. When you're just talking about sticking your head in the metaverse, and you're just in, by the way, it's infinite number of things that you could do there, but it's in a very confined space. When you can take the metaverse, quote unquote, and bring it into the real world, it changes everything. And that's where this business needs to go. That's what Apple talks about. That's what Google talks about. It's what Snap really would like to do. The problem that these guys all have is the technology is really hard to build to get there and make it look sexy and fashion forward. I mean, look at the Oculus Quest. I mean, nobody would wear this down the street walking with those. The same thing is true with the HoloLens and the Magic Leap devices. I mean, the idea is lightweight, fashion forward. Until that's solved, it's not going to be a broad market product. It's going to be more of a niche. And where metaverse is playing today is mostly in gaming. And it's an okay experience, but putting your head in a bucket to go play games for a while, people just aren't doing that in a bigger way. When you can walk down the street and play Pokemon Go and the characters are right out in front of you like they were really there, that kind of an experience changes everything. And we're doing that in a modest way in enterprise, and it's low-hanging fruit, and we're being successful at it. The broader markets are going to adopt this in a big way when you finally have glasses that look and feel like a regular pair of glasses. I'm
gonna go ahead and continue asking questions from the chat. And I agree in the terms of, you want to, like the Google glasses, right? They just weren't as, kind of an appealing thing to where you looked kind of a little bit goofy, right? Where you kind of mentioned having frames that look like they're normal glasses is very beneficial while having the technology that you want as well. So I agree with you on that, and I definitely look forward to that. By the way, if you want to send me a pair before the CES, feel free. I'm here to do a review or something like that. But on an unselfish question, Patrick went ahead and asked this question from the chat. Are you profitable at the moment? And if not, when do you expect to be profitable?
We are not profitable at the moment. As you might imagine, just like some of these other West Coast companies, there's a lot of investment it takes to make this happen.
Absolutely.
That said, we have revenues coming in the door. Our revenues are growing. The OEM side of our business is just like exploding at this moment. So, profitability is in our future. I'm not saying it's not the focus. Making money is really what this game is all about in the long run.
Yeah.
But when you're changing the world and you're trying to make the technology that does it, and it's difficult to do, it takes investment to get there. And so you will look that we spend a fair amount of money on R&D here at Vuzix making these next generation devices.
Got it. Just a couple more questions. The main one that I wanted to ask is what the health of the finances look like within the company.
We have plenty of money in the bank right now. It's upwards of $100 million on our last report. We're not worried about capital. We got years worth of runway in front of us. There's so many other things that are happening at the company at the same time. There's lots of catalysts as we grow. It's an exciting time to be Vuzix. And yeah, we're not looking at any financial raises right now. We're just looking at building and growing a really exciting organization.
That definitely is something that I'm sure people would love to hear. Now, when it comes to misunderstandings that investors may have of your company, do you feel like there are any out there? And if so, what are they?
Oh yeah. I think they're private companies that just make a waveguide. And by the way, a really expensive waveguide in production. Snap bought them. In point of fact, as an example, one data point, they paid $500 million for this company. And they make expensive waveguides that will, in my opinion, never get Snap to the point where they can produce something for a 13-year-old. I mean, when they're $150 a waveguide and you need two.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's all kinds of other stuff. So Vuzix makes waveguides and we can produce them in volume, and we do it here in the United States. And it's all equipment that we custom designed that didn't come out of the nano imprinting industry in the semiconductor space. We have 250 plus patents and patents pending around this kind of stuff. And, right now our market cap is like $230 million or something, or $320 million, I guess, right now.
Yeah.
It's below just what this waveguide company was. And that's all they did was make waveguides. We make far superior waveguides, and we do it in the United States, and we can do it very cost effectively. Oh, and by the way, we've got an entire business in enterprise that's blossoming right now. And there's all these OEM customers. We have a real business in a comparison.
I appreciate it. Now, You know, there's one clarification I want to get from you. I promise I'll let you go. You've already given us so much of your time. Someone mentioned in the chat that the hardware is made in China, but then assembled in the US. Is that correct? Or is it all made here in the US? Just want to get clarification if that's okay.
We do get some pieces out of China. There's no doubt about it. Like we get some printed circuit boards assembled there. China is really inexpensive at producing printed circuit boards. All of the assembly is done here in Rochester, and the optics, these waveguides, 100% right here in Rochester, New York, not done in China. It's would beg to differ on that one, at least.
I'm glad. This is why I love having conversations with you, Paul, just so we can get any clarifications that we need. And then lastly, is there anything you were hoping that I would talk about, any topics that I would bring up that I didn't, that you want our investors to know about before I let you go?
I mean, we covered a lot here.
Yeah.
We've got some really cool press releases coming out and some stuff being announced that it would be great to come back on and talk about it when it's more in a public fashion. And let me say, by the way, we source, just like almost any company, we source materials from around the world. It's not just China. It's Asia, it's the United States, injection molded plastics here in the United States even. So it's a broad sources for some of the pieces and parts that are, I wouldn't call them commodities per se, because they're custom designed out of our tools, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, China happens to be one of the places that we source from.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paul. Really, really appreciate your time. And yeah, whenever you guys have those new news to press release and different things like that, we'd love to have you back on so we can officially dive into it a little bit more and you can have more conversations without getting me in trouble. But thank you so much, Paul. Really appreciate it. That is Paul, CEO of Vuzix, ticker VUZI. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care. I mean, that's back-to-back great interviews that we've had, right? And it's really interesting because it's clearly a B2B play, but then it's also hopefully in the future can be a B2C play, right? So where it's kind of like, you know, when Paul mentioned being on a Zoom call as you're walking around and being able to kind of visually see what's happening and talk to your coworkers, this, that, the other. I think we all saw the craze of how Pokemon went nuts when you could go to the park and catch Pokemons and different things like that. So I do believe that could be the future. You just have to kind of make sure that it doesn't look wonky when you're wearing it to where folks don't make fun of you and different things like that. I think that's the biggest challenge, as I mentioned, that Google Glasses had, is that, yeah, it kind of did some things and, you know, maybe the functionality was there, but it just wasn't something fashionable that you could wear outside is the biggest thing. But I'm definitely excited, especially if they've got some more news coming up. Really interested to see how the Blade 2 sales have been, which of course we'll find out when we have the earnings. But appreciate Paul for coming on. Let's go ahead and take a look at any of the markets that we've got moving on here as well. And then of course, Mitch will join us whenever he gets a moment. But let's go ahead and take a look at what the SPY is doing. SPY still continuously staying below VWAP on this one. I mean, I don't know what happened here, but Apple just got a smackdown here, a rejection from VWAP. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. You know, yes, I am short Match. I am short. This was just a fun little trade just to see if my theory, because, you know, I want to put money where my mouth is. And I wanted to see if the theory of this 46 breaking and meeting us would hold or not. But that's the only trade I'm in. And what do you know? Netflix right down to the level of the 279 and $1 bounce we get. And the reason that I have this, let me see if I can actually show you guys why. Here it is. The 279 was resistance here, didn't even come to test it, but resistance here. Then it finally broke through, and then the 280 level held. And then you can see right here, the 280 level held one more time. But that's the reason that I had this 279 as an area of possible support. And right to it we go, coming on to the upside. So this one I'm happy with. Of course, I didn't trade it because, you know, we're busy with the interview. Not something I like to do. And then the other great level was the 64 on AMD. I think the mistake that I made today, as you guys saw, I'm already down. I'm down about 250 on the day. For me, my mistake today, if I had to guess, and I'll go back and review my trades like I always do, is that I tried to go ahead and get any trade where I felt like I had an edge, even for like, let's just, I'm just making up numbers at this point, but it's like, hey, I have a slight edge. Cool. I'm gonna put money here. I have another slight edge there. Cool. I'm gonna put money there. I have another slight edge. Cool. I'm gonna put money there. You've heard the term before. I didn't quite wait for my A plus setups, right? So the A plus setup to me would have been this AMD trade right over here. And then the $50 level on match.com. I think the mistake that I made with this trade is the fact that I kind of went for a 2-to-1 from the bounce, right? So here's where we first got in. We went long right here. And matter of fact, I'm going to try to do something kind of interesting here if I can. I'm going to go on the 15-second chart. Yes, that's right. This is a 15-second chart, just so I can really break down what my mistake was. I got the $50 fill right here. I got filled at 50.09. And then I had a 2-to-1 trade in the sense of I was looking to risk, 30 cents, but I was looking to profit 60 cents, right? Or what was my, I wish it would tell you what your take profits was. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Orders. Canceled. Boy, look at how many orders I've already traded today. Let's go all the way down and see what Match had on our orders. Limit was it was 50.69 was my sell. And the stock went all the way to, wow, would you look at this? The stock went all the way to 50.69, but it just did not go ahead and fill me. What a surprise. That's been the problem with this one. But anyway, if I would have tried to take profit, like maybe at a 1-to-1, I would have been great because my stop loss was approximately 30 cents. I could have tried to get 30 cents and I would have been great. It's because I tried to go for a 2-to-1. It didn't work out. And that sucks, you know? But a train that I missed is when it came back to test 50, I could have gone short, but I was a little bit afraid because VWAP was all the way here and I didn't know if it would come and test VWAP and then reject. But anyway, 50 held a support for a little bit, came down, then it acted as resistance, and then it's just been a downturn ever since on match.com. Let's go and bring the 5-minute candle out. So yeah, there's that. And then on Apple, I already talked about it. The trust issues with 150, that level didn't really hold. So I just went ahead and, you know, there's a gentleman from another place that kind of brought this term to my attention. He said, don't puppy trade. It's kind of much where you're just taking a piss everywhere, right? You're just taking a trade. Ooh, I like this trade. Ooh, I like this trade. Ooh, I like this trade. It's like wait for the setups that really can be beneficial for you. And that's what I didn't do. If I did, I definitely would have believed I would have been in the green, if you will, but that's quite all right. I know AB's in the background sipping on his yellow water bottle as well. So whenever he's ready, we can get going. But what's up, Mitch?
What's up, man? Just looking at the market, not much going on. Of course, FOMC meeting, that's what's going on, right? I mean, it's starting to die out, and that's the focus now, and it'll be the focus until we get the release. So I kind of don't expect to see much action until, of course, 2 p.m. And then 2:30 is really where we're going to get the fireworks. Of course, we're going to have the FOMC meeting and the conference, the interview later on. Don't miss that. That's going to be 2:30 right here on Benzinga. And up next, we will get you guys over to Benzinga Live. So that's coming up. I didn't have a bad day. Back into the green. Yesterday into the green. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Not bad trades there on Drip and on Meta today on the short side, and Drip to the long side. So can't go wrong. And then oil did reverse, right? It started coming back up. So we'll see what happens there. Definitely got the pop after the inventories came out. So I'm going to stay off of that trade and kick it to my man, AB and Benzinga Live. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. 2 seconds. AB is coming on.
What is up, Zinger Nation? Happy Wednesday. Middle of the week. You know what that means. You only got one more day, and then it's Friday Junior tomorrow, Thursday. Excited about that. Pretty quiet day so far. We're all just hanging out, waiting for the FOMC this afternoon, like Mitch just talked about. We did have some big news this morning coming out of China, which made the markets move lower. So we will talk about that, as well as some Chinese names, what that means for companies like Apple here that have their now biggest iPhone manufacturing plant shut down in China. Going back to those zero COVID restrictions, we'll go through some of the earnings going to happen this week, as well as what to expect when my man JP. Well, I haven't decided if he's going to be my man today or not, JP. Because for a while, JP basically, just every time he talked, the market's ripped. Hasn't really been the case the past few times. I have a feeling JP is going to be like, hey, y'all, we're not done. I don't like seeing the markets rallying at all. And we shall see. But let me go ahead and get my Benzinga Pro pulled up. We'll go through some of the stocks that I've been watching today. What was that? Did I just get Zunaided?
Is that a term that we're using now? No, before I left, I did want to talk about a possible trade. I want to get your 2 cents on it as well, if that's okay.
All right, yeah, I'll give you my 2 cents, or maybe more, maybe less. I don't know. We'll see.
So here it is, right? AMD has been kind of in this consolidation for the past 20-25 minutes, and I'm waiting to take this one short, but I want this 5-minute candle to go ahead and close below 60.88, and then we can possibly get our targets of 60. What do you think on that trade?
All right, go through it one more time.
Thank you. Thank you for not paying attention to me. I really appreciate it. This is great. This is a great relationship we have. But
no, I just want to make sure I understand it properly.
Is that right?
Some of us aren't as smart as you, Zunaid. You can't pick everything up on the first try.
Nice. Way to save it, pal. No, I was saying on AMD, you can see it's consolidating, right? And I do believe that we may end up testing the previous close like we did on Neo later on or yesterday. But what I'm saying is consolidation right here between 60.88 and 60.40s. If it goes ahead and breaks to the downside and the 5-minute closes below 60.88, I think it could be a great opportunity to go short and try to get at least in a scalp 60.55s, but maybe even 60.10s to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds all good to me. I don't personally trade. I feel like, and you're talking about like buying some puts or something.
We can even do equities. It doesn't matter.
Well, okay, but then you'd have to sell it outright, right?
Yeah, like you'd short and you cover.
I don't know how to do that. My point is what I was going to say. I don't typically like make trades that quick. Like you would do this trade, hope for that move down, sell.
I see what you're saying.
Minutes after, like I'm more looking at like, AMD might be consolidating down here. Maybe it might dip down there, but it might come back up. I'd maybe be looking to buy some calls that expire like 2 weeks from now or something.
Okay, cool. I like that. I appreciate your insight. Wait, Shelly, before I go, look at the turtle and risk management strategy Mike mentioned earlier. If I missed it, please DM it to me because I want to take up more time of AB's show. I'm gonna get out of here.
Easy?
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I have no clue. But DM me. I'm on Twitter. It's right there.
No,
what?
Well, I don't know. Look at AMD's moving high. Maybe you wait for a big green candle, get above that whatever that red line is right there, and then you go short.
Oh, you know what? Let's try it right here, baby. You can go short right here. See, now the risk reward here is kind of worth it to me, right? Like
so you just sold. You didn't do options. You just sold shares.
I just sold equity right here, right now in front of you. Yes.
What are you on? Thinkorswim?
So I'm using TradingView, as you can see, from my charting, and I have an account with TradeStation. So my broker is already integrated with this. So I just this is real money that I'm short here. But yeah, AMD looks like a buy. Yeah, if it goes ahead and closes this 5-minute candle above the 30-minute, opening range breakout situation, then yeah, maybe. And you can maybe get a test towards the 62s. But for now, I'm short, and I'm hoping that if it stays within this range that it has been, come on down and test it one more time, puppy.
Yeah. And I mean, that was my point is like, I would honestly kind of rather play with this on the long side, but with more time on my thing. But if you were trying to play it short, the more you get those kind of like, super extended green 5-minute candles, the more likely you are to get a little dip there.
Look at this. I've already got McDonald's money, AB. I mean, come on.
But you've already got how much would you make off that trade that I just
I didn't sell it. It's unrealized gains. It was up like $11. I'm hoping to get 40 if it wants to come back and test to the bottom of this range.
Yeah, $40. You'll buy both of those lunch.
Done. Say less. Next time I'm in Detroit, and by next time I mean the first time I'm in Detroit. Wingstop.
I just
on me.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Did I?
Yeah, Shelly, definitely DM me because I am all about learning anything and everything I can.
About turtles?
Oh, it looks like also Crypto wants you to answer his question that I rudely interrupted probably by coming on your show. So
I
take
don't
care of that whenever you
know.
get a chance.
I saw the question. I'm trying to understand it.
Something about chips in China, legit.
Are they selling GPUs by the kilogram legit? Like, do you mean is there like a surplus of chips now in China? I think that's been reported that there's been, with a drop in demand in chips,
This
there's
is
been a
what
glut, but I don't know what that means, selling them by the kilogram.
right here. Dude, this is.
Man,
Is that
we're getting some hard questions out of
Bro,
crypto
I don't
news
even
today.
I don't know what that is.
Mithral's 8-month cycle. What do I look like? Some kid that went to MIT or something?
Is that a crypto? Because it's definitely not a ticker. I just checked.
I saw a tweet yesterday that said, like, and this person was being 100% serious, that MIT is not a top tier university, and I was like, wow, I'm never leaving Twitter. Like, where else can I go for takes like this?
Twitter blew $8, baby.
Are you buying it? Are you gonna do it?
Probably. But to me, I mean, I mentioned this yesterday. I would be happy to pay $20. And by the way, I know I'm on your show. If I'm interrupting something, let me know.
No, not at all.
I'd be happy to pay $20 a month to get a, not to get a check mark, but to keep a check mark. What I don't want is for the check mark to lose value, right? So like, I need the credibility and I need the integrity of this check mark to stay high so that when people see a check mark next to my name or anyone else's name, you have that sense of like legitimacy, if you will. Where if everyone in their, cousin AB has a check mark, then it's like, well, like, all right, cool. He just paid $8 to get it. You know what I mean? So I'm okay paying money to maintain it because I earned it, if you will, and because I'm a dope person, but not to just get it, if that makes sense. And woo, look at that, AMD coming down a little bit.
My thing has always been like, and I could have gotten at any point over the last. They changed the verification process on Twitter about 6 months ago or so to make it easier to get verified if you can like prove that you're a media personality or whatever. And since I have articles that we publish, a lot of the
How do
other
you not
writers,
have it?
because I didn't apply for it. I don't want it.
You don't want a check mark?
Not unless like not when my account has like 800 followers. If my account had like in the thousands and I was tweeting a lot, but like there are other people, like I think and this is what I think is going to happen with Twitter Blue, is it's going to be like the cool people, not the cool people, but the people who have accounts where they don't need the check mark, like they're that big, people, they're like that big on Twitter, they're not going to pay for it. So then it's going to be a like a status thing in the opposite, to where it's like you're really top dogs with Twitter are going to be the ones that don't have to pay for it, not the ones that
your Dave Portnoy that doesn't care for it and hasn't.
Exactly. You're and here I'll pull up my Twitter real quick. Like Joe Weisenthal from Bloomberg. He's one of the biggest financial journalists, reporters out there. 330,000 Twitter's on follower. No check mark. No one cares. He's been on Twitter since 2008. He tweets honestly more than. Wait, where does it show you?
Go up. It should. It still probably does. I know what you're talking about. Where it says how many tweets he's gotten.
A month, yeah. It usually says like 3,000 tweets. Or just like total tweet. Oh yeah, right here, 404,000 tweets. Like this dude tweets so freaking much. He doesn't need a blue check mark. Like no one. Like there probably are people that try to pop up and impersonate him, but like I don't know. Like I don't see Joe, who obviously could have gotten a check mark at any point in the past 13 years, going to start paying for it now.
Yeah.
And there are other examples, like you said, Portnoy doesn't have one. Another Liz Frame, the girl from or the woman on TrueAnon podcast. She's got 113,000 followers, no check mark. So that's what I foresee happening. Obviously, I could be wrong about that. That's just my prediction, is that it's going to be like a status thing, and it's gonna end up shooting them in the foot.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. By the way, Elgato just came out with the world's first 4K 60 webcam. I don't know what the hell that means.
4K 60? Like 60 FPS maybe?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Here,
Who came out with it?
Elgato.
The cat?
You serious right now?
What?
Are you familiar with Elgato?
I mean, it means the cat.
I'm gonna remove AB from his own show.
Oh.
Yeah. I can't believe you're about to pick your own nose, AB.
Yeah,
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Um,
but
but yeah, does that make sense? My
Yeah.
point is basically like I think it's gonna be. I don't know how to describe it. Like it's gonna be. I'm trying to think of an analogy. Like the people that appear to get more social return with doing less effort are the ones that like appear the coolest.
But I get it, but then I think that's the minority in the sense that I don't think everyone's going to be like that, because everyone else, majority of them, are going to be like, hey, the check mark shows legitimacy, like, and especially because scammers, right? So we live in a FinTwit world where like people are always DMing me saying, hey man, you want me to trade your money for you? It's like,
Oh yeah,
right,
I
can lose money my own self. Thank you. First off, by the way, look at this AMD trade. Actually, I don't want to jinx it because last time I did that with Match.
Wait, the one that all right, take your $40. How much are you up on it?
Up 30. Boom, done. That's $40, baby, right there.
Did it sell it?
It did. You can see the arrow.
All right,
here.
who
So
gave you
this
that
arrow-
trade, Zunaid?
I did. What are you talking about?
No, but I said no. Go, hey, someone replay the tape. Someone replay that. You know the commercial where it's like the dad or they asked to replay the thing. I said, oh, it's about to get up to that little red line. Now's where we go short.
Now's where we go short. Good call. Good call. Matter of fact, AB, red line, it did not cross.
I know,
no,
right?
this
I don't
is
even know what I don't even know what the red line is, to be honest. But I knew it wasn't going above it.
Yeah, that the red line is the 30-minute opening range breakout or breakdown, right? So this is the low of 30 minutes. The green is the high of 30 minutes, which, the $64 level was where we had our level set. But anyway, look, it's still within the consolidation here. So I'm still waiting to truly have it go short or long, and then we can have a little bit of fun with it. But great job, baby. Thank you for the money.
No problem, man. I mean, that's what we're here for. Ratisse is asking, what are the best hours for trading? And is it point of trading 2 hours after market open, or is it better to take rest of day? So a lot of people like the first part of the market because it's more volatile. Typically around like lunchtime, it kind of starts to be a little bit less volatile. Not always, but sometimes. But it all depends on like how you're trading and what you're doing. I would say most day traders are most active very early in the morning in terms of around market open. Is that
100%? And just look at the volume, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY here. You've got the 1 minute chart here on the SPY, and you can just see the volume. Here, let's draw a little trend line because that's what we do as traders, right? You can just see it decreasing throughout the day, and that's what you'll see in a lot of stocks. AMD, again, throughout the day, just a decline here in terms of volume, right? And this was earnings play as well, so it's having more volume, period. But there you go. So yes, 100%. I will say this: the answer to that question will truly depend on you, because if you're someone who can't adjust to the fast-paced speed moving in and out type situation, then maybe you do wait for later on, right? The little nice and grind of a trade. So honestly, here's what I would do. Journal your trades. There are a lot of great softwares out there, that you can utilize to get
like
your
a notebook. Is that what you
No,
call
not.
software?
I mean, you can use a notebook.
Kidding.
Thank you so much, Shelly. I'll definitely check that out once AB stops bothering me and asking me to come on his show. Whoa, but no.
Making things up now. Fake news. I'm glad you're here. Don't get me wrong. It's more fun to do the show with someone else. And I know you're. I'm happy you were on the other show for a while before it. So I'm surprised.
I was.
You're
I've been on
here.
air since 9, but it's okay. I do this.
Dude, there have been other people who have streamed for longer.
Dude, the most I've ever streamed continuously was 12 hours. No, not
Wow.
10.
Like
And that was on
broadcasting?
esports. It was esports. Yeah, obviously we took like a break, like we'll be right back after this commercial type situation. But yeah, it was an esports event that I did in Vegas to start off the year and in Philadelphia a few months back, where
what do you do like for your voice? Like, do you take some like throat coat or something?
Nope. Nope. No throat exercises.
You just go raw on your throat.
The fact that you stayed silent and you want me to respond back to that and you didn't come up with another segue into anything else
No,
is
shit, like most
disappointing.
like singers and stuff, like they use throat coat.
Some people
to-
use.
I was on
some
Adam
people
Dunn.
do
Adam Dunn,
use
the baseball player. Is there another Adam Dunn? When I think of Adam Dunn, I'm thinking lefty
man.
slugger from Cincinnati. I'm thinking here. I'll find Adam Dunn.
I did not find love today. I was dumped today.
I think of the hefty lefty, Adam Dunn. There's no way Adam Dunn is a streamer now
Yo, what happened here?
on Apple.
Yeah.
There was news that the Foxconn, sorry, not
Foxconn, yeah.
Foxconn iPhone manufacturer down in China is being shut down. Zero COVID policy. Oh, Zunaid, you use TikTok, don't you?
I not as a content creator, but I do look at it. Yes.
You look at it.
Yeah.
What do you think? You hear the news that they might ban it?
Bro, they've been talking about that to the point where I think Walmart was looking to buy TikTok or some shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not worried about it. And even if it does happen, even if they do ban it for whatever reason, bro, you've got Instagram that can take over. You got Twitter that's possibly looking at doing something similar, it seems.
Well,
you've got plenty of other platforms as well. And
dude,
you got
Elon,
Vine possibly coming back. So it's like, yo.
Yeah, no, Elon already said, so Twitter owns Vine. And Elon already said Twitter's going to bring Vine back. Elon this could be like the biggest bailout of all time if the government ends up banning TikTok, especially if it timing wise, it happens right around when Twitter's getting ready to relaunch Vine. Here's the thing. Elon's going to have these like Twitter devs working in a sweatshop, like they're like 24 hours a day trying to match TikTok's algorithm, because that's TikTok's biggest value. Like we have reels on Instagram or shorts on YouTube, but none of those platforms come close to matching TikTok's algorithm. That's its real value. And so even if Vine comes out and people come on it and the algorithm isn't comparable and it doesn't end up giving you like your good feed that TikTok has, people are going to see it as an inferior product. Yeah. But if the government bans TikTok right at the same time Twitter's getting ready to unleash Vine, Elon Musk might get bailed out because that instantly boosts Twitter's value by a lot.
Especially because Twitter, he overpaid. Like
that's what I'm saying. Overpaid. Like right now, he's like $20 billion underwater on the investment.
He overpaid.
Twitter's probably worth half of what he paid for right now. But if Vine starts being able to take some of TikTok's market share, boom, now it becomes a good investment.
Yeah. No, he absolutely went ahead and overpaid.
All right, wait. Can you guys just tell me, is it the same Adam Dunn show? Is it the same Adam Dunn? Is he like big into crypto now? Or is there
someone just posted a link in the chat so we can have this question answered. And Shelly, thank you for the DM. I clicked the link. I'll check it out. Let's see what AMD's doing. Oh, look at that. See, within that range, still within that range. And maybe we don't get any movement. I don't know, but let me see something else here.
A quick rundown for the show today. Don't have anything going on right now, Zunaid, but at noon, here in about 10 minutes, I'll be joined by John Bones from Equity Trust. We're going to be talking about some IRAs, some self-directed IRA, or some self-directed IRAs, which I'm really excited about because I know we get questions all the time in the chat about IRAs and how they work, retirement accounts, what you should be doing, what you can be doing, what many people do as far as mistakes go.
Can you ask him how you can legally, like the backdoor IRA or whatever, basically how if you have more money, or if you have more than 6,000, I think the government may have bumped it up, but if you have more than the limit to invest in a Roth IRA.
I'm not going to ask him how you can cheat on paying taxes, Zunaid.
It has nothing. Whoa. First off, Roth IRAs are post-tax, not pre-tax. So the government will have gotten my money. I'm just yeah.
That's fair.
What if I told you I didn't have a Roth?
There are, like, for my my roommate, for example, like he makes more than the average 25-year-old. So
yes, he does.
He isn't really eligible for a real IRA, but there's some sort of retirement account he is eligible for. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, should be a fun conversation. I'm gonna go. Oh, I just got filled on something. Did I lose money? Sure did. Becca letting me down again. There's Match. Took an L on that to the downside. I was wrong. I put money where my mouth is.
Wait, what did
I
you
don't
do
want.
now?
It's a long story. You and I can chat about it later. The chat has heard enough of it, so I don't want to beat it to death more. But here's the spy, though.
I saw a match up 18% this morning, and I thought, wow, Zunaid's really been paying for those super swipes on Tinder.
Oh, they own Tinder?
Match?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Do you
that.
know any like?
Are you about to ask me if I know anything in life?
No, I was kidding. I was gonna say, do you know what any of these companies you trade actually do? But I know the answer.
No.
I know the answer.
No.
I bet you if you trade EA Sports, you know what EA Sports does.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the creators of Candy Crush.
What do you?
I will say, okay, so let's take a look at my watch list. I believe Neo makes like electric vehicles in China or something.
Wait, you know how you're so for those of you that don't know, Zunaid moonlights as a 2K esports announcer. Did you ever
Broadcaster, yeah.
Broadcaster? Did you ever announcer broadcaster? What's the difference? Did you ever consider? I know you're probably more passionate about 2K basketball, whatever. Did you ever consider when Fortnite was blowing up, just becoming a like Fortnite commentator?
So I just got into broadcast scene a year and a half ago, right? So I'm like still like this is a new career path for me, if you will. If I was into Fortnite and if I was into broadcasting, absolutely, because that is such a much bigger audience, and the pay is a lot better as well. I mean, I get paid solid amount for what I do, but you know, it's bless you. So no, but that's also because one, I don't play Fortnite, never have in my life, and two, I wasn't a broadcaster back then.
Got it.
Like League of Legends was at State Farm Arena where the Hawks play, and it was packed, sold out both the days, and you had over 300,000 people watching live.
I'm sure the
on the internet as well. There. So. Yeah, Match.com could have done a lot of great business there if they went.
Oh my God, they should have. Oh man, that's where they should be right now at the League of Legends conference.
The League of Legends conference,
handing out free trials to Tinder Pro. There's something else. There's something else I can ask about.
I don't know.
Oh, when you were young, when you were like 5, did you know you always wanted to be an esports announcer when you grew up?
No, I didn't know until 18 to 24 months ago. That's what I wanted to do.
It wasn't a thing when you were 5.
You call me old, bro?
No, it wasn't a thing when I was 5.
Old?
Esports weren't a thing when I no. I was just trying to make a joke. It wasn't funny. I'm sorry. What about can you look at a stock for me?
Please.
This is in my Becky portfolio, but Estee Lauder, ticker EL. Reported earnings. Stock got kabooshed. But I kind of like it. Like I might buy some.
What do they do?
They sell makeup.
Do they own like Sephora or no? Sephora's its own company, isn't it?
Sephora is.
Or is that owned by Cody now? No.
No. Sephora's under the LVMH brand, I believe. Ulta
is the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Yes. Look at the seasonality, right? Because keep in mind, we've got holidays coming up, and that's definitely going to be a time where people buy makeups, gifts, different things like that. But to me, the market dictates all. You know what I mean? Let's see what the. Oh yeah,
Shelly, I'm not too brushed up on the geopolitics of the Middle Eastern area, but I know we work with the Saudis. I think, right? Like we I don't know.
Bro, do you know anything?
I do. I drink
drawing crayons. But anyway, I have no idea, bro. No clue. I might take a trade here on Apple though. Oh shit!
Yeah,
you know what?
NFS, MW. I don't know what that means. What about how's Take-Two doing?
Sorry, give me one sec. I gotta see if I have. Nope, my meeting's
Also,
okay,
interesting the market. It seems like the
Dota. Yeah, Dota's. I think Dota is the biggest, and then it might be League. I don't know.
Short what, Bree? Short Estee Lauder. I think Ulta, I think what's going on is Ulta is taking a lot of Estee Lauder's market share, maybe, because Ulta is holding up. Usually, if you Ulta, which is probably one of Estee Lauder's biggest peers, you would typically see that trading down with Estee Lauder, but it's not, which is telling me that maybe investors are just maybe going out of Estee Lauder into Ulta.
Sometimes I just get bored and I place trades just for fun.
Oh my God.
Need for speed. Whoop whoop.
Dude, that was a great, but specifically the most one. You just gave me flashbacks. I remember I got that game, probably came out 2012. I got it for Christmas that year. My mom's boyfriend got it for me. I used to play that in the basement with my buddies so much. You got a CTSV. You could drive a Ford Raptor in it. Xbox 360. Exactly. I love that game. Man, I want to play that now. I haven't played that game in like 12 years.
Damn. I guess I haven't either. Xbox 360 with the red ring, the ring of death, but
the red ring of death. I remember that too.
Yeah.
You guys are giving me nostalgia.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. AB,
All right,
appreciate
man.
you letting me hang out with you. Have fun with the IRA, not the IRS, because that's a whole different type of trouble. But have fun,
Well,
Bell.
do you know what in like geopolitics, like IRA, some people think refers to the Irish Army?
I've never in my life heard that.
Okay.
But I also, again, I'm not cultured to geopolitical stuff.
That's fine.
I don't even know what. I didn't even know Match owned Tinder. I feel like I heard that headline way back when, though.
It's available online and torrentable. I know. I've never figured out how to torrent. All right. Sorry. Peace, Zunaid. Hit me up later in the hour if you want to hop back on the show. We've got some free time around 12:30.
Sounds good, pal. See ya.
Peace. Fried Chicken Man, you said, are you still more bullish overall? Well, here, this is a good time to put my little disclaimer up here that says all content is for informational purposes and not to be used as investment advice. Opinions do not represent those of Benzinga. Hosts and guests may maintain positions. It all depends on your time frame. Like, if you're asking me, I'm still adding to all of my. I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. Every 2 weeks when I get paid, a portion of my paycheck is going into my 401k. That's getting, some of it into the S&P. If I thought, okay, the market's going to go down another 20% from here, I probably wouldn't be, continuing to do that. So I'd say yes, in the sense of over time. Like if you give me a long enough time horizon, 100%. Although I do think it's, I have been a little bit worried about the fact that a lot of your big names, your Googles, your Amazons are making new like 52-week lows. Not really what you want to hear, not really what you want to see. So in that sense, I will say, if I'm being completely transparent, in the short to interim term, I have been a little bit less bullish. We'll say that just based on that. And that's how it happens, right? Price changes and then sentiment follows. So as these names are moving lower, my sentiment is getting worse, even though it's probably when you want to be buying. I don't know. And that's, again, nothing is investment advice, but yes, my opinions, that's where I'm at right now, kind of. No problem, Chicken Man. How about you? How about you, Fried Chicken Man? How are you feeling about bullish, bearish? Which we will, by the way, get tomorrow, I believe. Every Thursday it comes out, the fresh data from individual investors from AAII. You can see, last week we did have over the past 3 weeks, we've seen an uptick in people getting more bullish. Part of that is the market starting to kind of stabilize, and you also have a big drop off in the amount of bears. Just a few weeks ago, right? Or I guess at this point, a couple months ago, in end of September, more than 60% of retail investors were bearish. Now it's less than half. So I could definitely see, some people getting kind of chewed up that have ended up buying down here, thinking, all right, all the pain is gone. Because I've never really said that. It's just that I think compared to most people that, especially right now on Reddit, Twitter, you go anywhere, there's a lot of doom and gloom, a lot of, the sky is falling out there. And more so, there was more of it a few weeks ago than there is today. But even then, I was like, yeah, I'm not really buying that. I'd still rather buy stocks and just wait it out. But all right, guys, I see our first guest. Well, I guess it depends on if you want to count Zunaid as a guest. But I see our first real guest hanging out backstage, Mr. John Bowens from, Equity Trust. We're going to be talking about some self-directed IRAs. Really excited about that conversation. So without further ado, if I get a thumbs up or something from John, I'll go ahead and give him our special intro. There it is. I'll give him our special intro. We'll welcome him to the show and see what John has to say. Hey, John, how's it going? Welcome to Benzinga Live.
Hey, thank you so much for having me, Aaron. Really excited to share today.
Of course. John Bowens is at Equity Trust. Before we get started, can you go ahead and describe kind of what Equity Trust is, what it is you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. So Equity Trust, we are a directed IRA custodian. So what we allow investors to do is use their IRAs, 401ks, other retirement accounts to invest beyond just stocks, bonds, and mutual funds and invest into what we refer to as alternative investments. So think non-stock market-based investments. Now, we still do permit investors to use their IRAs, 401ks, and other retirement plans to invest in traditional stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. But we find that many of our clients that seek out our services, they have a particular interest, curiosity, or a lot of experience in many cases with investing in alternative assets. And those alternative assets could be real estate partnerships like apartment building syndications. It could be hard assets like gold and silver, or it could be digital assets like cryptocurrency. So when you think of a self-directed IRA and you think of a firm like Equity Trust Company, we're very much different than the traditional financial institutions that custody IRAs, 401ks, and other retirement plans, because we focus and we stay in the lane of alternative assets like real estate, like private equity, like hedge fund investing, like, again, these investments that individuals want to take advantage of when they don't want a 100% allocation to the traditional financial markets.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't need to tell you, I'm glad you expanded on that a little bit because I was just going to ask about what some of those alternative assets could be. And I don't need to tell you how wide that alt investments umbrella is, right? All these different things that fall into that. What do you think? I mean, is real estate kind of the most common one people go with in terms of adding into their IRA?
So traditionally, we started back in 1974. In the early 80s, that's how we got started. No one at that time had thought, hey, could I buy real estate with my IRA? Most people relied on stocks, mutual funds, and then ETFs came in later. And so everyone focused on that type of asset allocation. No one had considered being able to use an IRA. And our company founder, Dick Desich, who's widely known as the pioneer of the self-directed IRA industry, he put together one of the very first real estate transactions in self-directed IRAs back in the early 80s. And so real estate has always been a focus of ours, whether it's buying single-family residential rentals, fix and flip type transactions. My self-directed IRA holds real estate. I've bought and sold rental properties. I make private money loans to real estate investors. So it's not just the physical side of real estate, owning real estate in a self-directed IRA and renting it out for cash flow and future appreciation, but it could also be on the paper side of the business where I'm lending money secured by real estate. So there's certainly a lot of ways in which you can invest in real estate, even beyond single-family residential property investing, such as investing in real estate partnerships, real estate private equity. Private real estate investment trust is another opportunity for individuals to more passively invest with their IRA funds into real estate. Beyond real estate, Aaron, we also have a number of investors who use their self-directed IRAs to invest in physical gold and silver. And a lot of people are not aware of the fact that they can use their retirement plan and they can allocate a portion of that retirement account to physical gold and silver. So you can actually hold either in coin form or bar form, and there's certain requirements that have to be met. There's certain coins and certain metals that are considered IRA eligible metals. But you would actually physically store those metals at a depository. And you can do all of this through your self-directed IRA. And you can imagine there's a lot of investors right now that as a hedge against inflation, I'm not giving investment advice saying that you should invest in physical metals as a hedge against inflation, but a lot of investors are reaching out to me and saying, as a hedge against inflation, I want to have holdings in physical metals, and they can do that with their self-directed IRA. And I should also mention the tax advantages, Aaron, associated with a self-directed IRA, particularly a Roth IRA. So when investing in real estate with a self-directed IRA, there are unique tax advantages. For example, in March of 2020, I bought a rental property with the opportunity to have that property appreciate and generate cash flow. And we bought it in March of 2020 for about $63,000 through the efforts that we put into renovating that property, which we paid contractors to do those renovations for us, of course. Through those efforts, we were able to generate about $40,000 in appreciation. And so we sold that property earlier this year, and we made $35,000 in capital gains. Now, that capital gain of $35,000 went directly back into our self-directed IRAs, and it was all tax exempt. So there was no long-term capital gains tax. There was no recapture depreciation. It was $35,000 flowing directly back into the self-directed IRAs. Now, had I done that investment outside of my IRA with my taxable dollars, we would have paid approximately $5,000 in taxes. In other words, we saved $5,000 in taxes by conducting this transaction in our self-directed Roth and traditional accounts. So that's just one example of many examples in the context of real estate investing.
Yeah, that's incredible. I had no clue, especially going back to the gold thing, that you could hold physical gold in your eye. It's almost hard to wrap my brain around that, but I think it so essentially the benefit there would be holding physical gold in a self-directed IRA versus just going out and buying the gold, is that when you then go eventually to sell that gold, if you do, you wouldn't have the same tax implications than if it hadn't been in that IRA?
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
So if I bought gold at, let's say, $2,000 today, and it went up to $3,000, and I sold it for $3,000, made $1,000 capital gain, that capital gain, it will not be subject to taxation. It goes directly back into my self-directed IRA. Now, there are IRAs that are what are called tax deferred, and then there are IRAs that are that you make contributions post-tax. So when you hear the term traditional IRA or rollover IRA, most 401ks, those are tax deferred, meaning when money went in, you got a deduction, tax deduction. It grows tax deferred, and then when you take the money out after 59 and a half during your retirement years, you have to pay taxes. The idea is you have tax deferred savings. Now, in contrast to that, you have a Roth IRA, which you seed the Roth IRA. You contribute to the Roth IRA with post-tax dollars. You'll hear that referred to as. So the money goes in and you don't get a tax deduction, but the benefit is it grows tax-free. And then when you take the money out after 59 and a half, you pay 0% tax. Now, to put this in the context for everybody, and I'll go back to a real estate example, as you asked earlier before, Aaron, about real estate. So I have two clients here at Equity, and they started back in 2010, and they had 401ks. So most people, they have a 401k with a job, they put money in, they get tax deductions for it, right? And that's sort of how we are taught from a very young age. I know academically, my background is in finance, and I was always taught tax deferred, tax deferred, tax deferred, get a deduction, get a deduction. But then when I came to Equity Trust about 15 years ago, my mind was expanded to this whole concept of tax-free savings and how powerful this concept is of compounding interest in the absence of taxation. So this couple, they took their 401ks that they had not paid taxes on yet, and they actually converted them over into Roth IRAs. It's called a Roth conversion. And when they converted those funds over to the Roth IRAs, it was about $200,000. So they paid about $70,000 in taxes, but now they had $200,000 in their Roth IRAs. And over the last 10 to 12 years, they have bought and sold over 20 properties in their self-directed Roth IRAs. They grew their self-directed Roth IRAs from about $200,000 to over $1 million in properties, and they generate $130,000 in net tax-free cash flow on a monthly basis. So that's after all operating expenses. They have no debt. They own the properties free and clear, still own 14 properties now in those accounts, and they generate $130,000 in net tax-free cash flow. Now, they are over the qualified retirement age of 59 and a half. So conceivably, Aaron, every year they could take $130,000 and pay 0% tax on that $130,000. Never hits their 1040 as ordinary income. It's all tax-free. But in their mind, in their plan, is to, instead of use the money in their lifetime, they want to leave a legacy to their children or grandchildren. So their plan is to leave these Roth IRAs to their children or grandchildren with the properties in those Roth IRAs, and it'll all be tax-free savings going forward for those children or grandchildren. So there's certainly some estate planning or legacy planning aspects of these Roth IRAs that can be discussed as well.
Got it. So even in that example you gave with that with those clients, so that I assume that 130,000 a year is coming in terms of cash flow, like from rental properties.
Yeah. So they're buy and hold. Now, here's what's interesting is it's more than just a traditional rental property. Now we see that quite a bit. I've owned rental properties. I own rental properties inside and outside of the IRA. For them, they own traditional buy and hold rentals. They also buy houses and sell on owner financing. And they also buy property and sell on a lease option to purchase. Now, all three are buy and hold type investments where you're buying, you're forcing appreciation because they're buying at the right price. They're adding value through renovations, forcing appreciation. So you have some equity that you've built there. And then eventually when they sell those properties, there's no long-term capital gains tax, and there's also no recapture depreciation. We don't have to worry about 1031 exchanging the deferred gains into another property. It's all tax exempt in our retirement plan. And I should also mention, Aaron, a lot of people ask me, when I have a 401k or IRA elsewhere with another financial institution, will they allow me, number one, to self-direct into real estate? And the answer is most likely they will not. And it's not because they're providing a bad service or they're not a good company. It's just that their lane and their focus is most likely traditional stocks, bonds, and mutual funds, which is okay. And then our lane is alternative investments like real estate, precious metals, cryptocurrency, so on and so forth. And it doesn't mean that someone would take their entire retirement portfolio and move it away from the traditional stock market and into real estate. Maybe they just want to allocate a percentage of their portfolio. Maybe it's 20%, maybe it's 30%, maybe it's 40%, maybe it's 50%. For some people that are very active real estate investors, it is 100%. But that's entirely up to the investor. That's not something that I would force upon them or that anyone else could force upon them. That would be something that they would come to the conclusion on their own. And then last but not least, I'll mention that when you have a 401k, IRA, or other retirement plan, when you move it to a self-directed IRA, there's no taxes or penalties. Self-directed is just an industry term. So nowhere are you going to find in the tax code, in publication 590 of the IRS, you're not going to see that name self-directed. Self-directed just indicates to you that you have the ability to take control and you have the ability to self-direct your funds into the investments that you deem as the best fit for your portfolio. And as a custodian, we don't force a specific investment or investment strategy upon an investor. The investor formulates a good game plan in terms of how they want to invest with their retirement monies. And then we serve as the custodian to provide education, information, and tools and resources and technology systems to allow them to facilitate these alternative investments with their retirement plans.
Got it. So I want to back up and try to understand something. So when the, again, the same example with the clients you gave, when they transferred their money into a self-directed IRA, you said they paid about $70,000 in taxes and left them with $200,000. How does that process work? Is it just any savings account you have you can transfer into a self-directed Roth? You would just need to then pay the taxes to get them into the Roth, or how does that work?
Yeah, so there's two ways that we could look at this. So the first is if you have existing retirement funds, IRAs, SEP IRA, rollover IRA, traditional IRA, a 401k with a previous employer. If you have an existing retirement plan, then you could simply transfer or roll over those funds into a self-directed IRA. Now, if you're still working for the company that sponsors the 401k, you might not be able to roll that over into an IRA, but there are some exceptions to that rule. So if you have an existing IRA, you simply move it over into a self-directed IRA. As long as you're following the process the right way, which we, of course, can help with, then you don't have any taxes or penalties. Now, if you have tax-deferred money and you say, you know what, I think I'm going to be like that couple that grew their account from 200,000 to over $1 million in properties and cash flow. And I feel that it makes more sense for me to pay taxes on the seed rather than on the crop. So what you can consider is what's called a Roth conversion. And that's exactly what that couple did. They simply took tax deferred money, converted it to the Roth. Now, if all you have is savings, you don't have any retirement plans, then your option would be a contribution to an IRA. So you can contribute a certain amount of money to an IRA every single year. In tax year 2022, you can contribute up to $6,000 to an IRA when you're under the age of 50, and then up to $7,000 when you're 50 and over. And then next year, those will go up a little bit, $6,500 for those under 50, $7,500 for folks that are 50 and over. If you do have a 401k, you can contribute substantially higher amounts than that, but just IRAs alone, that's how much you can contribute. Now, I should mention, Aaron, that is irrespective of earnings, rollovers, and transfers. So, for example, you mentioned you had a 401k. You contribute to that 401k.
Correct.
If you leave your job and you want to roll over that 401k, and let's say you have $100,000 in there, you roll over the full $100,000. And then on top of that, you can make your contribution, providing you have earned income and are eligible. And then you can continue to invest from there. And earnings is the most important part of this here. You're not capped or limited on earnings. So, for example, I have a client recently who is a real estate investor, and he did a real estate joint venture where he bought and sold a property. It was essentially a wholesale type transaction. He didn't have $75,000 that he needed for the entire deal. So what he did is he brought his Roth IRA in with $5,000, and then he found a money partner, an investor friend, that funded the remaining $70,000. They created a real estate joint venture partnership, we'll call it. They took down the deal for $75,000. They sold it 60 days later. And this individual, starting with only a $5,000 Roth IRA, made $28,000 tax-free. So he grew his Roth IRA from $5,000 to over $30,000 tax-free on one transaction. Now, I would call that a triple to a home run. Do we see those transactions every day? Not necessarily, but certainly we see plenty of transactions where an investor is able to maybe flip a house or buy a rental property and be able to achieve a desired rate of return that they're in full control of.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, from someone who doesn't understand tax code that well, it sounds a lot like people trying to find and exploit different, loopholes that allow them to like you said, just get that income tax free, which is incredible. I mean, that's why, and I think in your example or how you put it, right, paying the tax on the seed rather than the crop. That's what I was curious about. Like for someone who's younger, right? Like, and you mentioned it too, the compounding interest that's free of taxation, like that pays. I would think that if someone's on the younger end, it would make sense to pay that tax up front to get the money into a Roth. To then be able to get all those returns tax-free.
You're absolutely right, Aaron. In fact, statistically, the younger populations are the ones who are really maxing out their Roth IRAs. All that being said, I will say that we have, I call it a retirement crisis going on in the country. I wrote an article a few months ago that specifically addressed this. Americans are only contributing half of what they can to IRAs. And only 12% of accounts are receiving contributions on an annual basis. So the more runway you have ahead of you, the better off you're going to be from a compounding interest in the absence of taxation perspective. For example, if I contribute $6,000 a day to an account for the next 25 years, if I compare a Roth IRA balance to taxable money, meaning every year I have to pay taxes, it's over $500,000 in savings. And so if you can eliminate that variable of taxation and you have a lot of runway ahead of you, there's a significant impact you can make. And for those that are on the call that are a little bit older, that's okay. Tax deferred savings can still be very beneficial. For a lot of the investors that I work with, the reason why they're looking to invest in alternative assets is for diversification. They're looking to preserve their wealth. They're looking to get some allocation into whether it's metals, real estate, private equity, cryptocurrency, or other alternatives. They're just looking to essentially take a percentage of their portfolio and put it into an asset class that's different than the traditional financial markets.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a whole incredible world of finance that I didn't even know really existed as far as real estate and gold in IRAs. I went ahead and dropped that the link to Equity Trust in the chat. We do have a couple, John, I don't want to take up too much of your time. We have a couple questions if we have a second, so just rapid fire real quick here.
Sure.
A couple questions. Lalo G is asking, I thought you can only have Roth IRAs $6,000 a year free taxes. So he's talking about the annual contributions, whereas you were saying if you have a separate retirement account, then you can convert it. You just have to pay the taxes up front.
That's correct. So first item to address is that $6,000 is just how much you contribute out of pocket. But if you have tax deferred money, you can convert that into the Roth. Now you do have to pay the taxes because you're going from tax deferred to tax free, but you can do that far in excess of $6,000. And then earnings and growth, you're not limited to either. Think of it just like investing in a stock. If I bought a stock for $1 a share and then sold it for $100 a share and made way more than $6,000 in profit, that's okay. That's been being done for years and years. So it's the same concept if you buy cryptocurrency, precious metals, real estate, or other types of alternative investments.
So wait, this is actually my question. I know for like, someone's individual contributions to their Roth, the money obviously has to have already been taxed. And I think it's supposed to come straight from income or like employment. Is that correct? Or do you know that?
That's correct. So to contribute to an IRA, you have to have earned income. Earned income meaning income that you're paying payroll taxes on, so Medicare and Social Security, and of course your federal, state if applicable, and local. In other words, W-2, 1099, payroll taxed income, that will make you eligible. What wouldn't be eligible is like, let's say all you had is passive income from retirement, like pensions, Social Security, you're not working, then you can't contribute to an IRA. But as long as you're working, you have W-2, 1099 income that you're paying payroll taxes on, then that's established earned income that you can contribute. What they may also be asking or curious about is if I make too much money, I can't contribute to a Roth IRA. So these are called MAGI limits, modified adjusted gross income limits. Good news is the law changed in 2010 that allows you to do what's called a backdoor Roth contribution. So for everybody taking notes, just remember backdoor Roth contribution. I got a video that's going to be coming out on YouTube in the next couple weeks about this. And what this allows you to do is if you're a high income earner, is simply contribute first to a traditional IRA and then immediately convert over to a Roth IRA. So in other words, Americans have been being told since forever that they don't qualify to contribute to a Roth IRA. But in 2010, the law changed, which allowed people to convert from a traditional to a Roth, opening up this backdoor technique.
Wow, I didn't know it was that easy, but unfortunately that doesn't apply to me yet, but hopefully someday. So say I win a huge parlay on my DraftKings and it's a legal sports book and I pay taxes on the winnings, I can't put that in my Roth?
That's correct. Yeah, best way to think of it is any income that you're paying Social Security and Medicare tax on, that's the income that would be used to support the contribution to an IRA. I have a lot of conversations with real estate investors about this because there are some real estate investors out there that they don't show any active income at all. It's all passive income, and none of that income can be used to contribute. The good news is if you don't have any earned income, but you already have money in a retirement plan, you have your seed money. You don't have to make annual contributions. If you qualify, you might want to consider doing that because you can take advantage of adding more money and therefore more compounding interest in the absence of taxation. But if you don't have that, that's okay. As long as you're starting with some seed money, well, great. You can use that money to go out and invest, and you can grow that in a significant way. And it's not just an IRA. A lot of people aren't familiar with the fact that if they have a health savings account, an HSA, you can actually self-direct an HSA into real estate. So I have clients that are making loans secured by real estate to other investors to flip houses using their HSA money. Investors who own property with their HSA, own land with their HSA. So it does go beyond IRAs, but the primary focus for most individuals I find is putting their IRA, 401k, and other retirement account dollars to use.
Got it. Well, John, this has been a great conversation. We've gone a couple minutes over. Last question we'll end with someone. MD's asking, does he recommend moving a 401k to a self-directed Roth account if you have left a company? I have a follow-up question for that. Is it common for if you leave a company with a 401k, like can't companies technically take out the money that they've invested into those retirement accounts, or is that not true? I don't know. I've read something online about it before. I don't know how true it is.
Yeah, good question. So you're referring to vesting. So
Right.
the company match, in some circumstances, you might have to have worked for that company for a certain number of years to be fully vested. Usually it's like 6 years. Now, good news is whatever you contributed to the plan, when you leave, you get 100% of that.
It's yours.
And you just do a rollover directly into a self-directed IRA. I can't make recommendations. We don't give tax, legal, or financial advice. What I will say to the gentleman that asked the question is, if you're interested in investing in real estate, private equity, real estate partnerships like apartment building deals, land, gold and silver, if you don't want to invest in the traditional financial markets, or you want to take a percentage of that and put it into real estate or other alternatives, I would say absolutely. You could roll the money over into a self-directed IRA. If you want to then convert it to a Roth, great. We can help and show you how to do that. But really, it would start with, do you have the ability and capacity to go out and put that money to use?
Beautiful. Well, thank you, John. I thought this has been a great conversation. I'm glad we were able to get someone on to talk about IRAs, because we get questions about them all the time in the chat. John, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, the rest of your week, and hope to chat soon.
You as well. Thank you, Aaron. Goodbye, everybody.
No problem. All right, guys, that was John Bones, director at Equity Trust. I'll drop that link in the chat one more time. Miss Whitehurst, I saw in the chat. I don't want you to think I was ignoring you. I was not. I did see your question about. She said I started a Roth IRA for my 9-year-old, which great job getting started early like that. I assume you have a what's the college one, 529 as well. But I didn't want to. So John was talking mainly about like real estate investments in IRAs, which is what Equity Trust, the company he's with, specializes in, not so much in terms of stocks and equities. So I didn't know if that'd be a great question from him. And personally, I honestly don't know like too many real estate stocks. There's a number of different REITs. And yeah, so if you're very gun-ho on like finding some different real estate stocks, I'd do your own due diligence, because that's what you would do exactly what I would do, and just start researching different REITs, etc. I don't know, I don't know how much it really would matter, I guess, like going just straight like S&P or other ETFs versus having some exposure to real estate as well. So not sure, but I don't know off the top of my head have any great real estate stocks. Maybe Tim Quast does, who's hanging out in the background. I'm going to get Tim Quast on here in 20 seconds because I've made him wait too long. I told him about 15 minutes ago, but that conversation was going a little bit longer. I was learning a lot more about taxes and IRAs than I thought I would today, which is always great. Jesse, yeah, if I win the Powerball, someone asked, can we all share? I can't promise everyone gets $1 million because there's about 200 something people watching. So if I promised everyone $1 million, then there wouldn't be much of the jackpot left, but we will all share it. There will be some sort of socialist distribution from Benzinga Live to all the guests here. If AB wins the lottery tonight, you have it now in recording, in writing. I don't know. It might be everyone gets $1. I don't know what it's going to look like, but there will be some distribution for everyone. We'll say this. Anyone who's here on the stream tomorrow, if I win the lottery tonight and you're on the stream tomorrow, you hear that, Tim? You got to come back tomorrow to get eligible for your prize. All right, without further ado, let's go ahead and give Tim our very special intro and bring him back on Benzinga Live. Mr. Quast, how are you doing?
Very well, Aaron. Good to see you. Thank you. How are you?
It's great to see you. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. It's been we've had a little hiatus since we've had you on Benzinga Live. It's great to have you back.
It's been a while. Yes. Well, I'm glad you didn't give up. That despite my previous appearances, you let me back on.
Exactly. And by the way, I saw your email about the links. I just want to let you know I had no clue that had happened on Monday. I just always send the links that way, especially to our less seasoned guests. So in exact circumstance. I had just copy and pasted the way I had sent it to our previous guest. So I don't want you to think I was doing that specifically for you.
Well, then let's just keep it between us that happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't tell anyone. Yeah.
We'll not. It's between us. Well, Tim, what, I'm sure there's been a lot of, questions, a lot of people talking about market structure and in the sense of supply and demand right now, just in the terms of now the indices, the SPY, whatever you're looking at, has been beaten up so much that in my kind of thought process, my dumb brain is like, eventually it's got to get to a point where there's got to be enough buyers to hold the price up, right? There's got to be enough demand.
Well, it comes and goes periodically. I want to say something though about your previous guest, who I thought was great, John.
Oh, I was going to ask you, did you learn anything?
He's clearly an expert on his subject matter, and so while I was waiting in the green room, I used my health savings account to buy the Louisville bat.
Whoa, wait, hold on.
Louisville, Kentucky. So tell him thank you for that tip.
You cut out right when you were saying what you bought in Louisville.
Oh. I said I used my health savings account to buy the Louisville Bats, which is the AAA baseball team in Louisville. So
beautiful.
Tell him you can make real estate investments. You could buy sports teams. There are all kinds of great things that you can do with an HSA, a Roth, and so on. And by the way, everybody should be using those. I do that too. We max out the health savings account contributions. Any of the IRA contributions we could make. We have a 401k profit sharing plan. Those are excellent vehicles. If you run businesses, people, you need advisors that will help you understand what you can do with tax deferral with those mechanisms, and they can do great things. So anyway, I will put a plug in for John Bowens. I don't know him, but I thought he was a very good guest. Now to your and to Ms. Whitehorse and real estate investments. I likewise, I can't give you advice or make recommendations. And Edge is really designed to help you find things that will do better than the market in the short term with limited risk. That's what I do. I will say that at times it's real estate. I don't know that you would want to focus on real estate. The market is a very good instrument for short-term returns. I would say it's not a great instrument for long-term returns, and that's a fact. And that's why some of these other instruments, like private equity and real estate ventures and so on.
Wait, can we clarify?
Yeah.
Back up for a second.
Sure.
That when you said the market's not great for long-term returns, and that's a fact. You're not talking about just investing in the S&P 500 and sitting on it, because it has been proven to be good returns in that sense.
No, it really hasn't. If you factor for inflation and taxes, well, let's just take the growth part of the market. So the Nasdaq, the Nasdaq's at, call it roughly 11,000. So in 1999, go to March 2000. March of 2000, 22 years ago, it was at 5,000. Okay, so 5,000 to 11,000. It took us 20 years for the Nasdaq to go from 5,000 to 10,000, which happened shortly after the pandemic in 2020. Then it went all the way close to 16,000, and now it's back to 11,000. If you apply an 8% inflation rate on top of that, of course, it's not going to stay there. And I think it's important for us to spend a moment talking about the Fed and Jay Powell. We'll come to that, I'm sure. But you factor that in, and then your whatever tax bracket that you're in, and it's not a great long-term investment. Growth, our best growth market has not performed well. My private businesses have been massively better investments than have the public investments I've made in equities. And I've got a lot of that. I'm just saying we have to be honest about the facts and the math. And we're told relentlessly, buy and hold, and stocks always go up. Well, the market does go up, but the degree to which we are eroding those returns with inflation and taxes is extraordinary. Which is why, to John Bowen's point, there are some real advantages to using tax-deferred vehicles to produce returns. I trade with Edge in an IRA, so that the returns will be taxed when I withdraw them, but I don't need those for a very long time. So it's a great way to produce returns. But you have to be clear-eyed about the market. It doesn't just go up. And the older you get, I'm 55, so I'm very careful about the amount of time I've got. I can't at 55 take 20 years to get back to level. And that's something you have to keep in mind. So you youngsters, yes, but you also want to be prudent. You are not guaranteed consistent returns in the U.S. equity market. I hear that may be shocking to you. It's why I use Edge. Edge is a great tool for short-term returns.
I think that's a good clarification to make. Good point. I would love to see, I guess, like the numbers, and because for most, I guess it depends on like time frame, but I would say for most people that are investing just in, say, the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ, depending on their time frame and how long they hold. I mean, for long-term capital gains, you're talking at what if it's capped at a 15% tax rate wherever you would sell at. So I would assume
depends on your bracket, but
right,
I would say 20. Think of it as 20% long-term capital gains. Yep.
Okay. Well, let's if you want to go ahead and get your market structure
back to supply and demand. Yeah, let's talk about supply.
Yeah, and definitely want to talk about like you mentioned, Mr. Jay Powell will be speaking this afternoon. Kind of, I assume, we'll get some more volatility around then, probably right after. See either some maybe even some reversals is what I'm predicting. Some reversals happening this afternoon. I don't know which way we're going to end up.
Right. Could well happen. I mean, I think it's important, and this is a tool to me I've spent all of my adult life in the U.S. equity market. Hang on, I'm going to pause to let that load because it will degrade my audio. So hang on 1 second. Okay. There. Okay. So whatever is occurring, traders, you should know whether it's earnings. If options are expiring, there's a cadence and calendar to the market, and you should know what it is. If there's a Fed meeting, what is the supply-demand balance in the U.S. equity market? You can measure that. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good read, just like in any market. In the oil market, what is supply and what is demand? Those are very measurable. By the way, the U.S. consumes over 20 million barrels of oil a day. So if we release 18 million barrels from the strategic oil reserve, it's not even 1 day's oil. And we import almost 7 million barrels of oil a day. And we produce about 11 or 12. So those are things you should know. But the supply and demand can be measured. And in the equity market, by the way we look at it, broad market sentiment is a measure of the demand from investors and traders in the S&P 500. Sorry about that. And so then we want to look at where is demand and what is supply doing. So here's the view. And this all leads into the Fed meeting today. The green part of the graph is a 10-point scale that tells us buying and selling by investors and traders. And as it rises above 5, stocks tend to do well. And when it falters and drops back below 5, they tend not to do as well. And you could run a very long period and you would see that to be true. This is SPY, great proxy for the S&P 500. Here again, demand. When demand stops rising, begins to fall, so do stocks. When it bottoms, stocks tend to rise. Options expirations, tough points. That's where there can be fluctuations. But it's a good way to understand the market. Supply is short volume. So the amount of trading volume coming from borrowed stock. It's a very good contemporary way to understand supply and demand. So look at what's happened here lately. Demand has risen and supply has fallen. And the market has done very well. Blue chips have outperformed the S&P 500, but still the market has done well. And this is where we are right ahead of the Fed meeting. The sentiment is as strong as it was in June of 2020. It's very strong. It's a very powerful market. I can give you all kinds of momentum opportunities in the market. That's the good news. The bad news is the market always declines, if only for a short time, could be for a long period of time, when demand is this high, because it begins to fall and supply, the other side of the equation, increases, And if demand decreases and supply increases, what happens to prices? They decline. That's what is likely to happen here? Very difficult. It's difficult to say, but whenever it's difficult to know what will happen, it's a good reason to be cautious. If you have strong certainty, like there's not a Fed meeting, I would say, well, stocks will continue to rise for a little bit and then we'll go into another decline. Here, I don't know. Fed policy could change things. The stock market could skyrocket on diverging supply and demand, or it could drop suddenly. Both of those conditions are possible because we're at extremes. I mean, we're at an extreme divergence between supply and demand. Can we get more out of that? Yeah, some. But if I were to look at this, I will say that if we get gains, we're going to give them back. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, like you said, this is not an easy time. I
not.
don't think there are a lot of traders, investors, like anyone out there right now who would try to come up here and sit here and lie and say, "Oh yeah, these markets we've been killing it. Every call has been great," because it's been a very tough time, like you said.
Yep, it has been. And as as we prepare to listen to what he may be speaking now. I think it's about that time. I haven't been watching what's occurred. But here's something to keep in mind. There's a lot of confusion about inflation. And there are two things that I know really, really well: market structure for the US equity market, the mechanics of the stock market, and monetary policy, how money works in equities and all the things that are denominated in dollars. And it's important to understand this. Inflation is not your fault. Your consumption does not cause inflation. You can go look through thousands of years of human history and understand that demand, yes, it drives prices up, but then demand causes more production and distribution and competition. People will say, hey, look, they're selling a lot of widgets over there. I'm going to get in the widget business and sell widgets too for just a little less, so I can win a piece of that market. Those are principles that are timeless. Very quickly, I call it the Baker rifle rule. And here's a little history lesson.
I'm excited about this.
Yeah, in 1800, who supplied weapons to Napoleon? Ezekiel Baker. At about $100 a piece, he sold brilliant breech-loading rifles to Napoleon. Great rifle, very expensive. $100 then was a lot of money. By 1860, in the U.S. Wild West, on the frontier, you could buy Ben Henry's Henry repeating rifle for about $40. Great gun, better gun for a lot less. By 1894, you could buy Sam Winchester's model 1894 lever-action Winchester for $25. Even better weapon. So technology improved, prices went down. So that $100 that bought you a gun in 1800 could by 1900 buy you a gun and ammo and flour and beer and maybe a horse and a wagon and shoes and clothes. That's how you get wealthy. If money is stable in value and production and distribution and competition all combine to increase the availability of stuff, we all get richer. We can buy more. The Fed's doing the opposite. He's doing what John Maynard Keynes said. He said governments, through inflation, can secretly confiscate a large part of their citizens' wealth. We don't do it. The Fed does it. And the government does it by causing our money to be diminished in value because they increase its supply. And so remember that as you listen to Jay Powell, we don't need to tamp down our economy. We need to stop creating money and we will fix our inflation problem. Will that ever happen? I don't know. We should have interest rates at 10% and it should stay that way whether we have a crisis or not. And then the winners would win and the things that are overextended would go away. And that's how markets recover. That is the truth. Will that happen? No. But now you know.
Well, I mean, if the Fed only cared about, market stability and inflation, then maybe they would do that, but they have other things it's worried about as well. And obviously there would be downside risks associated with hiking rates up to 10% as well. So they're keeping that in mind. But yeah, I mean, we're all curious to see what Powell is going to say today. I have no faith that it'd be silly for him to give any even hint that the Fed is thinking about taking the foot off the gas pedal in terms of interest rate hikes. So I don't think anyone should have that expectation today. But then that also gets me thinking, like, if no one's expecting the market to go up, or everyone's expecting the market to go down, then that's probably not what's going to happen.
Well, right. It's very difficult to know exactly what will happen, but I don't. Would he give the market some sense that they're getting close to their target? I'll tell you what's happening here. They're lifting interest rates so that as the economy slows, they can cut them again and stimulate consumption. That's what's occurring. At what level will he be happy that they have some room to cut? I don't know what that is. I think he's got at least 2 more rate hikes to go. But to your point, yeah, the reason this has happened is because the government is deeply in debt. And so interest rates have to be very low to support that. It's not a good economic policy, but it's what we've got.
Yeah, and we just saw the new prime minister in England. I just saw something that he agreed to tax hikes to try to pay for the UK's debt. So, across the world, there are countries kind of dealing with this problem of trying to balance debt and inflation and figuring out what to do about it without, of course, ideally trying to without creating any new economic crises that causes riots in the street and people to not have food. So
Right.
people running central banks right now probably not having the easiest year, the best couple years. I mean, from basically 2010 to 2020, they got to sit there and do nothing for 10 years and say, hey, yeah, we're fine. And now they're back in those in the position where they've got to make some tough calls.
That's right. And so what do you do, traders? Well, I say you continue to look for divergences. I'll give you a quick example, and I know we're about out of time here, AB. But in real estate, if your real estate is your interest, then always find diverging supply and demand. It's a great economic principle, and it applies all over the market. If I want to find the best stuff in real estate, I can sort by demand. I want to find demand that's at 10 and trending up and supply that's trending down. I like really liquid stocks, but I'm going to know right away, well, what stuff in real estate might I buy? And it's things with diverging supply and demand. AAT is not a very big company, but there's a great example. Is that stock likely to rise? It's got excess demand and insufficient supply. And what has the price done? This is the price. The price has done very well. Well, that's the kind of thing, no matter what the Fed does or what conditions exist in the market, if you bias your portfolio short-term toward those things and wash, rinse, repeat, you will be successful. And there are a lot of opportunities out there right now. I could tell you we are awash in momentum opportunities, but it is a devil-may-care market. And those are the kind that can suddenly vanish on you. So you have to, as I always like to say, take gains, not chances. You have to think, I don't like short term. I would not want a market that forces us toward that, but it is what it is. Just like Fed policy isn't great economic policy. It is not policy that is in our best interest for our money to be worth less over time. But unless and until we fix it, we have to adapt. And this is a way to adapt. Focus on diverging supply and demand, beware of what's occurring around you, and take gains, not chances, and you'll be fine.
100%. Couldn't agree more. Mr. Tim Quast from Market Structure Edge, I'll go ahead and drop that link in the chat. Where are you, by the way? You're always somewhere interesting.
So I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. We'll be here for the whole month of November. If you use Edge, you can do that too. But we're in Charleston. We came down from Asheville, North Carolina, and we'll be here for the month of November. And I'm sitting at the Zero George in old Charleston, South Carolina, where we've got a place for the month of November.
I'm sure both Asheville and Charleston are just absolutely beautiful this time of year.
Fantastic. Great places to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Fall, North Carolina, that area in the fall when the leaves start changing. It's amazing.
Spectacular. Yes, it is. Yep.
Well, Tim, thanks again for hopping on. We've got that link in the chat. Market Structure Edge, free 2-week trial. Try it out. No reason not to. Tim, again, thanks for hopping on. Excited to have you back in the Benzinga Live rotation. We're going to be getting you on now probably once a week or once every other week or something like that.
Good to see you, AB. Thank you very much.
Peace. All right, guys, that was Mr. Tim Quast, Market Structure Edge. Of course, link is in the chat. Go sign up for your free 2-week trial. No reason not to. All right, we'll take the final 10 minutes To take some tickers out of the chat, I'll go ahead and get my Benzinga Pro pulled up. I don't know why these headphones always make my hair look crazier than it. I swear my hair didn't look that crazy a second ago. Tim, always a great guest. Couldn't agree more. Charleston, like Nolans. I've never been to Charleston, so I can't say, but there's no place like Nolans, and no place like Nolans. That place is one of one. New Orleans. Alrighty, y'all. Like I said, we'll take some tickers from the chat. I'll go ahead and I was looking at gold. I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. People out there probably, might be gold investors, might be holding some gold. I don't know when. There probably will come a time in my life. Here's when I'll probably buy gold. I'll probably buy gold if, knock on wood, at some point, hopefully in my like mid to late 30s or 40s, I'm making a lot more money and I have a bunch of money and I'm just like, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to have a gold bar. One single gold bar. That's when I'll buy gold, is when it's not even really as an investment. It's just because I have enough money and I think it'd be cool to own one gold bar. I just don't like gold as an investment. We'll look at, this is just GLD, not the actual like price of gold. Sure, you've had some great runs on this, like 05 to 2011. I'll give it to you. It paid to be a gold bull. But I think gold is like any other tradable asset equity out there, where you're going to go through times where it's in favor, where it's out of favor. I mean, there were people, I was actually talking to my friend's dad is a financial advisor. He works for one of the big banks, has his own group where, he manages, like, let's say $500 million in his own group, where he has different people helping him manage this money, but he's got all these big clients. He manages about $500 million. He was telling me about how basically every single time he starts getting calls from his clients who don't manage money, right? His clients are wealthy people that pay him to manage their money. Every time he gets starts getting calls from his clients that say, hey, I want to buy this, that's when he knows that asset is at the top. Not like he came up with that theory or whatever thing. I mean, I think it's a famous Warren Buffett quote, right? When he says, once you start hearing like stock tips from the shoe shiner, it's time to get out of the market. But that's what he said. He said in 2011, everyone was calling him about buying gold. And then I think when we were talking about it was when crypto was at its highs. So he had a bunch of like old, ultra wealthy people calling him wanting to buy Bitcoin. And he was like laughing like, all right, yeah, this is probably going to come down soon. But that's just my point with gold, is it's like there were probably a lot of people like those people calling my friend's dad that were buying gold up here. And then they were underwater for 10 years until it came back. So it's like anything else. Like I'd buy gold as a trade, potentially as like a swing trade. But as far as like buying gold as an investment, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to sit on an asset that could very well potentially end up being worth less than cash? Sure, it could end up being worth more than the cash at the time that you bought it for. But just my 2 cents. Not a fan of gold. That was Jesse Livermore. Gold doesn't pay a high div. Higher interest rates actually hurt it. Yeah, it's just not like, to me, there's always going to be more exciting investment opportunities out there. Again, if a trade sets up, like technically, whatever, like you have high conviction that, like, for example, here, like if you saw up here and said, okay, this is going to double top and you wanted to go short on it, like that's different. You can do that with anything. I'm down for that. If you have a trade idea, conviction, whether it's with technicals, whether it's a fundamental thesis, like maybe the stock was up here and you thought, okay, it's looking double toppy, and like Jay's saying, you think rates are going to stay higher, which actually hurts gold because it doesn't pay a dividend, and people like to flock to investments that do pay a dividend in high interest rate times, then I can get down for that. But as far as people that are just like buy gold because the US dollar is going to end up being, you're Peter Schiff, you're kind of gold bugs, like I don't think I don't buy it, and I'm not buying it, and I'm not buying gold. I like gold grill, like for your teeth. Yeah, I'd buy that. That was Jesse Livermore, apparently. I don't know, to be honest, who that is. Jesse Livermore, American stock trader. Dude died in 1940, born in 1877. Jesse Lauriston Livermore was an American stock trader. He is considered a pioneer of day trading and was the basis for the main character of Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, a best-selling book by Edwin Lefebvre. Sounds like this is a dude I should read up about. Sounds like he's a... his most famous trades include shorting Union Pacific right before the San Fran earthquake and the stock... All right. So it sounds like this dude was trading off some insider information from the big man upstairs. He knew about an earthquake and shorted the railroad company right before it happened. Seems a little suspicious. Rel is a dividend stock? I don't know what Rel is. Rello? If you buy a lot of Rellos, maybe you would need to buy some Philip Morris. Richardson Electronics, common stock. Oh, shoot. That I meant to ask that about to Tim and Quast about some of these stocks that are... I've never looked at this stock. Oh, the ex-dividend date is in 1 day. So if you want to buy it for the divvy, you got to get in now. But, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Nothing is free. A lot of times right after the X date, a lot of people, or I don't know, a lot of times like you'll buy a stock for the dividend and the stock ends up going down exactly as much as the dividend's worth. I'm not a fan of buying a stock just because it has a dividend. But Rello pays, and it's not even that significant of a dividend, 1% div yield. But still, I mean, the stock obviously has strength. It's making... or we'll go to a daily chart here. It's basically at its all-time highs, while the market is certainly not, and that piques my interest. Saying, okay, what's going on with this thing? Why do people like it so much right here? Is it cheap? Not too cheap. Price to sales 1.4, PE 20. Richardson provides engineering solutions, power grid, and microwave tubes related to... Okay, so maybe this is maybe it's a beneficiary, or people are seeing it as a potential beneficiary of the Inflation Reduction Act. Money Mitch is at Taco Bell? No, he is. Well, I'll say this: if Money Mitch was at Taco Bell, he'd be the best dressed person there at Taco Bell. Mitch will be coming up in 3 minutes. We've got stock market movers, got some big expert guests. Iron Capital CIO Siddharth Singhai at 1:15, and then 1:45, Ken Mahoney, the president of Mahoney Asset Management. Excited about those guests coming up on Stock Market Movers. Oh, this is a Chiquin name. The Rel is Mexican pizza. What is Mitch laughing at so much? Mexican pizza. Mexican pizza is. Are they bringing that back at Taco Bell? Taco Bell. Here's what you should do, by the way. If you ever have a dish that you love at a fast food restaurant and they end up taking it away, you should learn how to make it on your own, because chances are you're gonna end up making it better. I have a friend who, by the way, we spent like a full 2 weeks in college trying to perfect how to make an at-home Crunchwrap Supreme. We even went as far. We went out and bought like a little countertop griddle to get the perfect little burnt on the end of the tortilla, because without it, it's not a true Crunchwrap Supreme. Oh, it's back? I had no clue. Can we are we bullish? Doesn't Yum owns Taco Bell, right? Or maybe not? Yum Brands. Yeah, Taco Bell. Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. I don't know if you guys saw this. This actually looks pretty cool. Taco Bell drive-through future. Like they announced, or they showed a new kind of futuristic drive-through. They're trying to, or they're going to try out at some different Taco Bell locations. I want to figure out where like one of these is and try it out. It's like a bank where they send you down your food in one of these little like elevator tube things. Apparently this could be the future. I mean, think about it. If upstairs here where my cursor is a kitchen, and they're making your food and they just put it in one of the little tubes and it shoots it down to your car, that could be pretty cool. That could be the biggest innovation in fast food in years. Bodie, California, Gold Rush Town. Not sure. All right, guys, but we are coming up on 1 p.m. So in a few seconds, we're gonna get a nice little promo for our crypto event coming up. Future of Crypto, New York City, coming up in December. If you're in the area, I don't care if you're in New York City, I don't care if you're in New Jersey, I don't care if you're in Philadelphia and you got to take a train an hour and a half to get up there. You need to come. I'm going to be there. A lot of other very cool zingers. Money Mitch going to be there. It's going to be exciting. Let's go ahead and I'll pull up the site real quick before we get the video going. But again, New York City, crypto, big speakers. I'm going to be there. I don't know why you wouldn't want to come. Here we go. Got the website up now. It's going to be timing wise too. All right. You go through some of the big speakers we got here. You click through this. We dropped a link in the chat. Anthony Scaramucci is going to be there. Kevin O'Leary. You've got some big NFT traders as well. This might be the most excited I've been for any one of our events. Let's go ahead and play that promo. And when we come back, we'll get Money Mitch up on the stream. Get ready for stock market movers, baby. Let's go.
All right, traders. I was rocking my head to that too. I feel UAB. I feel the future of the crypto, but I'm excited to get stock market movers going here. Are you guys ready for the FOMC meeting today? I mean, this is where the fireworks really come in. And if you want to see the markets move, today's the day, right? We're already coming down a little bit. Seems to me like investors are starting to get a little smarter as we get closer to the FOMC meeting. But let's talk about why that is. Of course, we'll talk about what today's show is bringing. We'll talk about all the earnings stocks, right? Airbnb, AMD, EA, Paramount, CVS, a lot of stocks moving, but there's also some micro headlines, right? I saw Boeing get some jump on some headline today. There's also American Airlines getting hit down on the downturn here. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on in their union situation. And today, we got our guest, right? Ironhold Capital founder and CIO, Siddharth Singhai, will be joining us. And of course, Ken Mahoney a little bit later at 1:45. Excited to ask them today the question of the day. Is Meta a buy at levels and why? So we're going to definitely take a look if Meta is a buy at these levels. We'll talk about that with our guests. Let's get right into the show. Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. And welcome to the show. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. What's going on, traders? I'm trying to breathe in this market. It seems to me like, at least definitely in this market, you be hearing that heartbeat just pounding in the background because the uncertainty in the market is truly like none other. And the only times that I can think that we had this amount of uncertainty is when the pandemic first started, really. And that's what brought us here, right? The higher inflation really came when we started getting higher and higher uncertainty in the market. And we've talked about how the TINA trade has come to an end. The era of free money and a lot of what's going on is because of the Fed's action. Well, today we'll find out a little bit more talk at 2:30. You guys can catch it right here on Benzinga. You don't got to go anywhere looking. Right here, we'll have the conference. That's going to start at 2:30. And I'm going to try to do my best to have a quick lunch after this stream as I catch what gets put out, of course, from the meeting. And I will try to join that stream to give some reaction, right? Like we know, we're going to be looking for certain words in that speech. And I think that's the important thing. I'm actually going to be talking about specific words that we should be looking for from Ken Mahoney, president of Mahoney's Asset Management. I know he's looking for some comments, so we'll talk about that when that comes up. That's at 1:45. Now, Biden administration right here is talking about providing over $13 billion in aid for low and moderate income American families to lower their energy costs. So what is being mentioned here? It looks like they're including some grants to pay some electricity bills, also incentives to make up energy efficient upgrades to homes. This could include, of course, more solar talk. So going to keep on watch. Will these solar stocks continue getting the lift? Of course, today they're not getting the biggest move, but I did see FSLR make a new high today. So keep that in mind as we keep seeing solar stocks take off. And of course, this administration is trying to push further and further in helping move towards, of course, solar renewable energy. And you guys can see here those incentives coming probably into play. Just keep in mind, this could be moving stocks in the next couple of days, especially once we get through the FOMC worry. Of course, tomorrow and at the end of the week, Friday, we'll get another jobs number that will be just as important. But today, what did we get? Well, the ADP number, right, came out, right? What was this number? Well, I'll put it up at the bottom here. ADP non-farm company payroll added 239,000 positions for the month, ahead of the estimate, which was 195,000. But better than the downwardly revised 192,000 in September. What does this show us? That we're still showing a resilient labor market. We've talked about this before. It just seems like even though the Fed has been pointing that we should see unemployment take that spike, it's not what we're seeing. We also got a confirmation earlier number this week from the JOLTS job opening, right? Also higher. What does this show me? Resiliency in the labor market. And I think you'll be hearing about comments from Jerome Powell about that coming up at the FOMC meeting. So definitely keep your eyes and your ears open, as there's going to be a lot of movement. And of course, be careful. The volatility today is definitely going to be wide, especially as we get closer and closer to 2 p.m. and 2:30. Let's get out of the ADP non-farm employment change talk. Let's get into some of these earnings stocks, and then we'll cover some of the catalysts that caught the tape today and really moved some stocks. We got Boeing and American Airline news to get through, but let's go through some of the major reports first. First up, of course, AMD. Of course, everyone was paying attention to see what would happen to this stock today. And I'm going to first start on the daily chart so I can show you guys what's been my perspective on AMD. It seems to me like we're in a bear flag pattern, right? You can see that if you scroll back a little bit. And I was worried today because, yes, it was near the high of the range, but it seemed to me like we were keeping within the range. And if this is the bear pattern, I'd be looking for it to break on the downside. So that's why I was looking for a potential reversal today. And you guys can see we couldn't really close above that 63.73. That's where I'm starting to see the resistance come into play. Today we reject from there. Let's talk about their numbers, though. EPS, Q3 EPS coming in at 67 cents, missing the 68 cent estimate. Sales of 5.57 billion, missing the 5.62 billion estimate. AMD does see Q4 revenue at 5.2 billion to a high end of 5.8 billion versus the 5.85 billion estimate. So it looks like, of course, we've heard about the Q4 revenue, the full year revenue, not meeting the expectations. A lot of this coming from, looks like, of course, softening demand in the PC market. And so we need to continue to watch what is the forward guidance here. To me, I think these companies are going to continue to struggle. Also, in the long run, we keep on having more and more of this chip battle. How will that play out in the long run for these companies? And when will these companies get appreciated again? It looks to me like there was a point in time where everyone was calling a buy on AMD near 100, and now we're close to 60. It's almost kind of like you got a stock split. If you liked it at 100, I'm sure you like it at 60. The question is, where does it make sense in the valuation and the PE forward outlook? I think we're going to get a move possibly down towards 55. But of course, we won't know until we kind of break out of this flag pattern, either to the upside or the downside. Of course, it's a bear flag, so I'll be leaning towards the bear side. All right, getting out of AMD, we got about 2 or 3 more reports to go to, and then we'll get to our first interview today. Let's go to Airbnb. I thought this was an interesting one, of course. This is a stock that I've been looking for a level, and I've drawn this level for a while now, looking for us to close back above that level. And of course, I kind of drew this from the kind of IPO low area. Been waiting to see us really get back above kind of this 123.20 area. And it seems to me, I have it on the weekly chart right now, so to kind of show you guys that. It seems to me like we're just stuck kind of in this bearish pattern here. And now we're looking to come right back down towards those lows here of course, July 8th that week and July 1st, somewhere in between there. Looks like we're heading down. And so right now I'm going to be keeping my eye on Airbnb. They didn't have a bad quarter report, but you guys can see here, still not being appreciated for what their earnings and their future outlook have for us. So let's go to Airbnb's numbers here. EPS at $1.79, beating the $1.45 estimate. Sales at $2.88 billion, beating the $2.84 billion estimate. Airbnb's CEO said that we really expect strong demand for Airbnb next year, but average daily rates will face pressures from Forex headwinds and business mix. So just to keep in mind that they could see some, of course, some currency concerns. We'll see what happens in Airbnb in the long run. Right now, that chart still looks bearish to me. So I'm just going to keep my line in the sand. I need to get it back at least above 124. And if it cracks through 90, we're going to have another level to kind of keep watch for when it comes back up through that 100. We'll see what happens in Airbnb. All right, getting out of Airbnb, let's go to one more here before we get towards our interview. Let's go to EA. Of course, EA Electronic Arts has a lot of the video games that are loved in. They did mention that they will be releasing an upgrade towards their FIFA line for the World Cup. I'm excited about the World Cup, and I think that that will cause, of course, some consumers to go ahead and probably purchase FIFA if they haven't done so in the past. That is one way that I could see EA getting a little bit of a lift in their revenue. But let's talk about what their EPS gave. Their EPS here at $1.45, beating the $1.36 estimate. Sales were at $1.75 billion, missing the $1.8 billion estimate. They do see full year 23 revenue at $7.55 billion and a high end of $7.75 billion versus their original $7.97 billion estimate. So lowering their full year 23 revenue. This just goes to show us the demand in kind of technology right now has definitely fallen off the wagon. Of course, will this be able to pull itself back around? It looks like to me, if you look at the monthly, we've been really kind of hanging on here towards the 120. As long as we can kind of hold down there towards the 120, we can make our way back here towards the 148. But it's going to take a little while. And it seems to me like this company hasn't really changed its tune. It's just kind of going sideways here. Sideways action is not a bad thing to see, but we definitely don't want to see it break back below that 120 price. All right, we'll see what happens on EA, and let's go ahead and we'll get out of EA talk. We can get into other earnings reports coming up. We'll still get into Paramount. We got CVS, Humana. We can talk about the disaster in Tupperware and Match Group getting some lift. And of course, don't forget, we'll get into our catalyst on Boeing and American Airlines coming up. But let's get into our first interview today. Like always, one of the things that we do here at Benzinga is want to keep you in the informational edge and get to guests that bring some great perspective. And of course, keep us in the informational edge. Let's go towards our first interview today. Hit the thumbs up if you guys are excited to hear about our question of the day. Mentioned it before. Is Meta a buy at these levels and why? Let's find out from our guest. Let's get into our interview. All right, let's bring back on Ironhold's Capital founder and CIO, Siddharth Singhai. Welcome back.
Always an honor to join you, Mitch, and thank you.
Always. It's good to have you on today. Let's get right into the market. Of course, everyone has been taking their shots on Meta, and I can't blame them, right? It's come down significantly since the high. And now the question really starts beginning. When will the valuation kind of make sense? So my question for you to start off, our question of the day, is Meta a buy at these levels, and why would you think so?
Sure. So I think, what we believe is, if the fundamentals are great and the underlying business does well, then the stock price will take care of itself over the long run. So if we look at Meta, the fundamental problems are, in my view, non-existent. People have a perception that TikTok, for example, is going to be this disruptor of Meta, and short-form video content will kill their advertising business. So if you examine the fundamentals, the company has better fundamentals compared to last year. The only thing that has changed is that the demand has fallen off for advertising, and that's the same has happened for Google as well. So that's just a general slowdown in the economy. Engagement rates are up. The number of users using their family of apps, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, they're actually up year-on-year basis. And so fundamentally, there's nothing really problematic with Meta. As far as valuation is concerned, it's trading for about $225 billion market cap after cash. It has no debt. And if you look at the normalized earnings for Meta, they make about $40 billion a year. So you're getting it for less than 6 times normalized earnings. So, I don't see the TikTok thing as a big problem. What the other concern is that Apple has put on some, greater privacy measures that have sort of, not completely removed, but limited their ability to target customers, right? So one of the great things of running advertising digitally is that you can target people based on zip codes, based on all kinds of metrics, right? You can. So that is not possible in print, right? Which is one of the reasons why we see digital advertising taking away so much of the market away from traditional media, newspaper and print, because there's so much wasted circulation. You don't really get to target the people you want. So, you might run an ad for, that's supposed to be seen only by one gender, but because of running it in a newspaper, it's going to be seen by everyone and all age demographics. So, digital marketing is here to stay. It is not a thing of the past, or it's not getting disrupted anytime soon. In fact, it has a tailwind. If you go back 3-4 years ago, it was about 50% of all advertising spending in the US, digital. Now it's about 75% almost. So I don't think that Meta has any, digital marketing overall has any, headwinds at all. In fact, they might have tailwinds, right? Yes, I don't think it will grow at, the 20+% top line growth it has been growing at for almost a decade now because of the penetration now. You already have 3 billion people on their family of apps, which is incredible. So revenue will slow down, but when you look at a stock trading at 5 times earnings, 6 times earnings, what you're assuming is that not only are they not going to grow, there's going to be a secular decline in the business. A fair valuation for any company that's growing at maybe 1-2% would be 10 times earnings. So I don't think Meta is going to grow at 2%. I think it's going to be in the at least high digits, right? Possibly even 10-12%.
But are you concerned with their spending? Because it seems like that was what a lot of investors brought up the question, was the spending into their, of course, their Meta side and the metaverse side. Are you concerned about their spending there?
Sure. So I think the one thing we must understand is it's not just metaverse. It's they're spending a lot on data centers, which allows them to then pivot to other things as well, right? Right now, it's not clear how you will build the future of artificial intelligence. We don't know what sort of companies are going to be around, and where it is going to be disruptive and then lead to profitable business, and where it won't be useful. So what Mark Zuckerberg has done by investing in all this data center capability and AI capability is that he's future-proofing Meta to a certain extent. In fact, they use AI for recommendations, and that has improved their monetization rate and engagement rates across their Reels platform and overall as well. So
Perfect.
Mhm.
No, perfect on Meta. I think that definitely gives it the case, right? I mean, that's what you need to look at. And I agree with you. If you dive deeper into the financials, you'll see things don't look too bad, right? I think it was more along, is the writing on the wall for advertisement? And you said it there. You feel that digital advertising hasn't truly gotten disrupted. It's just going through some ebbs and webs right now, especially with the new kind of policy that's coming out with Apple. So, of course, if they can figure a way around kind of those policies and still find ways to target the consumer in advertising, it seems like things can turn around. Now, let's talk about the leadership. Of course, leadership got really hit hard, whether you're looking at Microsoft, Google, Amazon. What are you seeing from this leadership and their earnings that maybe investors should be concerned about?
So I assume by leadership, you mean the upper management, CEOs? And
What I mean by leadership is some are major stocks, some of the leading stocks, of course, like Microsoft, Google, Amazon. What do you see in some of these reports that concerns you? Or maybe some of these reports that weren't as bad as many thought?
I think it was expected that you would have a period like this where demand was going to fall off, because COVID was an unusual period where all kind of tech companies had pulled forward their demand from the future. So that was obviously going to be unrealistic, for us to expect demand levels to sustain. And also some of it is part of the natural economic cycle where you're going to have some slowdown. So, absolutely, I think you will see more slowdown, I assume, moving into the next year. But fundamentally, there's really nothing. I can't speak about Microsoft because it's not something that we've done work on. But Google and Meta, if you look at the end demand, that's not going to change that much. And I would assume it's the same for Microsoft. But it's an air pocket, right? Yeah, I don't think it's anything too detrimental.
Definitely. Now, what do you expect from the Fed today? Of course, all eyes are on Jerome Powell today. What do you expect to hear from the FOMC meeting?
Right. I would expect a rate hike. Even last time I discussed that Fed's aim is to always protect inflation and not protect markets. When I say protect inflation, is to control inflation, keep it down to about 2-3%, and they're going to keep hiking rates until they see. And I don't think they're going to go back, even if the inflation cools off a little bit. Because that happened in the 70s. Inflation would cool off, you would ease off on the rate hikes, and it would go up again, right? Yeah. So until you see clear signs that 2-3% is the normalized inflation, I think investors should expect rate hikes even beyond this point. Yeah.
Now, where do you think you'll see some opportunities in this market? Do you feel that it's going to come back to growth stocks, or should we kind of be more focused on value stocks? Like you brought in there kind of the sales numbers there with Meta. Should we be looking at these growth stocks that they'll lead the rally back, or do you see a kind of rotation to value coming into play?
I think so. Stocks like Meta are sort of in between, right? They're growing rapidly, but the valuations are cheap. So when we say growth stocks, we typically mean money-losing companies that haven't figured out their way to profitability yet, but are growing rapidly, top line wise. That's not Meta and that's not Google, because these companies are very profitable. I would actually call them value stocks rather than growth at these valuations. So I think tech sector is going to be great. Now you have to pick your spots. You have to be in the great businesses in the tech sector. But that's going to be, in my view, the most attractive sector for the next 2-3 years even.
Yeah, staying with the leaders, right? And like you said, maybe it's GARP, growth at a reasonable price, right? That could be definitely a good approach to take here. And like you mentioned, some of these big tech companies, it might seem like they're growth companies, but really under the hood, they look more like value companies. Appreciate you coming on, like always, giving us an outlook. And we'll have to see about Meta, right? We'll see if Zuckerberg can turn things around there. Appreciate you coming on today, Siddharth, Singhai. We'll definitely have you back on.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Take care. All right, let's get towards the headlines. There's still a lot of earnings stocks to get into. And in a little bit at 1:45, we'll get into our next guest. Excited to hear what his thoughts are on Meta also. So let's get right towards the other headlines in the markets. Let's go towards the next one. Let's actually, let's take the stocks that got really moving today. Let's go to some of those headlines. Let's go to the Boeing chart right now. I thought this was definitely an important one to touch. So Boeing is planning on ramping up production and deliveries of new aircraft, and also expects free cash of $3 million to $5 billion next year. Boeing is forecasting that it will, in return $100 billion in revenue with 10% margins in 2026, and the deliveries will start picking back up. That really got the stock moving today. When that hit the headlines, you could see it here, 11:15. Boom, a nice little spike there, about 5%, and continuing to rise here. As we started the show, we were on a little bit of a pullback towards the VWAP. It caught the VWAP, went right back up. Not a bad little VWAP bounce here. I'll even go towards a 5 minutes so you guys can see a little bit more of the action. And Boeing definitely getting some lift on this mention. Not a bad little move there, and a little bit of a takeoff. All right, let's go towards the one that got hit. Coming in on a crash landing was more American Airlines. Let's talk about what that and why this got moving. Well, it was actually moving upwards, looking good. And then POW got hit right back down towards the support. But what happened here? Looks like Allied Pilot Association, which represents roughly 15,000 American airline pilots, said that the board voted against the tentative deal of 15-5 on the vote. And the proposal called for 12% raises for pilots on the date of the contract signing, plus 5% after 1 year and 2% after 2 years, according to a copy of the agreement in principle. So keep this in mind. We also saw United Airlines also reject their kind of proposal. So it looks like these companies have been falling off this, and you could see continued downside action if they're going to be battling unions. Watch out. There's a lot of topping action on this AAL chart. If it breaks through 1350, we could be heading right back towards the 12. We'll see what happens with the unions. Of course, they've been kind of more of a battle. And of course, wages are a concern for these American airlines and all the airlines. So something to keep in mind. All right, let's get back to some of these earnings reports. Let's go to the next one up. Is going to be Paramount Global. Let's talk about Para here. As you guys are seeing it get hit hard. It had some resistance, right? It tried to get back through the 20s. Couldn't get there. Down one, up, down one, up one, down two, up two, down three, up three. Three resistance tries. Would it get the fourth through the 20? No, it would not, and get hit right back down through that 18, down there towards 17, 12. I'm going to keep this in mind to see what happens if this could reverse. But, of course, what were their numbers? It wasn't that bad. But just doesn't seem like this company is getting anywhere in what their intentions are. Of course, to get some subscribers. They need it. Q3 EPS coming in here at 39 cents, missing the 43-cent estimate. Sales at 6.92 billion, missing the 7.02 billion estimate. And for a while, they were trying to, of course, bundle with different companies. They were reaching out to different sources, trying to get a bundle with different subscription products. But it doesn't seem to me like Para really has the content that the consumers really want. And so do they have an advantage in certain areas? Yes, I've heard that. I think certain college games are only available on Paramount. But to tell you the truth, I don't even watch Paramount, and I could for a long time. Had access to it with Comcast. They gave me free access to it, and I didn't even go on it. That showed me more and more how the content, at least for myself and a consumer, it's not made for us. And I don't think we're going to be willing to pay. But you guys in the chat, let me know. Anybody paying for Paramount? See what happened. All right, let's go towards the next one. CVS. CVS getting the stocks moving. I can hear the heartbeat. I can hear it, CVS. Let's get into it. Let's talk about it. So it looks like this stock got a little bit of a pop, was trying to get through that 99, couldn't get through there. Of course, CVS held Q3 EPS at $2.09, beating the $1.99 estimate. Sales at $81.16 billion, beating the $76.75 billion estimate. CVS sees full year adjusted EPS at $8.55 to a high end of $8.65 versus the original 8.55 estimate. They did reach an agreement in principle for their global opioid settlement and will pay $5 billion over the next 10 years. That's a good sign. It's not as bad as it could have been. Of course, multiple stocks were involved in this. CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, of course, they settled the lawsuits with a total price of $13.8 billion. But CVS getting a little bit of lift. I'm just going to keep watch stocks like Cigna, right? Stocks that have been getting that lift. And another one that reported also, Humana. This is why I said focus on these. I know that a lot of people were like, no, well, this stock has gone way too far, way too fast. Looks like it could pull back. Yes, it could pull back, but definitely continuing the strength here. Let's give those earnings numbers. Humana coming in with an EPS at $6.88, beating the $6.28 estimate. Sales at $22.75 billion, beating the $22.69 billion estimate. Affirmed the recent upward revision to full year 22 adjusted EPS financial guidance of raising it by 25 cents. And you can see this was appreciated and actually held towards yesterday's high on the range. Very important to be looking for that. You can see where it cut up here. It came back and started holding that as support. So 560s look like support right now. We'll see if it can continue to run, and that's Humana. All right, let's go towards the next one. There's a lot of stocks on the calendar, and there'll be a lot of stocks on the calendar tonight, right? There's always stocks coming out here with their earnings. We're deep into earnings season. Tonight, what do we have? We have Roku, Qualcomm, of course, Etsy, Lumen. There's going to be a lot going on. Marathon Oil. Keep it on watch. We'll see what happens with these stocks. Qualcomm, Roku. Roku will be on our channel tonight. So if you guys are looking for an earnings call for Roku, it'll be right here on Benzinga. You don't got to go anywhere. All right. Definitely smash the like if you guys are enjoying today's show. Action-packed. Going to keep it going with some more earnings. And of course, we'll get into what was hot and what was not in just a few minutes. All right, let's go towards the next headline here. That's going to be, let's go to Estee Lauder or Estee Slaughter. Let's take a look there as they got slaughtered. They're definitely getting hit hard. Of course, this is a more expensive stock. So higher end consumers probably going to Estee Lauder. I've been in the stores. They look nice and fancy. Let me just say that. Not many things that I'd probably be buying there at Estee Lauder, but hey, to each his own, right? If you can't afford those kind of items, well, power to you. EPS coming in here at $1.43. That was the regular. There was adjusted EPS at $1.37, still beating the $1.33 estimate. Sales at $3.94 billion, missing the $3.97 estimate. You would think that they would get the lift, right? The beat and the beat. Oh, the sales missed there. But missed by a very little amount, $300,000, not much there, or 300 mil, a little bit better there. But definitely taking the hard hit. To me, this is more consumer demand starting to drop off, right? And you can see it here. It's been on just a downtrend. And I think this is going to continue coming and could be coming back there towards the pandemic levels, as this is definitely one of those stocks that I would see the consumer demand just keep getting hit, as these products are usually products that you can do without or probably products that you already have, but are just nicer versions. We'll see what happens there. Disaster stock of the day, Tupperware. Tupperware getting hit hard, and it looks like there's concerns about the company. Let's talk about their earnings, though. Earnings Q3 adjusted EPS at 14 cents, missing 46-cent estimate. Sales at 302.80 million, missing the 336.80 million estimate. So a miss and a miss. Concerns about paying back creditors. It does not look good here for Tupperware brands as they keep coming down. And you can see it here on the VWAP. It just keeps holding the VWAP and rejecting. Not looking good here in Tup. Now it does look like there is some good news. It looks like, I guess, dating is on the rise, or at least it seems like it. Let's get towards Match Group. As you see, Match Group was up in the pre-market, and I want to show you guys just how much things can change, right? Well, in the pre-market, this was Match's chart right here, right? It was a nice little pre-market chart looking like it wants to rip. Well, look what happened, guys. Right to the open, it looks even better. Bam! Right back down there towards the support. This is what can happen a lot of the times. This is why I like using hourly charts and looking for those deep time frame pullbacks. Let's talk about their numbers here. They came in with an EPS of 44 cents, beating the 41-cent estimate. Sales of 810 million, beating the 795.43 million estimate. Match Group sees Q4 revenue at 780 million to a high end of 790 million versus the expectation that it was at 810.35 million. So lowering their Q4 revenue outlook here. Match Group, we'll see if it's able to bounce back. It definitely bounced off of yesterday's range. Got close at least. We'll see if it can keep pushing here. Daily chart has a nice little daily move here. Volume picking up. I think if it can hold this 45.40, get back towards 50 in the next day or two, it won't be looking too bad. I'll keep this one on my radar, but definitely not a stock that I trade all the time. All right, getting out of Match Group, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there, team? How we doing? Looks like Quantum, Miss Whitehorse, Sabrina out there. Paramount is partnered with Walmart to give free subscriptions with signups of Walmart delivery service. This is what I was talking about when I was mentioning that kind of bundling package that they were looking at. They started reaching out to everybody and being like, will you guys partner with us and give us some subscribers, right? Well, if they can't get things right, even with Walmart, will they get it right at all? That's what I'd be questioning. All right, I see you guys out there. Zen Bullish, Zoltan, Daniel B in the house. It's good to see you guys. Martin, Bear is here. Let me know. What are you seeing on the upside? The bear can come through. Is Benzinga showing PAL live today? Yes, you don't got to go anywhere. We will have the stream for you guys. And I'll actually do you a favor. I'll give you guys the stream right here. Here's the link. You don't got to go anywhere. I'll actually even just throw it up in the chat. This is going to be the stream where we'll be having Jerome Powell's speech. That's at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to try my best to join in there a little bit after his talk because at first everyone's going to be focusing on what he's saying. But once the markets really start moving, I'm going to try to jump in there and give some reactionary thoughts. So I'll see you guys there probably around 2:40 after he's already speaking some. All right, let's get into some other headlines and get into some other earnings stocks. Looks like we got one more on the plate here. Actually, let's go straight to what was hot and what was not. It seems like we've gone over enough earnings stocks. Let's go towards what was hot and what was not today. Looks like utilities in the green again today, showing strength on days where we're seeing weakness in the market. So keep that in mind. Whenever we're seeing weakness in the market, it looks like utilities are getting a little bit of a bounce back. Southern Company, Duke, NextEra Energy, getting a little bit of a bounce back. Do I think these continue to run? No, I think that XLU has shown me enough that has sold off and it could come back, but right now it's not stocks that I'm paying attention to. Communication services, right? This is stocks like Verizon, T-Mobile. These have been getting lifts and continuing to rise. Verizon, T-Mobile, why could these be getting pushed? I think this is more income players coming into play. but not a bad move here in these couple of stocks. And even T-Mobile holding up on the island. Now really back up there and holding the 150 pullback. This is not looking too bad right now. Now, what's in the red today? Let's talk about what is in the red. Technology deep into the red. Turnaround in, of course, continued downside move in the bigger names like Microsoft, Google, Apple. Red, red, red. Now today, NVIDIA was into the green. Now it's starting to turn around and get right back down. AMD, of course, we talked about this one. It started the day green and went deep into the red. And so these are the kind of stock moves that we need to keep watching. Overall, it's still green on the day, but from the open, down almost 4%. And so that's what we want to be catching, which are these stocks that are truly getting hit from the open. And so keep in mind, there's more stocks here that keep getting hit in technology. Solar got another lift in FSLR, but a lot of the names here really getting hit on the pullback. We'll have to wait and see what happens. And you can see for solar continuing. I think the Biden mentions, of course, gave it a little bit more lift today, but we'll wait and see how these stocks perform. EMPH, can it close back towards the 300? That's what I'd be looking for in Enphase Energy. Basic materials turning around today, definitely getting hit hard. Where did it get hit hard the most? Well, let's take a look at the industries. Looks like silver got hit hard today. Of course, that could have been the dollar kind of falling off or getting some big push today. I would think about the dollar getting that nice push here. Let me just take a quick look at the DXY here. Looks like we're at 111.52. Was coming up since about 9 a.m., so it doesn't look too bad there. And you can see in silver definitely sell off there. Aluminum, steel selling off a little bit here. Coal was one of the stocks that I've been, one of the areas that I've been keeping a close eye to see if we're going to get another run. Seems like we're just going sideways right now. We could get another run, but right now it's holding on here. So I'm going to quickly see what happens with BTU. If we crack 23, we'll probably be right back down towards the 20. Going to see when this one gets back above 25. All right, we'll see what happens in those steel names. They did for a while kind of lead us up, but then, of course, Cleveland Cliff coming right back down, right back towards the lows. X, very similar move. NUE, Nucor is the only one that's kind of hanging on here. But I feel like these other kind of steel stocks keep breaking down. You could see Nucor also continue to break down. We'll see what happens there. NUE. All right, let's get towards some other areas. Consumer cyclical also getting hit hard. Where it was getting hit in recreational vehicles. Of course, these are some of the stocks that, of course, they need a lot of kind of borrowing, right? I don't think anybody's buying a new Malibu boat, but if you are, power to you. You've been probably having a decent year. But I think these are the type of stocks that you got to be careful about, right? Stocks that are going to require some lending. Of course, higher rates, not going to help it. One of the stocks that really surprised me, right, was HOG, which was Harley Davidson, right? And this has continued this strength. If you're looking for an area that at least has strength in recreational vehicles, it was Harley Davidson. And it looks like it's still hanging on after their earnings report. You can see it here on the daily. Got this big spike and continuing to push. Pretty impressive chart there in HOG. And why is it moving? Honestly, to me, I don't know this one. It doesn't explain to me, but I guess some people are, need their bikes. And I just don't know how they're paying for it with the high interest rates. But hey, power to you, Harley Davidson. All right, I'm going to get out of what was hot and what was not. We're going to get into our interview, our second interview today. Let me know in the chat, guys, if you guys have a question for our guest coming up. Of course, we talked about what our question of the day is on Meta. We'll talk about it also with Ken coming up. And, of course, we'll ask him a couple of questions on the Fed and an energy outlook. So hit the thumbs up if you guys are excited. And if you guys have a question, feel free. Throw it up in the chat. Hit the thumbs up on your way. All right, let's get right to our second interview today. All right, Ken Mahoney, president of the Mahoney Asset Management. Welcome on, Ken. How we doing?
Doing fine today on the verdict coming out soon. Kind of crazy day, that's for sure. Been marked this calendar for weeks ago that I think we're going to see an angry elf. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but I mean, gosh, he is an angry elf. He is. Let's call it who he is.
Yeah, that is. And it's going to be interesting to find out. You know, I was wondering earlier today, I had like a hoodie and I was putting it over. I was like, will we see the dark side today, or will we get a light to lead us out, right? Will he be a Jedi, or will he join the dark forces today? We're going to have to wait and see. But first, I want to talk to you, Ken, about the earnings season. What have you seen here in the earnings season that might have surprised you or maybe hasn't?
I guess what surprised me is tech was a wreck. I mean, it reminds me of the TV show Survivor, and each day someone had to be voted off the island, right? One day it was Meta, see you later. Next one, Microsoft, time for you to leave. The tribe has spoken. Amazon, you know, one thing after another. Apple's the only one best of breed, I guess. But I guess what surprised me is that, and probably shouldn't surprise, but the guidance was really, really muted. And some of those stocks took some significant hits, and it just reminded me so much of Survivor. Every day a stock went home. Every day a stock got crushed for 10, 15%. Remember, for leadership, they were a go-to before this inflation mess and rising rates and so forth. And it looks like they're not going to lead us out of this right now. So I guess I'll say that was kind of a surprise.
Yeah, when they start going for the generals, it's usually time to run the other way. But let's talk about Meta, right? I feel like it's been definitely on a lot of investors' mindset. They're thinking, does the valuation make sense now? What happened to the story? I'd like to hear your thoughts, Ken. Do you feel Meta is a buy at these levels, and why?
It's a short. I've been, in fact, actually on all the different outlets I can interview it on, I've been saying it. So it's timestamped, by the way. I've been wrong a number of times too. But I would say
we all have been.
Yeah. And, you know, really, because really what happened, it was probably about 3 quarters ago that we felt Facebook, Meta is a short. And the reason why, their business model changed overnight. And I think about it. They used to rifle, you know, people's information, sell to third parties, don't even know where the heck it's even going. And then Apple put a pretty big clamp on it, like a $10 billion quarter clamp, and said, hey, if you want to, again, if you have an iPhone and you want information shared, click here. Well, who really wants information shared? So what does Meta do? Now they have to rename themselves to Meta. That business model, again, it still, again, produces income, but now they switch and spend $15 billion into Metaverse. And it's a niche play, right? It's not always like we walk around this thing and knocking into each other. It's a niche thing, you know, for gamers and so forth. At least that's what I see. And so it's a big investment there. Technicals are just awful. Zuckerberg, to me, is an awful steward of people's money. Again, this year to date, he's lost $100 billion of his own worth. Stock was around 340 or so. Here now, sub 100, 93, 94 today. And I still think there's more pain to, as awful as that sounds, there's more pain. Because remember, at the end of the year, you have allowed tax loss harvesting. So those stocks that are down the biggest, they get hit the hardest. And Meta, really, there's no hope here at the moment unless they change their business strategy. Change out Zuckerberg would be one of my kind of thoughts of when it would be a catalyst to kind of cover and go long. But until those things happen, Meta is a short into rallies, by the way. You don't just short indiscriminately because you do get some bounces. You get short into those bounces and so forth. But Meta to me is not a buy. It's not a hold. It's a short.
Seems like you would agree that the writing is on the wall there for Meta. And let's talk a little bit about what you just mentioned. I think it's an important conversation as we get closer and closer towards the end of the year. Do you feel that there will be more of that tax loss harvesting, especially as we get closer and closer to December?
I think so. A lot of mutual funds do it by the end of October. And many of the techs, I mean, look, Amazon's down sharply now year to date. Google's down sharply year to date. You know, these are usually the top holdings. Again, the reason I'm picking on them, you know, if you look at most mutual funds, they're the top 10 holdings are these names that are blown up. Some of the biggest mutual funds, which I don't name them, you know, have still sizable positions in Meta, unrealized gains. And probably the best way to do offset that is to take some of them out. So I think they'll be under pressure again, like any other year. And remember, there's also a window dress up, right? So at the end of the year, the stocks have done well. Like, oh, that was a top of our portfolio, so you dress them up and they buy those. But conversely, those have done poorly. Stocks that are underwater, you'll find even more selling pressure because of tax loss harvesting, tax loss selling.
Now let's get on a different conversation. Of course, energy has been the talk of 2022. What do you feel like is happening now in energy, and what should we be looking forward, especially going into 23?
Yeah, so obviously, there's been a big winner this year, Exxon or the ETF XLE. I mean, a couple of days ago, Washington said, or the president said, that there'll be windfall tax. That's not going to happen. I mean, there's going to be a big red wave, I believe. I'll call that a landslide. So that's not going to happen. But so, it shows there's always darts being thrown at this group, and yet they continue to do it. I mean, look, a lot of it is a function of oil prices. I always concern myself, like, we've had a good run with XLE. We've been taking some profits here only because it becomes a crowded trade. I mean, really the only group that, again, you're showing before to your viewers, basic materials, you're showing all these different, nothing's really working, and energy is working. So, and I think that's kind of a crowded trade. So I'd be careful if you're opening up new positions. If you are, use a stop loss order, a trailing stop loss order. The charts do look good, but they're a little bit overextended, but it is definitely a crowded trade because there's very few groups that are actually working.
All right. Now, any thoughts on natural gas? Because, of course, when we talk about energy, there's been a lot of focus on Europe. And will they go into the freeze? What do you think will happen?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, obviously, there's the economic side of it. I can't stand the humanity side of it, which is it could be very desperate this year. Of course, Putin's trying to drag this into winter to try to get as much leverage as possible. And of course, hopefully there's a coup or something happening before that. But for those natural gas supply and demand, it's obvious there's not enough supply, strong demand, and here we are. But again, so you can, but remember, you wake up one morning and there's a resolution to this war. Guess what? Gas prices fall off. So be careful if you're gonna, if you are be kind of nimble. Always a part of your portfolio. Remember, anything to do with commodities, gas, oil, it's a commodity, and therefore trades like a commodity, meaning zigzag, EKGs, very hard to trade.
Do you feel it will eventually get the run that a lot of people were, let's say, were pushing for in the summer? They were thinking, with the winter would get that natural gas, price running. And it seems like, of course, supply right now and inventories are really high. And so we haven't seen that run. Do you feel eventually that turns around? Right.
So again, you're going to start hearing in January about a lot of rationing of this. And I think that's the demand side of it. Whether or not they're able to institute that or not, whether it's just a kind of a friendly tap on your shoulder and say, don't keep your house at 75 degrees, keep it at 66, 67. But there's definitely going to be a lot of curtails around it. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays because the national demand is very high. And I would even argue outstrips supply, even if it's kind of bloated supply at the moment because they're anticipating, winter months. It's not, it's no surprise there how the calendars change. But it'd be kind of interesting to see how, if ever now, even curb-like companies, hey, you can open from 9 to 4. You can't keep the lights on past 4 o'clock. You may be seeing a lot of this curtail, which actually would decrease demand should some of these things be implemented and actually work through the system.
And I just want to let the chat know they're asking about Powell remarks, if I'll be making some remarks after 2:30. Stick around, team. We're going to actually have the Jerome Powell conference. We have it on a different stream. I'll be joining that to do some reactionary thoughts. But let's ask Ken what he thinks here. I have a great question here. Do you think is it hopium or optimism that the Fed should start to slow down the pace of interest rates?
Look, I've been a big critic of the Federal Reserve for a long time. Mismanaging last year, there's been tapping on the brakes, a quarter here, a quarter here. Now they're very desperate. I mean, even Powell said in June, 0.75% rate hike is actually abnormal. Well, here's the fourth one, so that seems to be normal. So I'm in the camp. I don't like to break things. They've already broken some things, but we have to deal with the reality. The reality is, I believe inflation hasn't changed much, and I don't think he's going to change much from this. Again, as I've called him an angry elf, since the Jackson Hole meeting. I mean, you could actually outline what he said. And look, the reason why is that, quite frankly, the inflation in this country is caused by, supply chain disruptions, right? It's caused by higher energy, and pass on to wholesalers, to producers, to consumers. And so here's the Fed using this blunt instrument, bluntly raising rates, and it's not really moving the needle. Well, because that's not what it was intended for. So since inflation really hasn't come down, at least the numbers we're looking at, the JOLT number yesterday showed still a very tight labor market. I have to see him being pretty hawkish still. I can't see him changing that. I know a couple of weeks ago, the Wall Street Journal, I had to talk about this pivot or this pause. I don't think we see that at this meeting. I could be wrong, but I'm going to go down with he's going to be very kind of short and to the point. The data doesn't suggest that they need to kind of lay off a little bit. And though, again, as far as I'm concerned, the monetary policy is not going to fix. It needs to be more tactical to fix the problems we have with inflation, not just blasting away raising rates and the unintended consequences with that.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I feel like they've said it themselves. I know that a lot of people like to quote Daly what she mentioned about the slowdown, but she also mentioned a little while back before that they didn't have any effect on inflation. I think they're starting to realize that they can affect supply all they want, but if demand never really truly gets destructed, then how are they going to truly have an effect on inflation?
Right, and that's a point they have to understand. Look, no part of my criticism. There's 7 voting members, 2 of which have always had academia, never worked in the real world or private and dealing with hiring, firing, higher interest rates, and 5 of them actually have had government jobs the rest of their life. So you get to a point sometimes you're kind of frustrated. You feel disenfranchised. Maybe your viewers feel disenfranchised. Like, who the hell voted these people in? No one did.
Yeah.
Their opponent did. And where's that background of running a business like I do, of hiring, firing, all the things, inventory, all these things that we all have to deal with as business owners? They don't even think about that. So blasting away, raising rates, and then here we are again. The unintended consequences, or maybe intended, is the real estate market. Right, mortgage rates now over 7%. Deals are falling apart. Anecdotally, we have realtors telling us instead of 30, 40 people showing up at an open house, 3 or 4 people are showing up at an open house. So things have really changed. I wish they knew how futile they really are in their attempts, but yet they're going to damage so many other things. And if I could just say this point, it drives me batty. Maybe your viewers feel this also. Last time you spoke, remember this blackout period. Thank God, I get so sick of these.
If only I can hit the mute button on the Fed button, right? The mute button.
Yeah. So, but he said that we have to all endure pain. PAIN, the 4-letter word. Well, if you did your job, why some poor schlub, lose his job because of the uncertainty in the economy, come home to a wife and 2 kids because you didn't do your job last year, and realizing inflation wasn't transitory. It was a Janet Yellen Treasury Secretary. It was the administration's way of it was all about politics. And here, this poor guy basically, so what is the trade-off here? Oh, we get inflation down to 3%, but we blow up unemployment rate to 6.5%, 7%. Is that the trade-off we want? And there's no check and balances to what they've said today. So for all those reasons, you can see I'm a very big critic. It's very easy to jump on the board and be a critic of the Federal Reserve. But when they talk about pain that we all have to endure, no, do your job, and we wouldn't have had so much pain and the pain that we're experiencing.
Yeah, it seems to me like they've been fighting an uphill battle towards credibility because of the transitory talk. And now it seems like if they even hint towards that pausing or turning, wouldn't it affect that credibility that they're trying to get back, Ken?
Right. Again, I don't think they're going to have credibility, quite frankly. I mean, look, there's always polling about Congress, like 20% of people are polling about the president. The polling about the Federal Reserve also, it's kind of like, seriously, I mean, 10th graders know in studying economics 101 that inflation gets sticky. It's not transitory. Yeah. There's no really time in history could show it's transitory. It's either hot or cold. It doesn't, have this kind of thing. And then also, again, fast forward to this concept that we all have to endure pain. So people have credit cards, you should have higher rates. And those who want to go buy a house as starting a young family, you're going to have pain there too. On the stock market, your retirement account, your college accounts for your kids, you're going to have pain there too. Why should we have to do pain if you actually do your job?
Yeah. It seems to me also a lot of the times it seems like, institutionals, are getting affected by this, but a lot of times it feels like retail is the one left holding the stick. So I appreciate you, like always, Ken, coming on and giving us perspective on what you think will happen here in the Fed. And of course, I know you'll be like me, all eyes watching to see what happens in this situation. We'll bring you back, of course, in a couple of weeks to hear what your thoughts were after the release. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Have a great day. Let's go.
Have a great one. All right, we'll see what happens. Will Jerome Powell get on that evil mask? Will it be the dark side? Will it be Pumpin' Powell? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, like always. Now let's go take a really quick look into the SPY before we get out of here. We got about 1 minute left, and then we'll be wrapping up the show. Of course, 2:30. You don't got to go anywhere, team. Stick around. We got a lot for you today. We're going to get into, of course, up next, we'll actually transition you guys over to that stream where we'll have Jerome Powell starting up. That's going to be at 2:30. So don't go anywhere, team. Of course, at 2 p.m., you can also go on the FOMC site and hear what is talked about, right? Read that release. That's the first release that you see Jerome Powell read in the FOMC conference, right? He reads a printout, literally a printout. Go ahead and take a look at that. As you'll see the SPY move now, we'll have to wait and see what he says in that report. And of course, the Q&A a lot of times brings the fireworks. So let's see what happens here. SPY's been red all day. Will we see a takedown? Let's wait and see. Hit the thumbs up if you guys enjoyed today's stream. We had 2 great guests on, Siddharth, Singhai. Appreciate you joining us. Ken Mahoney. And of course, it was a great talk on what is going on in the markets with the earning stocks, AMD. And we took a look at Boeing. Why did they get a spike today? And also why American Airlines kind of came to a little bit of a crash and down move. We'll talk about this. Of course, catch me on the stream in just a little bit. I'll try to give some reactionary thoughts on Jerome Powell's comments. Hit the thumbs up. We'll see you guys there.